it's my, look, I say it's my obligation to defend the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution, the laws of the state of Georgia, and represent the people of our
I'm
state.
totally
Those
late.
are the individuals and the
I'm not even
citizens
done
of
putting
our
on my
state,
makeup.
but also businesses that are doing
And also,
it the right way.
I haven't got my
That's
coffee.
part of it. And again, we don't see
my God.
business
Good
as
morning.
the enemy in the state of Georgia.
morning
You know,
to
one of
you.
the
Good
ways
morning
that
to
we've
you. Good
seen,
morning to
if you
you.
can't get something passed
It's
in
just
your
a crazy
legislature,
morning.
you can't get something passed by Congress, go weaponize your state AG. And oftentimes, you know, somebody told me at the first bipartisan AG conference I went to, you know the power you have. And remember,
I gotta go get my
anybody
coffee.
uses the word power, they
There's a lot of
abuse
shit
that
going
word,
on.
okay? Intent of Congress, which is supposed to be the first among equals.
So let's shift, because when a lot of people think Attorney General, they think crime. And you entered into a situation where we had a mayor in Atlanta for a while who basically threw the police under the bus, had a massive spike in crime.
The devil is with us.
A new mayor who
There's
came
the
into Atlanta
TV.
and
There's
told
the
police
TV,
to do their
darling.
job.
Okay, the TV's
Crime
on,
starts
darling.
going
Here we
down.
go.
But
You're going to
in
listen
that
to these
void,
idiots while
there
I
was
go
a
get my
time
coffee,
where the
okay?
governor was having
Okay,
to
bye.
bring in
Hold on.
more
Don't
state police
leave.
into the metro Atlanta area to quell crime. But you yourself in your office had to step up to play a larger role in a not a civil lawsuit role, but a criminal enforcement role. Can you talk about how you as a state officer can fill the void when there's failure at the local level?
Absolutely. And Eric, I think you got to go back to 2020 to understand, which, as you mentioned, was during the term of the previous mayor, but also 2020 is when a lot of liberal DAs got elected, okay? And the new criminal justice reform post-2020, a little bit before, but certainly then, on the left, was don't enforce the laws that I don't like. Well, that is a violation of oath of office. It's a dereliction of duty to have one executive or judicial branch member say, I don't like the law, so I'm not going to enforce it, undermines the American system that we have. It completely ignores the rule of law. But that's what we saw. We saw it in San Francisco. We saw it in LA. We saw it in St. Louis and Baltimore. We've seen it here in Georgia. in Athens, in Atlanta, and around the state. So that was the new criminal justice reform. But I will say, going back to the Constitution of the state of Georgia, Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph 2 says the paramount duty of government is the protection of person and property. So that means I don't care where your race, gender, sexual orientation, where you live or where you're from, you deserve to be safe. But what was happening is a lot of these folks were saying, I'm not going to do it. And if you don't like the law, that's fine. But run for the legislature. Run for Congress. That's how we change laws. So instead, in Georgia, we did it differently. And again, because of the governor and the legislature, thank heaven for having a governor that cares about protecting all people and a legislature that does as well. 2017, we added domestic terrorism, which you mentioned coming in. 2019, human trafficking, 22 gangs.
Fill it up to the rim with brim.
4, we now have organized
Coffee
retail.
pot right there.
Because
I'm gonna put my headphones on. You know, it's funny because I woke up on time. I woke up on time today. I really did.
Then the state needs to come in. If you look at those issues, they're all kind of multi-jurisdictional. They're where the gangs don't care what the city or county line are, human trafficking, that type of thing. But think about this, Eric. Who are the communities most often terrorized by gangs and violent crime?
Oh my God. You know, it's so funny now listening to Republicans. I'm going to tell you right now, it's the funniest thing listening to Republicans now. I feel like they're so woefully out of touch. It's really fantastic, actually.
You talk to the governor about
it's kind of
who are the communities that are most often negatively impacted.
It's kind of, I don't even know what I look like.
Lower income, racially diverse, and immigrant populations.
I didn't even like brush my hair. Oh, no sound? Oh, no, you're behind. Grace, hit live. Hit live.
We're the ones that are protecting people no matter where you live or where you are in this state.
Stop.
And we're the ones that are providing opportunities. We should be proud of that. We need to be screaming that from the rooftop because that's the success that Governor Kemp was talking about, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
That's what we're going to continue to do. This is Eric Erickson. I don't know much about him. I know the name.
Now,
he's a Christo-fascist, basically. I notice all the Christo-fascists are wearing their tennis shoes these days. You know, they're running shoes.
the one specifically I know.
Why is that?
Mention the organized retail crime.
Why is that?
If I can step out of your role as
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Neil and Lee and CF and Oomph and Grace. Good morning.
Organized, non-organic.
Oh my God, I gotta tell you, I'm gonna stop this guy for a minute. Oh my God, I gotta tell you. Oh my God, it was so exciting. Actually, I'm gonna play it. Hold on. I'm gonna play it. Just in case they need to flee from the FBI. Kathy, you win. Okay? Give yourself 10 points for tonight because frankly, you win. That's fantastic. Okay, let me do this. Let me. Oh yeah, I want to play you because Gal, my beautiful friend Gal, recorded my appearance on a space last night with the America Project, which is run by they weren't there, but run by Mike Flynn and Patrick Byrne. The America Project hosted the event, the space. Let me pull it up. Hold on. And they were talking about Tina Peters, right? The Tina Peters case. And Mark Fincham was there. And he tried to talk at one point when I was talking, and I wouldn't shut up because, you know, I don't shut up. And I don't know. I can't believe they let me talk. I'm going to be honest with you. I really don't know why they let me talk. Hold on. I'll find it. Shit. I need to organize myself better too, because when you when I get on, if they give me a mic, first of all, I never expect them to give me a mic ever. See page 5 of the Dominion filing. I don't know what that means. Okay. Oh, this is cute. All right, so this is my. I don't know who this person is. This is a new follower. Thank you, Lolo, for asking questions in the America space last night. Next time, ask that Miller guy hosting who told him to serve the Dominion voting CEO when no one was supposed to know what was happening. Whoops! I would have asked. Who is this? I don't know who that is. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, let me see if I can find the recording of when I went on the space last night with, let's see, who else was there? There was someone else, someone I had blocked. Who the fuck was it? I can't remember now. But anyway, I was really grateful for Gal to find that or to tape it. It made me feel good. Okay, let's see. I want the post. Why won't it show me? Damn it. Where? Oh, here. It's probably here. There we go. All right. Here we go. Okay. So, the only 4 minutes you'll need to hear of the space last night. This was Saving Tina Peters, the update. And Yehuda Miller was one of the co-hosts. I don't know who Yehuda Miller is. But here we go.
Okay, we got one request here. Go ahead. It's go ahead. We just brought up a new guest speaker here. Lolo. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so
Is
much.
that
Hi, sorry about that. I was just going off mute. So I missed most of your space and I really apologize but I had a good reason, because I've been streaming Trina Peters on my YouTube channel all day, the trial. And I actually am a little bit of an aficionado of this particular part of our election history. So I just wanted to know uh, why did she turn the cameras off? Why did she request that? I have a few questions actually. And I don't know, Yehuda, are you part of her legal team?
no? I'm not
Okay,
part of the team, and I don't think we have anybody here tonight part of our
got
legal team. So I cannot, unfortunately, answer
sure.
that specific question. I don't know the
He
Let
answer
was
me
to
really
that. I
nice to
guess.
me.
let
He
me
was
just
so
Go ahead.
I'm
kind.
sorry. I'll just make my point
Actually,
and
I'm
then I'll get
grateful
on
to
my way
Yehuda
because
for
I know
being so
you probably have other
gracious.
things you want to talk about. But I disagree with your take of the case, obviously. And while I agree that Tina may have at one point believed that she was trying to do a duty, and if her position was, I need to make copies of the database or the system before and after, that would have been maybe understandable. But I'm a little confused as to why the additional steps were taken, like requesting the cameras be turned off in the setting after they have never been turned off as part of practice, why she purchased burner phones, why Sherronna Bishop was part of the process, why did she not return to Grand Junction or to Mesa County after the symposium? Why did she sit on stage with Sherronna Bishop and allow the data that she claims that she didn't want shared with anyone? Why didn't she call someone when she saw that Ron Watkins, aka Code Monkey Z, known child um, uh, pornography purveyor on 8chan? If you didn't know, you might want to look that one up. He's a bit of a problematic young man, but nonetheless, I guess I just have so many questions. Why didn't she stop at some point and actually say, hey, if I think of something, if this is really a problem, then I need to really talk. And I'm not going to buy the story of, oh, it's the deep state and I don't trust anybody. That's nonsense, because she trusted people that she didn't know very well, and maybe they only had philosophical agreements. So I guess I disagree with a little bit of your characterization, because I've been listening very closely to the trial and very closely to the judge, and I think he's actually done a really excellent job of ensuring that both the due process is followed so that Tina gets the due process that she deserves, which she really does deserve it. And I believe that. I don't believe that just because I disagree with her motives and the way she conducted herself, that means that she's a bad person. I'm just saying legally, and the facts, and really not feelings, facts are what should lead this case, right? And that's, everyone should agree about that. But I guess I'm wondering why not, if you're going to stand up for her. I still have these really open questions about, if I elected someone to do that job, I do not want them hiding.
Thank
Wait,
thank
wait,
you so
wait.
much.
I'm not done.
These
I'm
are
almost done. I don't want them hiding the
okay.
identity of the person who's entering the trusted build, like she did with Jerry Wood. And I know that he claims that he didn't know that they were using his identity, but I don't care. Tina knew. And that's why so I guess I'm just throwing this all out there.
Great question. Thank you for coming up. We appreciate, again,
Okay.
free speech.
Thank you.
We believe,
Okay. Yeah.
um,
All right.
Boone Cutler. That's who I had
we
blocked. That blocked
thank you for
me.
voicing your opinion on
He
that.
blocked
And
me. Yes, Boone Cutler blocked me. Boone bitch. Anyway, so that's what I did last night, and I wish I had planned better because I really didn't. I just hit request. I didn't think about what I was going to say. I was just like, I'm going to just hit request and see if they'll let me up, and they did. I was actually surprised. So next time, I'm going to be prepared as if they're going to let me up because I did not. Oh, he pushed me down to listen. No, he pushed me down to listener. He didn't kick me out of the space. He just pushed me down to listener. I mean, Yehuda, thank you. You actually let me say what I needed to say, and I really appreciated that, frankly. I thought that was great. So, we don't agree, and you guys are idiots for protecting a criminal, but okay. Doesn't that guy show up in No, Boone doesn't. So Boone Cutler, oh boy. Boone Cutler is the co-author of Mike Flynn's 5GW war book, where he tells you, you're going to probably need to kill your neighbors kind of thing, so you better buck up, little camper. That's basically the subtitle of that book. I know. Thank you. I didn't ask anybody. I was so... See, I can be a very, very nice... Now, I did stop him from stopping me because I don't like to be interrupted, especially by right-wing men. So I tend to react a little bit like that. But, oh, thanks. That was nice. It was fun. I mean, I'm glad I got it in, actually, because I hate Mark Fincham. I hate Boone Cutler. I hate the America Project. It's not the America Project. It wants to kill America. And I'm going to not be quiet about that. But anyway, it was funny. It was funny, and I was really glad. Highly effective. Really, wasn't it? Wasn't I just masterful at showing my concern for Tina in the process? I actually do. I actually do have a lot of empathy. Everything I said was true. I have empathy, and I definitely want due process, because the last thing I would want anyone to go through is a manipulated, finger on the scales of justice kind of thing. I don't want that for anybody, because if it happens to the worst of us, it will happen to the best of us. And I just don't want that to happen. So it is concern trolling a little bit, because I'm trying to stay on, right? Like I want him to let me keep talking. So I want to be somewhat nice. I mean, she might be an evil person. I don't know her, but she's definitely misguided, and she definitely has an opportunity to be the hero in this story. And I wish she'd be the hero. I'm ready for a hero. I'm ready for a real hero to stand up and say, I'm not releasing my book. I'm just telling you these things happened. I would even accept it if it were just like a public statement and not something where they cooperated with the authorities. Although I would prefer that they just cooperate with investigations so that we get to the bottom of what happened. Why in the world would you want people to work outside of a system where you're depending on them to be working inside the system? You know what I mean? She is too deep. Yeah. Hey, listen, at the end of the day, the concern trolling was there also in part to keep me on longer. Okay. I'm not going to lie. I was hoping that he wouldn't. I was hoping I could keep him letting me talk. Anyway. But I need to organize before I do that, I need to organize point by point so I don't do the stupid extra words that I throw in all the time. I throw in a bunch of extra words sometimes. Anyway, so Boone Cutler, I have a really funny tweet about Boone Cutler. Hold on. Because Boone Cutler blocked me on Twitter. And I think it was this. No. No, it wasn't. Hold on. Hold on. It was pretty funny. Wait, where's my other... They're starting later today, too, by the way. So, let's see. Where... I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this easy. Milan Fashion Week. What? 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 Oh, that's not. Do, 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 do. Well, damn. Okay. Anyway, my big joke with Boone that I think got him really pissed off at me last night was, I think I want to look at this. Page 5 of the Dominion filing. Okay. I'll bite. Actually, we might want to read this. What was I going to say? Toastmasters is your friend. I mean, I've observed Toastmasters in the past. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like I do public speaking every day. For me, something like that, I just need to have my points laid out ahead of time, and then I'll be smoother. But yeah, no, I know. I probably should. But I feel like I practice public speaking every day. And I've done a lot of speeches in my life. Like I've been a public speaker just on my small level for decades because I ran nonprofits, and that's why it was like, you know, let's see what this is. Let's see what this surprise is. Surprise! Stop calling them the new right. They've told us what they are. Post-liberal, as in illiberal. Adjective, illiberal. Opposed to liberal principles, restricting freedom of thought or behavior. Similar, intolerant, narrow-minded, unenlightened, puritanical, fundamental, reactionary, all right. Conservative, hidebound. I've never even heard of that. Undemocratic, anti-democratic, authoritarian, strict, repressive, totalitarian, despotic, tyrannical, draconian, oppressive, and fascist. This is the same thing we read about in Awakening Democracy, or Democracy Awakening, the book by Heather Cox Richardson. So we read the Democracy Awakening book by Heather Cox Richardson, and she talks about, wait, I'm going to.
And I think that hopefully I can, I sort of see my role and my voice as being explicitly anti-elitist, explicitly anti-regime, and to the extent that we can sort of elevate voices that have been largely ignored, that's the role that I play, and I think that hopefully I can play a part in that balance. But I don't see myself as trying to concoct the balance myself. I see myself as a corrective. One observation.
A corrective. I'm like white out.
I was thinking about this as Patrick was speaking. We on the right,
that was a good one.
Sort of the post-liberal right or the new right, or however we want to define what it is. This sort
post-liberal
of people and ideologies that have sort of collected themselves here today. I sort of see my role and my voice.
Oh, sorry.
Being explicitly.
Sorry, I thought, he sounds so drony. I assumed that was hidebound. Great day in the morning. I haven't heard that word ever, and I'm 60. Jesus. What the hell? Oh, here we go. We mapped J.D. Vance's inner circle. I love it. Fun. Fun, fun, fun. Let me drink some coffee and smoke some weed, and then we're going to read this bitch. Thank you, gal. Gal Sharon, dropping the relative. Sherrona's a Toastmasters? Oh, that's right. God damn it, I forgot that joke. Damn it. Damn it. That's right. She fucking brought up. Fuck. You guys are good. Can I just tell you that? Ew. You don't want his inside circle. I don't want his inside circle. Oops. Why isn't this? Oh, I see. Because you're not doing it right, stupid. Here we go. Now you can read it. Now you can read it. Okay, let me just I haven't even really woken up yet. I didn't even put on all my makeup. How'd you guys let me do this without putting all my makeup on? Hold on, everybody. Because I'm not ready. I don't know what you guys are thinking. I don't know. I'm like, why is that makeup sitting there? Oh, it's because it was waiting to be put on, you stupid. Stupid. Hey, brainless. Okay. All right, fine. It doesn't matter. Does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. Okay, more coffee. Hold on. All right, babes. All right, babes. I've got it. I've got it, babes. Okay, so this is from, where's this from? Politico? Yeah, Politico. Silicon Valley donors, MAGA allies, and political operatives, the networks behind Trump's VP pick. Yeah. Yeah. So what happens when Middletown meets Mar-a-Lago? With J.D. Vance now on the Republican ticket and his political operation migrating from Ohio to southern Florida, we're about to find out. During his brief tenure in national politics, the hillbilly elegy author has built an inner circle that reflects his own identity. Young, grounded in the new right of the Republican Party, skeptical of mainstream conservative institutions and ideas. I love how they think by calling it new. Yeah, I know you were thinking that. I know. It's just I don't know. Anyway, it's fine. I'm just being silly. I hope this lash isn't falling off. Okay. Anyway, what a mess. Oh, happy Friday. Okay. Skeptical of mainstream conservative institutions and ideas and unafraid to play the part of the political pugilist when it serves their interests. I love the word pugilist. Like the 40-year-old Vance, 40, many of his closest advisors scarcely knew the pre-Trump Republican Party, and if they did know the old GOP, they much prefer the new one. Why? Why? Vance's inner circle already bears the imprint of Trump's influence, with a handful of advisors and staffers who have one foot in Vance's camp and one foot in Trump world. But unlike Trump, Vance is deeply plugged into the new right intellectual circles that have been driving political debate within the conservative movement since 2016, and he looks to a core group of these writers, academics, and right-leaning policy wonks for informal counsel and advice. Thanks to his days as a venture capitalist, he is also closely tied to the rightmost flank of Silicon Valley and its techno-libertarian ideologies, some of which have been branded as weird by his new opponent, Democratic vice presidential pick, Tim Walz. For that reason, Vance's network, or at least his Venmo contacts, oh, the Venmo contacts. Mine is my daughter and my weed people. That's all my Venmo. All my Venmo. Looks a bit different than your average politicians. Here's our breakdown of the people who guide Vance's political operation and shape his thinking based on original reporting and interviews with people who know and have worked with Vance. Jacob Reeses. Reeses? That was Reeses. A graduate of Princeton in 2013 and Stanford Law School in 2023. Jesus Christ, he just graduated. Was a close friend of Vance's before becoming his chief of staff in 2022. Prior to that, he was senior policy advisor to Senator Josh Hawley. Well, what's the difference? And an aide to Russell Vought at Heritage Action, the advocacy arm. They're the ones that write all the bills. The advocacy arm of the conservative think tank at the Heritage Foundation. Reeses is, I don't know why I'm burping. Reeses is known as Vance's right-hand man and closest political strategist on Capitol Hill, handling much of the day-to-day political blocking and tackling for Vance. Like Vance, he has undergone something of an ideological transformation. He interned for both Hillary Clinton and John Kerry when he was younger, before moving to the right at Princeton and eventually embracing Vance's brand of conservative populism. James Braid, Deputy Chief of Staff and Legislative Director, a hard-charging and hard-smoking, oh dear, aide. Braid is the architect of Vance's major policy initiatives in the Senate, including the Rail Safety Act, and is trusted by Vance with translating his new right worldview into policy proposals. Before working for Vance, now we have to learn a whole new set of names. God damn it. Oh my God. We haven't even arrested the old names, and now we've got new names to track. Jesus. Before working for Vance, Braid was a legislative assistant at the Heritage Foundation's lobbying arm and a staffer for Russell Vought during his stint as the director of the Office of Management and Budget during the Trump administration, where he did a terrible job. Wells King, senior policy advisor, another of Vance's young guns. King worked at the Research Center of American Compass, the hub of self-described new pro-worker conservative economics. What? In Washington, run by the conservative economist Orrin Cass, before joining Vance's office in 2022. Before that, he was a policy advisor to Senator Mike Lee, butt dial boy of Utah. Held a fellowship at the conservative Claremont Institute and worked as a management consultant at McKinsey. He plans to leave Vance's office in August to attend Harvard Law School. Oh my God, they're all so young. What the hell's this? What are you holding, a hot dog? What the fuck is that? Kofsky, Aaron Kofsky is financial policy advisor. What's that sweater? I don't trust a guy that wears this outfit. This whole thing looks very sus to me. Kofsky, who worked as a policy advisor to the Security and Exchange Commissioner Mark Ayuda before joining Vance's office, is a key influence on Vance's economic thinking and his work on the Senate Banking Committee. He has helped Vance flesh out his opposition to some cryptocurrency regulation and his effort to introduce new banking regulations after the collapse of Silicon Valley in March 2023. Silicon Valley Bank. Andrew Baker, National Security Advisor. Really? You really think you're going to bring on all these new people? Really? Yeah, Vatnik Politico. Politico's a horrible rag. It's owned by a Nazi, right? Doesn't a Nazi own it or something? I don't know. Something like that. Brain. A former Foreign Service officer with 2 advanced degrees in international relations from the University of Oxford, Baker has played an important... Oxford's turning out some real shitheads. Can I just tell you that? Baker has played an important role in shaping Vance's foreign policy positions, especially his opposition to U.S. aid in Ukraine and his skepticism of NATO. Wow, sounds like a winner. Let's put a Nazi in charge of our fucking national security. That sounds like fantastic. These guys are not going to win, okay? I'm not going to have to follow these nimrods because they're going to disappear into the ether like a fart. Jai Chabria, Ohio strategist. Chabria oversaw Vance's ground game in Ohio during his 2022 Senate campaign and remains one of the closest links to the state's Republican establishment. In 2017, Chabria worked as a consultant for Vance's short-lived nonprofit, Our Ohio Renewal, which hired only a handful of staffers before downsizing in 2018 and eventually going belly up in 2021. That's hard to do. That's hard to shit can a nonprofit. You have to really work at it. Thompson, methinks it might have been just a money laundering operation. Okay, Luke Thompson, GOP strategist. Thompson ran Vance's Allied Super PAC in 2022 and is credited with crafting the unorthodox strategy that allowed the Super PAC and its major funder, Peter, I'm a piece of garbage teal, to pick up the political slack that Vance's bare-bones campaign couldn't sustain. As part of that strategy, Thompson set up a secret public website containing troves of documents, including internal polling memos and opposition research, designed to allow the Super PAC to share information with the campaign without violating campaign finance law. The site was eventually discovered by Vance's opponents, causing, get ready for this, kids, a major black eye for the campaign. What? Nobody cares. That's terrible. Oh, my God. Cornell turned out Leonard Leo, though? Oh, okay. All right. Well, fuck Cornell, too. How about that? Teal has insurgents in Cambridge and Oxford. That makes sense. Hi, Paul. Hi, everyone who came in while I was reading. I'm so sorry. Doesn't he look very lucky, Palmer Lucky Boogaloo? He does. He looks like a Palmer Lucky buddy. See thread here regarding the insurgency above. Ah, fabulous. Okay. Let's see. Thompson. Oh, he's starting early. That's right. He's not starting late today. He's starting early. But we have like 45 minutes, I think. Wait, what do we have? Oh, yeah. No, 25 minutes. It's starting at 7:30 my time, 8:30. So we'll get through this. And then I'm going to do this link here, too. Okay. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Luke. Thank you for joining us, Luke. William Martin. Wow, there's a lot of white people. Communications director. Martin, a native of Cincinnati, joined Vance's 2022 campaign after working for Rep. Lance Gooden in Texas and became his communications director when Vance entered office. He has since transferred over to the presidential campaign, where he will run Vance's communications operation from Trump campaign headquarters in Florida. He's the executor of Vance's media strategy. Hi, Easily. And stay close to friendly conservative media, tee off with adversarial cable news interviewers, and otherwise pick your spots very carefully. Duh. Luke Schroeder, another Luke, the deputy. I shot the sheriff, but I did not shoot the deputy. A holdover from the 22 Senate campaign, Schroeder was Vance's press secretary in the Senate before moving over to the campaign. Before that, he worked as a junior staffer in the White House under Trump in the communications office. Together with Martin, Vance's communication director, Schroeder, who was in his late 20s, epitomizes the youthful insurgent energy. That's an interesting phrase. Hi, SB. How are you? Welcome. Good to see you. Andrew Sarabian, a close advisor to Donald Trump Jr. Sarabian is a primary conduit between Vance's political operation and Trump world at Mar-a-Lago. While helping to run Vance's campaign in 22, he's credited with orchestrating the rapprochement between Vance and Don Jr. that ultimately led to Trump's endorsement of Vance. Prior to that, he was a key member of Trump's war room during the 2016 campaign and served as a key advisor to Steve Bannon during his stint as Trump's chief of staff. Tony Fabrizio, GOP pollster. The longtime Trump pollster worked closely with Vance's allied super PAC during the 22 election and remains close with his political operation. Early in the 2022 campaign, he authored a series of memos arguing that Vance's reputation as a moderate and anti-Trump conservative was seriously harming his electability, and which are credited with pushing Vance to embrace Trump more publicly. There's a girl. Taylor Van Kirk, National Press Secretary. An Ohio-based communication strategist, Van Kirk was brought on board after Vance joined the ticket to serve as his traveling press secretary and communications aide. She worked closely with William Martin, Vance's longtime comms director, and to set messaging for the campaign. And before working for Vance, she worked as the press secretary for the Ohio Speaker of the House and a crisis communications firm in Washington. Peter Thiel is a dick. The infamous Silicon Valley venture capitalist is many things to Vance. A mentor, a former boss, an intellectual and spiritual advisor, a friend, and a major donor. Major donor. Is that the pack of Nimrods that marched up to Air Force 2? Yeah, it probably is. Yep. They're now all a bunch of fucking meme jokes. Those doofs. I was going to say goons, and then I was going to say dudes, and then I was going to be like goods, and then I lost it. Okay. All right. The men met in 2011 while Vance was a student at Yale. And Vance later worked for Thiel's venture capital firm, Mithril Capital, before spinning off with his own firm with Thiel's backing. Like Thiel, the name of Vance's VC firm is a reference to the Lord of the Rings. Thiel subsequently these guys are just a bunch of fucking children. And not like fun children, they're like stupid children. Thiel subsequently donated $15 million to Vance's allied super PAC during the 22 campaign, making him the campaign's largest backer. Thiel is a significant intellectual influence on Vance as well. His embrace of Christianity played a major role in Vance's decision to convert to Catholicism in 2019, and Thiel's reactionary techno-libertarianism remains a touchstone of Vance's own political outlook. Yeah, he's actually, I would imagine, oh, good. I would imagine we're seeing the nice J.D. Vance right now, right? Like the real dark twin, I think will come out. David Sachs of shit. David Balsachs, a core member of the PayPal Mafia, the conservative entrepreneur and podcaster, rose to prominence on the right, railing against wokeness and criticizing neoconservative foreign policy on his popular podcast, All In. He hopped on the Vance train in 22 with a $1 million donation to his allied super PAC, and since then has become an outspoken supporter of Vance and a key financial backer for Trump. In June, Sachs held a $300,000 ahead. Fundraising dinner for Trump at his San Francisco mansion, which Vance attended and helped organize along with Thiel and Tucker Carlson, and he reportedly personally lobbied Trump to pick Vance. Vance has called him one of my closest confidants and helped introduce him to Donald Trump Jr. Wow, David Sachs is a piece of shit. Elon Musk. Musk was a relative latecomer to Vance's Silicon Valley fan club, but he rallied around Vance in the days before the RNC. Stop this. This is actually stupid. Reportedly urging Trump in private conversations to pick Vance. I hope they have actual reporting to back this up. Since then, Vance has praised Musk as a throwback to an older generation of American entrepreneurs who build real things. Musk has endorsed Trump and reportedly said that he intends to donate the thing, but he later denied that figure. Okay. Chamath Palihapitiya, I'm not saying that right, and I apologize. Venture capitalist. An early Facebook executive turned venture capitalist. Palihapitiya now co-hosts a popular podcast with prominent Vance backer David Sachs and helped Sachs and Vance organize the major Silicon Valley fundraiser. He was part of the core Silicon Valley group that backed Vance for president, calling Vance an exceptional pick after he was selected. They just don't want to pay taxes. Can I tell you that? They just don't want to pay taxes. Hello. Let's see. Oh, hi. Ready for another long day. I was the one. I know. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. I don't know much about Yehuda. I really mean that. It was nice of him to be gracious and let me, clearly disagree with what, but thank you so much. I want to read that. I want to read the thing you sent me about Dominion. I really appreciate that. Let's see. Christopher Buskirk, entrepreneur. He was very nice. No, he's a dick. I'm going to tell you right now, Jen. Oh no, I have no sympathy for any of the monsters that were on that panel. None. In fact, Boone Cutler and I go way back. So I don't have any love for those guys. I'm just saying it was refreshing to not immediately be kicked from the space and allowed to say things that I'm sure were not fun for people to hear. That's all. So it was. I got more time than I thought I was going to get. But no, I can't stand any of them. All of them fucking want my daughter dead. You know what I mean? Like I don't fuck with people who want people to be. Oh no, I've got the Cybertruck video for Tina Peters. He was very nice. Yeah. Wow. I've heard the name Yehuda Miller, but I just don't know who he is. All right. Chris Buskirk, an entrepreneur, a self-proclaimed serial entrepreneur and the head of the venture capital firm 1789 Capital. Jesus Christ. These guys really live in the past. Can I just tell you this? Buskirk is leading a pro-Trump super PAC that is committed to spending $45 million on a turnout campaign in swing states. Before Vance entered the Senate, he worked with Buskirk to set up the Rockbridge Network, a network of wealthy pro-Trump donors, including Teal, to support populist nationalist candidates. Buskirk is also the publisher of the online conservative journal American Greatness. Senator Josh Hawley. The two most prominent figureheads of national conservatism on Capitol Hill, Hawley and Vance, have teamed up on legislation to raise safety standards in the rail industry. Really? And change the way the Department of Defense accounts for U.S. support for Ukraine. I need a tissue. I'm sorry. Hold on. I need a tissue. It's very emotional. No, it's not. My nose is running. Okay. In May 2024, they co-authored a letter with Senator Marco Rubio urging the Biden administration to block the acquisition of a major American steel manufacturer by a Japanese company. Oh, Mike Lee, butt dial boy. Lee was the first person to publicly announce Vance, whom he considers a close friend, as Trump's vice presidential pick at the Republican National Convention. On Capitol Hill, Vance and Lee spearheaded a Senate hold on all of the Biden administration's nominees to the Department of Justice to protest the DOJ's role in the indictments of former President Donald Trump. The duo denounced the indictments as radical lawfare and sham proceedings against Trump. Tom Cotton, the other Josh Hawley, here he is. Tom Cotton, and he's mad about that because he thinks Josh Hawley should be the other Tom Cotton, if you know what I'm saying. Cotton has teamed up with Vance on two notable pieces of legislation in the Senate. One bill co-authored by Arizona Democrat Mark Kelly to boost the number of shovel-ready manufacturing sites, and another introduced in June 2024 amends the rules surrounding birthright citizenship to exclude the children of undocumented immigrants. That's right. They have diverged. Will they be doing this for the Russian mommies that come over, have their baby so they can... Yeah, okay. Are those... I want that illegal immigration stopped. How about that? They have diverged sharply. They have diverged sharply on foreign policy, however, with Cotton supporting U.S. aid to Ukraine and Vance opposing it. Rubio, he's still alive. Before he was a competitor, Rubio worked with Vance on a bill to allow workers to bypass unions when negotiating with their employers. What? The bill, which was seen as conservative response to the PRO Act, failed to garner support among Republicans. Jim Banks, insurrectionist. The Indiana Republican joined forces with Vance on a slew of higher education-related legislation, a bill to prevent American universities from hiring undocumented immigrants. One to ban affirmative action in college admissions, and another to require universities to disclose gifts or contacts with foreign adversaries like China or Iran. I have a feeling they already have to disclose the donors of certain gifts. That's a thing. Like, that's a thing. Okay, never mind. Like Vance, he has opposed U.S. aid to Ukraine and credits his military service with pushing him to embrace a more non-interventionist foreign policy. Chip Roy, the Texas Republican, has become one of Vance's most vocal anti-Ukraine allies in the House, co-authoring a series of bicameral letters opposing additional U.S. aid to Ukraine and requesting more information from the White House and the Department of Defense about the details of U.S. aid. Patrick, here's the thinkers. Oh boy, I can't wait. I can't wait to hear what they think. Let's see. Oh my God, I'm going to have to go through chat because you guys are dropping some amazing shit. CF, what are you're dropping major information. Proposal from one of these guys crossed my desk accompanied by patents to put everyone's passports and travel on blockchain and check them with AI. Holy bazolies. Yikes. About 5 years ago, probably planning to apply the same tech to monitoring girls' periods. Yep. I'm wondering if Ted Cruz shows up with all his connections on to Cambridge. Well, the thing about it is I think Ted Cruz is like out of style. I mean, I think he entered out of style because literally I know people who went to Harvard with him and everyone hated him. Like everyone hated him in college. So I think that he's like, finally, I feel like they've been trying to get rid of them, rid me of this meddlesome priest. I think they want to get rid of the guy, the guy they always have to include because mom said, if you don't let him play with you in the Sandlot, you're going to be in trouble. So you had to let him play. But you really didn't want to. Didn't he and Rubio become the Tea Party darlings? Oh, way back then. Way back then. Remember when Ted had a career? Do you remember that? He's leaving more time with the beard, more time with his Wolverine, his Walmart Wolverine beard. I don't know. Ted. Here, Patrick Deneen. I've heard this name. A philosopher. What do you do, sir? I'm a philosopher. That sounds really terrible. A professor of political theory at the University of Notre Dame. Deneen is the most prominent academic proponent of post-liberalism. Oh, this is the part that I think we read about in Awakening Democracy where there was a real push after, what was it, after the liberal consensus or something? And that was really where there started to be a distinction between parties. I mean, not that there wasn't, but you know what I mean. I'm not saying it right, but the thought's there. A political philosophy that eschews a small L liberalism's focus on protection of individual rights and liberties in favor of promoting a post-liberal order grounded in the promotion of conservative and religious values. Vance has cited Deneen as a major intellectual influence and appeared at events with him, in addition to identifying himself as a member of the post-liberal right. That's who he was on the panel with. Okay, Patrick Deneen. I know I've seen Patrick Deneen. Sohrab Ahmari, who's a writer, Ahmari has promoted a version of pro-worker conservatism and new centrism from his post as the co-editor of Compact Magazine, an online journal that's popular with the populist right. Didn't we just read something from Compact or something? Though he has recently grown more skeptical of the Republican Party's appetite for a genuinely populist political program, he remains close with Vance, having profiled him for several publications and hosted him at a buzzy conference for common good conservatives in 2022. Yoram Hazony, an Israeli-born philosopher and former aide to Benjamin Netanyahu, is the intellectual godfather of the national conservatism movement, which formed during the Trump era as a big tent intellectual movement for the populist nationalist right. His 2018 book, The Virtue of Nationalism, is a key text to the nationalist right. Nationalist just is so Nazi. I just can't. I can't. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Is a key text. Okay. Vance has been a regular speaker and attendee at the annual NatCon conference since 2019, and it has acknowledged Hazany's influence on his thinking about nationalism and public religion. Yarvin. Hi, Badger. Yarvin, 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 Yarvin. Yarvin is a self-identified monarchist writer and the intellectual leader of the neo-reactionary, or NRX, movement, premised on the conviction that American democracy has degenerated into a corrupt oligarchy that will eventually give way to a monarchical national CEO or dictator. While blogging over the pseudonym Mencius Moldbug, Yarvin dabbled in race science, though he has disavowed white nationalism. Vance has called Yarvin a friend and cited his work in interviews. I don't think he's not denounced white nationalism, has he, Gal? You know what Yarvin's up to. I don't think he has. Yeah, he's Soylent Green. He wants to make people food. That's a mold bug. That's what he is. He's a mold bug. Apt. Rod Dreher, writer and philosopher. Dreher is an Orthodox Christian, I don't know how to say his name, who rose to prominence as the leader of the Crunchy Cons, or conservatives who embrace the countercultural back-to-the-land attitudes typically associated with the hippie left. Or preppers. Well, who wrote this? More recently, he's encouraged Christian conservatives to embrace the Benedict option of withdrawing from mainstream secular society to build self-sustaining communities dedicated to cultivating Christian virtue. They do realize that they never will have, they don't even want the Christian world that they think they want. You know what I mean? Which I know that's not the point for most of them, but I don't know. Okay. He has moved to Hungary and become a supporter of Viktor Orban's government. Well, I can't wait to see him dragged out into the street and when they have the revolution. He was among the first conservative intellectuals to embrace Vance after the publication of Hillbilly Elegy in 2016 and remains friends with him today, even attending Vance's baptism into the Catholic Church in 2019. What? Okay. Orrin Cass, economist. Cass was an economic policy advisor to Mitt Romney in 2012 before breaking with the GOP's longstanding consensus on free market fundamentalism to become a leading apostle of the new conservative economics, grounded in economic nationalism, protectionism, and a nominally pro-worker agenda. You know, all these are pretty words, but I don't think they're actually what it means. You know what I mean? I think this is real soft soap. Real soft soap. Vance appears regularly at his think tank, American Compass, and has cited Cass's work as a primary influence on his economic thinking. They just don't have any plans, folks. A veteran of Trump's Department of Defense, Colby has become the new right's go-to foreign policy expert. He describes his own foreign policy position as one of prioritization, arguing that the U.S. needs to limit its involvement abroad so it can focus on the unique threat of an ascendant China. Oh, that sounds like a great idea. Why don't we just ignore the rest of the world and put all of our attention on one country? That sounds like a brilliant idea. Wow. Shame you haven't risen higher. Ugh. Vance has proven to be even more avidly anti-interventionist and skeptical of multilateral institutions like NATO than Colby, but he has cited Colby as an influence, and his public remarks on foreign policy bear the imprint of Colby's thinking on prioritization. The MAGA allies, Kevin Roberts, although Kevin's mad at him right now or something, right? I don't know. The leader of the organization behind the now infamous Project 2025, Roberts is a longtime Vance ally in Washington, having called him one of the leaders, if not the leader, of our movement. The two men have appeared together at public events and co-authored op-eds about foreign policy, and Vance even wrote the foreword to Roberts' forthcoming book. Oh, they're besties. Russell Vought. Oh, God. Former Trump OMB director. Vought, the former director of the Office of Management and Budget during the Trump administration and a contender for Trump's next chief of staff, which won't happen, is a staunch social conservative and hardline budget hawk. Oh, I hate this guy. Whose organization, the Center for Renewing America, oh God, the Center for Starving America, serves as a behind-the-scenes brain trust for the most conservative members of Congress. In January, Vaught told Political Magazine that he is in regular contact with Vance's Hill office, and we probably have one of the closest relationships with Vance's office that we do with any Hill office. Fucker Carlson. The former Fox News superstar used his primetime show to promote Vance's Senate candidacy in 2022 and has remained one of his most ardent public supporters. Vance is a regular guest on the new platform with Fucker, where the two men have joined forces to oppose additional U.S. aid to Ukraine, and Carlson reportedly personally lobbied Trump to pick Vance as his VP candidate in the days leading up to the RNC. He's by far the smartest and deepest. What? I think my mind is in the gutter. Okay, Steve Bannon, the former Trump strategist, is another. I'm sorry, I'm having. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. He's a deep senator. He's one of the deepest. Never mind. Take it all, bitch. No, I'm just kidding. All right. In January, okay. In an interview, okay, yeah. Anyway, Steve Bannon's an idiot. Bannon suggested that Vance could become the St. Paul to Trump's Jesus, the convert who spreads the gospel of Trumpism to the world. You know, Jesus played in small rooms until St. Paul came around, Bannon said. It took the zeal of St. Paul to turn Jesus into a headliner. Oh, really? You think we haven't met Donald Trump? Is that what you think? Don Jr. met Vance. Koch Jr. met Vance during his 22 Senate race. And the two men became close friends, with Don Jr. helping broker the rapprochement between Vance and his father that eventually led to Trump's endorsement. I don't know. I'm feeling like something else happened, but okay. Cool story, bro. Since then, the two remain regular texting buddies, with Vance frequently appearing on Don Jr.'s podcast and Don Jr. serving as one of Vance's main advocates at Mar-a-Flardo. Their friendship paid off during the Republican vice presidential sweepstakes, when Don Jr. publicly and privately advocated for his father to pick Vance, whom he saw as the best candidate to carry forward his father's legacy. This is really a Politico thing. That's funny. That's funny. All right, Eric Erickson, you and your merry band of fuckers need to go away. Oh, we're not on yet. Okay. Whoops. Let me make sure. Oh, we are. Scheitenbeis. Okay, so that's up. That's up. Let me make sure we are. We've got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole. Oh, I don't need that. Okay. Wow. Wow, Luigi. Oh. I love the colorful clothes she wears, and the way the sunlight plays upon her hair. I've been listening to the Beach Boys. Why were JD and his goofy goons not arrested on that tarmac? Oh, because they didn't do anything but, be incels. Let me tell you, though, you know what the best one was? Hold on, I'll find it, because it was good. Oops, hold on. Wow, Luigi. Wow, Luigi. Let me see here. Oh wait, what was I looking for? Oh. I just want to start your day with this because I think it was a good moment. Hold on. That's a boss. What you got? I love you. You know what? I'm here for this. I am here for this. I may not agree with her on some policing things or what. I don't know what her thoughts are these days. She was a little hardcore when she was a DA. But no more than others. So frankly, again, I'm so done with men choosing to beat up on women because they feel like they're so threatened. They're so threatened. The Nimrods of the Tarmac. I love it. But I'm just going to say, having known that Kamala was constantly insulted when she was DA and running for DA, those stories are so old and disgusting. And I don't know, it just really makes me mad. It really makes me fucking mad because we're contemporaries. So I know I was in San Francisco when I know. I guess I'm just saying this is something she's dealt with on levels that I will never understand. All I will understand is the way that women have been regarded in the workplace, in the 80s and 90s, based on my own experience. And so I can only imagine that her experience was far worse. And I just know, they have done such terrible things with her image, with, questioning how she got the job and all this, untoward, and just to see her grace in walking through, holding her head high, not responding. You know what I mean? I'm going to tell you right now, I got mad respect for this woman. They throw some really vile shit her way, and it doesn't ever seem to faze her. And I don't know if that's from her days as a prosecutor, where you're always, you might be the subject of a lot of people's ire. But I don't know. I just, I don't know. I just don't think people should be treated like that. I think it's disgusting. And I'm kind of happy to see that it's not taking, all the bullshit that they want to throw and stick on her. It's just not taking. And what it shows is just how frightened the Republican whatevers are, that they're not gonna, it's not gonna go well. All right, darling, I'm gonna give some fashion advice this morning. Okay, so be ready. All right, just be ready. I like the pink dress that just walked by. No, I don't like the pink. I don't like that outfit. I don't like anything about it. The length is too short for your age. That's not a good choice. I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't like to be mean because what am I wearing? Shorts and a top. Bye. See you later, CF. Thanks for stopping in this morning. I sure appreciate that. That's very nice of you. Yeah, he's calling himself St. Paul. I think that pretty much takes the cake. I think I'm done with that. Anyway. St. Paul, protect us. Brain donors. The worst brain donors. I wonder who else they have as witnesses. I'm so curious. I think it's going to be crazy. Crazy. Yeah, so I don't know. I didn't know what I was going to say. It wasn't that good. Please share the broadcast. Please like and share. I know you're probably subscribed already. If you're on TikTok, come on over to YouTube. Hang out with us for the day. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be so great. You're going to be like, oh my God, why didn't I do this sooner? I'm just trying to give us more space here. anyways, let's see. Oh, tonight is lounge. Woo! I hope you're going to come to the lounge tonight. It's probably going to be an exhausted Lolo because I have a feeling we're going to go to 5 today, which means we'll go to 4, which means I'll have 2.5 hours to take a nap and get ready for the next show. So lower your expectations now. The lounge will probably be not as well, it's never really all that energetic, is it? I'd kind of like to go in the kitchen tonight. I really need to make some bread. I really need to make some bread. I really do. I also got a thing of starter because I killed my starter. And I know I probably didn't kill it, but I was too scared to use it. So I guess I might not be the right person to try and do starter because everything to me looks like it's spoiled and I end up throwing it out. But I really do think I ignored this and it went crazy. I don't know. Is that true? Can you do that? Oh yeah, I hate paying bills too, but it is nice when they're done. Yeah, so I don't know. Kitchen's kind of a mess. It's so hot. Actually, no, I'm not going to do the kitchen because it's too hot. What am I thinking? It's like 175,000 degrees out here. That's not true. I'm just not a fan of the lace overlay. Okay, I'm not a fan of it. I get it. It had a moment. It's time to walk away from that. I don't know why lace overlay bothers me so much. Trial continues. No. So what happened? Oh, what do you mean charged? I thought they were still going to put on their defense. Wait, what? Oh, King Turd. Are you trying to spell something silly? Don't be silly. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're not going to be able to spell the words you want to spell. Sorry. I blocked certain letters from appearing alone. So that's why you can't spell the bad words that you want to spell. I know. It's so disappointing. What's wrong with me? Why can't I let the boys have their fun? Why? I was very energized this morning, wasn't I? Bum, 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 bum. Let's check you out. What do you got? What do you got for anything? You got nothing. Girl, come on now. Do better. Are you mad? Are you mad that you can't spell the word you want to spell? Bye. Bye. F's in the chat. Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately you couldn't spell the word you wanted to, could you? My attention may have... No, you would... he just started. No, literally, you cannot spell certain words in my fucking chat because I've blocked letters from appearing independently. You stupid incel dumb shits. Why don't you try going to college and learning something so that you can learn how to avoid... Okay? King Turd. The king of turds. I don't know if that's a flex I would want. I don't know. I mean, I talk about pooping a lot, but I don't really like to think about it, if you know what I mean. But so if my name was it, I think I'd reflect. I don't know. But you know what? I'm sorry, that was really loud.
Got you all fired up with your Napoleon complex. Why you so obsessed with me? Boy, I wanna know.
Anyway. Sorry, that was really loud. I didn't mean for that to be so loud. Wake up! But it's not as bad. You know what I figured out, what I'm going to do with the clip is that I think I can just do this.
Shut up, Lolo.
Then I can stop it. And then the next one will be queued up for the next time. So wait, okay, going back to your point, because I think I read something about this. So I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, which I probably am, I thought that they went through the usual, move to dismiss kind of thing. And the dude said, I'm not going to dismiss it. We're going to continue. I thought it was like that moment in a trial where the judge has the opportunity to dismiss the case, or acquit the person, but then he chooses not to. But then they go on and present their case, and, the defense presents a case. Aren't they presenting a case? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Remember during his trial, Trump kept complaining that it was preventing him from getting out and campaigning. Now that he can get out and campaigning, he's not. Oh my God, that's such a good thing. Your Chihuahua's oh yeah, right? Let me tell you about King Turds. As a mom, I've had way too much experience with turds. So stop. Girl, you're going to have to wake up pretty early in the morning. And if you wake up earlier than me, I don't think I want to know you. Maybe I do. Yeah, as a mom, listen, there's very little you can tell me. I also ran a high school. Are you kidding? The things that have been said to me. Are you kidding me right now? Do you know what it's like to be an administrator in a high school? Blocking the ladder people. Yeah, I know. Well, I've did a few variations, so it should block some of the major bad words. Not all of them, but they'll have to be real fucking. They're gonna have to be real fucking creative with their spelling if they want to get around what I've put in as a block. So, oh well. The party's over. When the troll becomes the troller. No, wait. The trolley becomes the troller. That's me. My Sherronna. Ay, 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 woo. But I was kind of confused because I thought that, like you said, Oomph, and I certainly trust what your assessment is of where we're at. I did hear that this case was like done. I'm very confused about what's going to happen today. Let me put it that way. I wish I traveled around to these court cases. I think I want that to be my job. I want to travel around and go to these court cases and then make fun of people. That's what I want to do. When I grow up, I want to be famous. I want to make fun of people. Yeah, I thought it was, but I did hear a couple of people saying, "Oh no, this thing happened," and so the judge basically said she's guilty or something. So, but I don't, which I was kind of surprised to hear the judge talk about the case in that way. Oh my God, my eyelash is falling off. Come on, but okay, that's fine. I have to make sure my eyelash isn't falling off into my eye. I almost spilled my coffee. Okay. All right. Everybody calm down. Everybody in the club getting tipsy. Here's the judge. Here's Judge Sexy. Oh my God. I just want him to like read the law review to me at night, you know? Oh, good. Okay.
So we're back on.
You're not the only one that mentioned that, though. Oomph.
This is Peter's matter. All the parties are present. Good morning, everyone. The court yesterday had spoken with the court reporter off the record.
Yeah, that's what I thought,
initially
Kathy.
To just introduce myself. And then I realized when I was chatting with him that usually when the court has a private reporter,
I think I know what you mean.
Get some way to watch the transcription as it's occurring, and that it hadn't been offered to me, which is neither here nor there. I just hadn't thought about it until that exact moment when I was chatting with him because my focus is elsewhere. And he mentioned last night that he may speak with the defense team about providing that to me because it could be helpful. I didn't ask him to do that. It sounds like he did, and it sounds like what he just told me now is that I've been given a link to it. I was going to say I don't need it. It's not, I wasn't asking for it. It was just kind of a spur of the moment thing when I was sitting there chatting with him. I didn't know if maybe he forgot, or like I said, every time I've had a private court reporter in the courtroom, I've just been given access to it so I can streamline things. And
What? They have
That's
their
fine
own
with us. And
Okay.
court
Sure.
reporter?
What? Is
What?
this the-
Yeah, that's the live feed.
Okay, that's, if you want to give it to me, that'd be great, just so it helps me keep track of the questions and I
I
can
know,
repeat
I'm
them.
sorry, I thought you had it.
What?
No, I didn't.
had it, sir. I'm sorry.
No.
What?
Again, like, I figured I usually get it.
What?
Well,
okay.
it was an oversight on the court reporting services part because we assumed. that
You
had
blamed
it.
them?
I'm happy to.
You didn't
I
check to
appreciate
see-
it, thank you.
What?
So it'll be helpful. And
What?
Reporter too.
What?
Is there anything we need to take up before the jury comes in?
That
Yes, Your
fucking
Honor.
guy. You know
At the close
See
of
this
court
little
yesterday,
fucking prick? This
At
little
7
fucking
o'clock or
prick.
6?
Yes.
Okay.
I had requested.
You are
the court
blaming the court
consider
reporting service?
Contempt for defense. if
Fuck
they
you.
Continued to go into things that the court has repeatedly said are off limits, and Your Honor indicated that you hadn't necessarily thought about that and had considered other options. Having slept on it, I have considered another option and am asking for something additional. If I can approach, I've given a copy of this to defense.
Sure, come on up.
May we see a copy, sir?
I have it.
Okay. All right. Okay. I get
I'm not
it.
necessarily wedded to this exact language, but the
But
people
with these
are
folks-
asking for a contemporaneous remedial instruction. The contempt is really more of a punitive thing for defense counsel for violating the court's orders. But I believe, as Your Honor referenced yesterday, if the prosecution were doing this, it would have resulted in a mistrial days ago. We are asking for an instruction that explains to the jury why it's irrelevant, and we feel like we have no option at this point because
I agree.
they continue to probe things that the court has ruled is irrelevant, and the court has ruled it's irrelevant for a specific purpose, which is, as the court has repeatedly said, outside of the presence of the jury, it is not relevant to any issue the jury will be deciding. And so we are asking that the court either accept this instruction or modify it to whatever the court deems appropriate. And whenever we object to something and the court sustains the objection based on a prior court order that is not an area they're allowed to go into, that the court give this instruction.
Okay, so I guess just a response from one of the defense team?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're the one we're spanking,
Okay.
so you should sit down.
So, Your Honor, let's start with the basic premise that the prosecution argued briefly, and that was the fact that we inquire into things that they will object to as irrelevant. I'll give you an example, just one. Your Honor, I have tendered as an offer of proof last night to make a special record the Rule 2019.2A to access logs, which this court has ruled to be inadmissible by their objection. May I approach with exhibit, or page 9 of the indictment, which indicates that's one of the rules my client was charged with before this trial.
Okay, sure, come on up. Well, it's in the record, so
Okay.
the indictments, I
So,
don't need a separate copy.
When the defense maybe asks a question about something that maybe she was charged with, and they say objection, and then they tell you, oh, that's a prior ruling, and the court accepts their representation, keeps that out, we're confused. Or when, for example, Your Honor, we have a meeting with the court, and we have a discussion about other act evidence, and the court was very clear that such things such as the video and the images were not crimes, they shouldn't come into the trial, they bring it in their opening statement, and then they object whenever we want to talk about it.
That is a mischaracterization of what happened at the pretrial conference. We all agreed they're not crimes. And but my recollection is that that's intrinsic evidence, that's evidence of how this all came about. So, right, there's no argument that they're crimes, but I was never a decision made by me that was excluded from admissibility.
Okay, then whenever we probed into those areas, we've been restricted.
About you haven't been restricted from probing into the videos. You've made numerous records about how they're blurred, how it's not a crime, among other things. So,
Your Honor, let's talk about the QR code. We approached on that. The court held it was inadmissible. Then they play an audio with the QR code in it. After we lost our opportunity to cross-examine witnesses on that.
the fact that it's mentioned in an audio does not suddenly open the door to what a QR code is, why it matters, or anything like that. Those are distinct and separate issues. We're not going down that road because going down that road opens a can of worms as to matters that are entirely irrelevant to the issue. Just because something is said in a recording without more does not necessarily make it admissible. And I have issued numerous rulings in this case.
This judge
And
is
I'll be
done.
clear that the United States Supreme Court has spoken on this issue 70 plus years ago, that counsel are required to confine their arguments to the evidence and not touch upon matters that have been withdrawn from the jury by the court.
Yes, sir.
That's Fisher v. Pace, 336 U.S. 155, a United States Supreme Court case that specifically
Make attorneys
says
get
whether you agree or
attorneys.
disagree with the rulings that I've made, you must abide by them.
I agree.
But you're not at times, and that's the frustrating part. Is I don't know if it's a strategy or what it is, but asking questions into prohibited areas by me in front of the jury over and over and over again to just elicit an objection that you must know is coming, and a sustaining of that objection by me that you must know is coming, is troubling. And I'm trying to figure out what to do.
May I approach with the defense response?
Sure.
I have not seen that.
Oh, okay.
So, Your Honor, sometimes when questions are prepared, and I'm not making an excuse, sometimes when questions
No,
are
you
prepared,
actually are.
They're prepared in a series, and sometimes lawyers, when they're making adjustments on the fly, I know that I am deliberately trying to stay away from the areas the court has foreclosed us on. I know that the court was frustrated with Mr. Case yesterday. May I approach, Your Honor, with the modification to the proposed contemporaneous remedial instruction?
Okay, sure. Thanks.
This guy seems really defeated.
So
I'm telling
I
you,
really
every day of
don't
this
wanna go down
fucking
this
case,
road anymore.
every day of this trial has been amazing.
I guess let's just see how things go this morning. And if we end up in a situation where the prosecution or the defense or I believe we need to start talking about contemporaneous instructions, then we can have that conversation at the bench.
Yes, sir.
I did, again, spend time last night thinking about the request of the prosecution about contempt, and that's also on the table too. I expect my orders to be complied with. There is abundant record for my orders. There's abundant record for your positions on my orders. It is preserved for the purposes of whatever appeal, if any, might come. And because of that, you have to play within the bounds. We are losing a lot of time through these arguments that we're having right now, these discussions. So can we get the jury in?
Your Honor, I have one more request.
Okay.
Your Honor, the court had over our objection qualified a legal expert in this case. We would like to call Professor David Clement
No!
to rebut legal expert, even though it's not endorsed. And we would be qualified to discuss and rebut issues. And since I was limited in my cross-examination, to discuss the rules and orders and the things that we would like to present. I wanted to inform the court of that. So that the court could be aware that we were calling him as a witness. Because he was not endorsed, he would be a rebuttal.
Is he a legal expert? Is he a
No!
lawyer?
Yes, he would be a legal expert.
He's been,
Yes,
And where's he from?
he's going to be disbarred.
He is
I need to
from,
get in touch with this
New
judge.
Mexico, sir.
Please, somebody tell
okay.
me how to get in touch with this judge.
And he's never been endorsed by you?
He was not endorsed by us. He's a rebuttal witness, sir.
No!
But
It's
No!
hard for me to anticipate that the
No!
court, because the court
He's
did
Doug
go through a
Frank's
narrow
bestie.
exception where
No!
a legal expert can. I
No!
thought the case law was pretty clear that the court was going to provide that instruction. I do believe we now have to
Oh my
rebut it.
God. Please, somebody
Right,
tell
but
the
you knew
judge
that they were gonna
who
call
David
Mr. Ford.
Clemens
He was
is.
properly endorsed months ago.
He was also a fact witness, Your Honor.
Yeah, but he was endorsed as an expert in the law.
I agreed.
And I have a provision in my pretrial order about when rebuttal experts can be identified. I believe that's buried somewhere in the paperwork, but
Your Honor, I'm asking for a exception due to
No.
the fact that
No.
the court,
No.
the prosecution went through a narrow
No.
exception in the law. I've only been doing this about 26, 27 years. I've never seen a legal expert qualified to testify in front of a court. We had.
there's case law on it, so it's happened many times, but okay.
Okay.
All right, Mr. I don't know that I
No.
want to address this issue right now with the jury waiting. but
No.
Mr. Rubenstein?
I'll be very brief, Judge. Our report about what Caleb Thornton would testify to has been out in discovery for more
Okay,
than a
I'm
year.
doing it.
Prior
I'm gonna send him an
counsel
email.
actually
He
endorsed
can
a
ignore it.
different person
It's not
as the
tampering or
rebuttal
whatever.
expert for that.
I'm
This
sending
is
him an
not
email.
something that I am
I'm sending
literally
him an
hearing
email.
at 8:56 in the
I'm sending an
morning
email.
on trial. They didn't even have the courtesy to email us last night about this.
I don't, that's okay.
Your Honor, our rebuttal legal expert happens to not be in the country, and I was just informed of his availability when we began making inquiries. It wasn't an intentional delay, but the endorsed legal expert that prior legal teams endorsed, I have been informed is not available.
Well,
Okay.
What the fuck are you
8
talking
months
about?
To get someone else. I mean, this is not a problem of anyone's making but the defendant's.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So.
Bring
I
in the
guess we'll
jury.
just address that at a later time. Let's get the jury. Oh, and I think Miss Bishop, we can have her come on in.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, just have her hang tight back there, and then I'll swear her in.
Wait, is this him? Yeah.
Judge, do you want her to?
No, she can just hang right there, and I'll have her come up when she'll know.
I have his phone number. But I have the general email for the court. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and email the court and just, I don't know. I'm sure, I know I'm not the one that has the information, like fucking everybody has the information. And undoubtedly this judge is smart enough to figure out who's who, but I don't want to miss the opportunity to at least share what we know a little bit and just say, I don't know. That's how I alerted the court. Oh, that's right. You alerted the court that Bannon was... Gal told the court that Bannon was restreaming Eastman's disbarment, which is naughty.
Thank you.
You called in. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm going to call in. I'm going to email after. Well, I don't know. I'll do it sometime. I don't know when.
8:59, we're on the record in the Peters matter. All the parties are present. Jury is now here. Hope you all had a good evening. You're refreshed, ready to go. Should be a full day for us. We were in the midst of Miss Bishop's direct examination by Mr. Case, which we will continue today. Miss Bishop, if you can come on up. It's a new day, so I'm going to swear you in again. Please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of law that the statement...
She wearing the same dress as yesterday?
Today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I mean, no hate. I wear the same clothes day after
State
day.
your name or spell your last since you did that yesterday, and Mr. Case, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the witness with the original?
She slept in her dress. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes.
She literally is wearing the same dress, which I guess is fine. A little weird.
Thank you.
See? Thank you, Max. Thank you. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. Physically, he doesn't really do anything for me. Not my type. But that brain, you're smart like
I will
that.
stipulate to the admission of Defense Exhibit FF3.
Okay, it is so admitted.
Great. Can you explain to the jury, please, what Exhibit FF3 is?
No, I would just
FF3
want
is
to.
a conversation.
It is
with
weird to wear the same dress. I'm
myself,
sorry.
With Clerk Peters, with our attorney Kurt Olson, Sandy Brown, and Colonel Sean Smith.
Yeah, enter the chat.
And
Sean
Conan
Smith.
Hayes.
Your Honor, may we publish Exhibit FF3, please?
I want to know how she got connected to Lindell and things like that. I know. I would think she slept in her fucking dress. I mean, again, I don't hate because I wear the same clothes like all the time, but I'm also not on the stand. It might be her lucky dress. Jim, you nailed it. You nailed it. Yeah, do you work at the county office? Yeah, who are you? Why are you here?
And what do we see at the top of page 1?
At the top is the list of everyone who is in this particular chat group. So as I stated, Colonel Sean Smith, Attorney Kurt Olson, Clerk Tina Peters, myself, and Sandy Brown.
All right. Who is Colonel Sean Smith?
Colonel Sean Smith is a retired Air Force colonel, and he's an expert on the Dominion voting systems.
I'm going to object as to her opinion as to his expertise or lack thereof.
That is sustained as it relates to that portion of the testimony.
What was Sean's, without talking about what his qualifications are, what was Sean Smith's role in the group?
Colonel Sean Smith advised on, he talked a lot about the machines, how they work, what they're doing. He was also helping to coordinate canvassing efforts on the eastern slope, so he was heavily involved. He had already testified in the legislature.
Okay.
I'm going to object based on a pretrial ruling issued by the court regarding
All right.
Our attorney, Kurt Olson. I can't fucking wait. These are testifying days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
I know, right? How's she not?
Kurt Olson is an attorney that we have spoken with since May of 21.
Oh, really? Really? Just
And
May?
Conan Hayes.
Because he's Lindell's
Conan
lawyer,
Hayes
too.
is the cyber expert.
Kurt Olson is
that
everybody's
performed the forensic
fucking
image.
Lindell's, or his Kurt Olson's
Then
client.
Clerk Peters was also a member.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Is Conan Hayes, is
Yeah.
he initial CH?
Yes, Conan Hayes is CH.
And then yourself?
Yes.
And then Sandy Brown, she's the last.
Yes.
And then was Belinda Nicely added later?
Yes, Belinda Nicely was added to the chat later.
Now, did you later remove both Sandy Brown and Belinda Nicely?
According to this, I did, yes.
And what day did you do that?
Okay. Sorry. It's hard to read the font. I apologize. It looks, I believe that's. I guess it's time to get readers. I believe that's June 5th of 2021.
Yeah, it's time to get readers, you
is
stupid
when
cow.
I removed Sandra Brown.
Yes? Can you look on the top of, and that's on page 11?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you look on the top of page 12?
Yes, and then I removed Belinda Nicely on, I think that says June 5th, 2021. I apologize.
You have a lot more to apologize than that,
What
bitch.
date did you start the chat group?
So the chat was started on, gosh, this is so tiny. I'm sorry. I believe that's May 18th of 2021.
Can we look at
Right before the cameras were turned off.
Caleb? Second panel, enlarged. You can look at the screen, which has
Butterflies. Hope she doesn't have lucky underwear.
Did
or no underwear.
Can you read that for us?
Yes, Sandy Brown added Sandy Brown.
Okay, so this was a chat where people could join on their own.
Yeah, they could join on their own. We only know that because she was able to add and take away people, and there was no admin restrictions, or they would have popped up.
And then fourth panel, please, on page 2.
Mm-hmm. Belinda added Belinda.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Then on this is hard to read. Could we look at page 3, please? And what do we see in the first panel? It's easier to see on the blow up.
There's some attachment. I don't know what it is. It doesn't look like there's anything. It says empty on the file, so I'm not sure what that is.
All right. And second panel?
Did this defense
This also
attorney
says
like
empty, so I am not sure what that is.
Did they talk to this witness at all?
I'd ask that it not be published publicly. It has Ms. Brown's personal email, and out of respect, I don't think it should be published for the public.
Okay.
No objection to
Well, too fucking late.
We'll go ahead and let's take it down, and if it can be covered up somehow, you can put it back up.
Did Sandy Brown post her own email address to the group?
Yes, she did.
To the group.
Do you know why she did that?
I don't know why.
All right. And did Belinda Nicely post her own email to the group?
Yes, she did.
And are those shown on the third and fourth panels on page 3?
So, yes, excuse me, Sandra Brown posted hers, and then Conan Hayes posted his, actually at the bottom of page 3.
All right, thank you. Then on turning to the top of page 4, there's mention of a Dropbox. Can you read that for us?
Yes, it says, I set up the Dropbox. Let me know if you receive the invite. That's Conan Hayes speaking.
And what is a Dropbox?
It's like it's a holding box. You can upload anything, images, videos, documents, anything, and then you can, and as long as you have the link for it, you're able to access it.
Hi, Teresa.
Can you read that for us?
Yes, this is Sandy Brown is saying, I got the logs uploaded.
Next panel, please.
Thank you, Conan Hayes.
Now, there's been testimony in the case that Sandy Brown did not know Conan Hayes before the trusted build. Based on this, do you know, can we tell if that's true or not?
Well, we are all talking in the same chat group, and they're obviously communicating together and exchanging information. So I would say that's not correct.
Thank you.
Did Sandy lie?
And then
I think Sandy didn't know what signal was.
Give some praise to Sandy Brown and Belinda Nicely.
Yes.
Okay, and that would be, yeah.
Yes.
Can you read that?
Clerk Peter says, Sandy and Belinda, you rock. Thank you. And that is on May 18th.
Top of page 5, please. Did Sandy Brown respond to Clerk Peters? Can you read that?
Yes, Sandy responds, thank you. Or excuse me, you're welcome.
And then in the next panel, Sandy Brown posted some things. Do you remember what these are?
I do not know what those are.
Oh, there you go, gal. That's right.
Could we look at the panel below that?
She states you'll find the upgrade schedule that we have so far and other upgrade info on
they
this
do
newsletter.
claim this is fake. So does Jerry Wood. He's like, I don't recall this
There was
conversation.
an attachment that was a newsletter?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
What did you understand the word upgrade to mean?
Objection.
I think I need an objection button,
I
too.
do not know at this point. I can speculate that I may have thought that was pertaining to the trusted build.
Okay, top of page 6, please. Who sent this message at the top of page 6?
Clerk Peters sent the message, please let me know your ETA so Sandy and I can be available to give you access, Conan, or you can call the number. And that was on May 23rd.
And is that the date of the trusted build?
I do not believe that's the date of the trusted build, no.
I thought Sandy said that she...
And then the rest of the messages on page 6 are
she was introduced to him as Gerald Wood.
Peters and Conan Hayes.
So was she lying about that? I mean, Sandy
Yes,
could
they
be
are.
lying, okay?
You can tell. All right.
Yeah, yes, they are.
And were those messages available to Belinda
Sandy lying
Nicely
doesn't make
and Sandy
Tina
Brown as members of
innocent.
the group?
Yes, everyone could read the messages if you wanted to read them.
Now,
I don't know if she's thinking straight, Kathy.
I'm sorry, I asked you a wrong
I
question.
do too,
I asked
but-
you if May 23rd was the date of the trusted build, and I know that's wrong, so it was a bad question.
Oh, then it was
did
lying.
happen on May 23rd, when Clerk Peters and Conan Hayes were exchanging text messages on page 7?
Well, if I'm just looking at this here, because again, this is 3 years ago, so when you're asking me dates, it's a little hard. I don't want to misstate anything. According to this, they connect and meet up, and they're going to have coffee, according to page 7. And she picks Conan Hayes up and takes him to
Why is
the
she
hotel that he's
testifying
gonna be
about
staying
something
at.
else that other people did? Could we stop this, please?
Let me make sure I'm saying
Why
that
is
correctly.
she? She
Maybe I should
wasn't.
just read it.
She wasn't a fucking. It is suspicious. You're right. I totally
She
agree,
says that
Kathy.
she's getting a coffee on 5th and Colorado, and then she's coming by. Oh, so I apologize. So they met at some point on the 23rd.
Yeah, but
and,
Sandy was at the 23rd.
She says, take your time. She's headed your way. I'm headed your way. I'll be there in 3 minutes. I'm in a dark pickup. And she asks the hotel and then tells him she's there. He says what hotel he's at. And she is going to meet with him. She says, no, it's right across. I'll find you on page 8.
No, I'm going to object this to narrative at this point.
She wasn't there.
Okay. I'll ask another question.
Thank you.
So was May the
Thank
23rd,
you.
was that the date of the imaging, if you know?
I am not aware that that was the specific date, and that's just because of lapse in my
I
memory.
know she said that,
I'm
Kathy.
just not
I
confident
just-
on the date.
I don't know. I don't know if she
Then,
realized. I don't know.
What was your understanding of whether the imaging was legal or illegal?
My understanding is the imaging was legal.
And
Objection, question and answer, irrelevant, calls for legal conclusion.
It's sustained.
Yeah, he said he didn't recognize it. So again,
Now,
I'm not saying nothing, but
what was the
at the
date
same,
of the trusted build?
everybody here is sus. Okay.
I believe the date of the trusted build was started on the 25th and 26th.
Right, and are there messages in here on page 9 that were exchanged on actually during the trusted build?
Yes, there are messages on May 25th, starting at 9:20 in the morning.
Could we publish page 9, please, Caleb?
And actually, starting as early as 8:41 in the morning on page 9.
And can you read the first message on page 9 to us, please?
Yes, the first message is from Clerk Peters. It says they are all here working feverishly and may be done by noon, they said. There's 4 of them.
Okay, can we show the second panel, please? Yeah, okay. Third panel, please.
The third panel is me, and I say, holy cow, are we filming?
And can you explain what you meant when you texted that?
Yeah, can you
to
explain that?
The group?
I'm asking if anyone's filming, if anybody's filming anything in the room.
Really?
And why did you ask that question?
I'm not confident why I asked that question. I'm not
Really?
sure.
I think you are, bitch. Oh, I think you are, cunt. I think you're real fucking confident. What's the matter?
Okay,
You're not on your podcast there,
There's another
Sherronna?
comment by Colonel Sean Smith, but I don't know what that is.
Okay.
It's
Next
blank.
panel. Can you explain what this is? This is the 5th panel on page 9.
I don't know what that says. I don't know. It's been 3 years and I can't see the image, so I don't know what that says. I'm guessing it's a screenshot of something.
And did you have an understanding at the time of whether it was legal or illegal to have an observer
Stop.
present at the trusted build?
Objection. What calls for legal conclusion given her qualifications?
Sustained.
I think it's Sherronna breathing into the microphone, okay? I just want to say that because it happened all fucking time during her shit, and I think she breathes fucking heavy into the microphone.
All right, can we look at page 10, please, at the top?
Mm-hmm.
You can use the screen behind you if it's helpful.
Kurt Olson?
On the previous picture there that I posted, whatever that screenshot was, Attorney Kurt Olson responds, I'm certain this is disinfo.
What did you understand that to mean?
Whatever I posted was not, he was not sure
but
that was
she doesn't
correct. But then
remember
he goes
what
on
she
to say,
posted.
never mind, misunderstood. They were talking about the earlier quote audit.
Do you know what he was referring to?
I would have then, but it's been 3 years. I do not know what exactly what we're talking about.
Okay. Oh,
Then did you
okay.
send a
All
message
right.
to the group on
Well, that's so convenient.
June 7th?
Yes. Yep. I said every state should be audited. In California, 3,000 votes were recorded from an empty dorm building.
No,
And I
it
published
wasn't.
the
You're a liar.
Article from Gateway Pundit.
Right? What is she even doing there?
And then do you know what the
Because she was on a mission to get a copy of a Dominion machine, and she fucking got it.
10?
I'm sorry, I don't know what those are or what they're referencing.
All right, and then on page 11, at the top, what is the date here? First message.
The date is June 8th of 21.
And who is sending this message?
Conan Hayes is sending the message.
And what does ha-ha mean?
Exactly. Well, I mean, this is the
I do
defense
not know.
counsel, so that's why it's totally stupid. But I think she's going to be nailed on cross-examination. I really do. Really. Yeah. Who are you and why are you here?
Did you make a post in response to Conan Hayes?
Yes, it appears I did. I don't know what the post was. Probably a graphic or a meme. I don't know.
All right, and then is there a text posting you made in the?
Yes. Beneath that, I say she is absolutely savage.
Who were you referring to by she?
I don't know because I can't see the graphic above. I don't know.
Then in the next,
Oh, I agree. No, we've got some issues here, Gal, for sure. There's a lot shit getting out to the jury that should not be getting to the jury, or stuff that like that isn't being really emphasized. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
what's this?
Yes, on June 8th, I removed Sandy Brown from the chat.
And why did you do that?
I don't know why I removed her. I don't know why I would have removed her.
And is it correct then that Sandy Brown was a member of this chat group from May 18th until June 8th?
I agree.
When you removed her?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And can we turn to page 12 at the top?
Mm-hmm.
And what is this post?
Sherronna Bishop removed Belinda. That's June 8th, also 2021.
And do you know why?
I don't know why I removed her, but I removed her.
And may I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't know where my questioning is going, Your Honor. I just don't know. I'm just going over text at this point because I don't have a defense. That's really what it is, Your Honor. I'm coming clean. I'm coming clean. I don't know what
I'm doing. I'm so sorry, Judge. Actually, Tina's guilty. Tina's guilty as sin. Oh, and by the way, you should also arrest that Sherronna Bishop. That's right. Somebody get Kurt Olson in here. We're going to arrest him, too. And where's that Lindell character? I really think I want to talk to that Lindell character. All right, Sherronna, put your hands behind your back. You're going in, kid. You fucked up.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with a
Why?
tea, please?
What is the point of this questioning? What's your mic drop? I need you to get to your mic drop faster because you're losing me, Captain Cornflake. Come on. These guys are like creating their strategy on the fly. Very typical MAGA lawyer activity going on right now.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right. Here we go. God damn. Okay, we're turning off the microphones because we don't get to hear the fun part. Okay? We have to just wait for them to do something. Anyways, yeah, okay. So Gal brings up a great point. Sherronna Bishop has nothing to do with the Mesa County Clerk's office. Literally nothing. There is no way on God's green earth that that woman or anyone else who doesn't work at the Mesa County Clerk should be involved in data or any of that nonsense. So I appreciate the fact that the defense is really focused on the fact that while some of the acts may not be illegal on their face and maybe just immoral, oh well, not good enough. Not good enough. I'm convinced Sherronna Bishop was paid and set up to cultivate Tina and others to see if they could get a copy of a machine, because at the time I was watching Lindell and Doug Frank and all those people really closely, and they were, I don't even know, constantly isn't the word. Constantly isn't the word. They were hyper focused on getting a machine. They wanted to get inside of a machine so that they could manipulate and present their fake fraud, because they don't understand how voting machines work. So they would make shit up. And this was a time that Sherronna Bishop got the whale. She got the bitch who would give her access to the fucking computer. It worked like a charm, really. Except for the fact that they put it all out on, they all went on their podcasts and talked about the fact that, and then Tina stood on stage at the Shamposium and was like, oh, yes, I'm a hero. I'm a Gold Star mom, and I'm just trying to do my best for my country, even though I tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power, but whatever. Oh, yeah, she's fundy. Anyway, the thing about it is I think Sherronna Bishop is one of the people that actually needs to go to prison for this. And and Doug Frank. You know, I think Doug Frank, these people are the ones who are the planners. Tina was the mark. Tina is the mark. And that's why even Sherronna, I might give her advice too and say, you need to flip, bitch. You need to fucking flip. I think she was on the ground in Colorado and she was in like Stand the Constitution, you know, all these fucking right-wing, quasi, almost militia typey things. And she literally, I think, befriended Tina in order to get into that fucking office and get a picture of a machine. I really fucking believe that. It would not be hard to convince me of that. So I think, guarantee she's been a Tea Party activist forever. Oh, yes. She's an operative. Yeah. She definitely has been, pushing all this stuff. I mean, she's one of those. But I still want to know what happened to her case. Hey, sir. Hey, Grandpa, sit the fuck down. Grandpa. Oh my God. Oh, God, thank God. Jesus Christ. All right. Anyway. Okay, we're back.
Sustained in part and overruled in part. So you can proceed, Mr.
Whatever.
Case.
I'll tender this to you.
She's a groomer.
Sure.
Yes,
That'll
in the
work.
correct use of the word. That's right. She groomed Tina to
Ms. Bishop,
break
at any time
protocol
in your
and the law.
activities during the month of May, did you think you were?
If I was Tina, I'd be pissed.
No, I did not. We were working with an attorney. We were working with experts. I did not.
Sustained.
How's the answer be?
Look at her trying to get the
Other
fucking
than she
answer
did not
in.
believe she thought she was committing a crime. The answer is stricken. You are not to consider it. Go ahead, Mr. Case.
Why did you conceal the identity of Conan Hayes? Why did you agree to do that?
Here we go.
Objection relevance based on what was discussed at the bench. Yeah, and it's the other pretrial issues that we've dealt with previously regarding Mr. Hayes.
Oh, I don't want you to. I don't want you to refer to anything that anyone said to you, right?
What a
I'm not
fucking
asking
horrible
you to say
lawyer.
what somebody else told you.
Correct.
I'm just asking why you agreed not to. Why you agreed to conceal his identity or not disclose it.
I agreed to keep him safe.
Objections.
Keep him safe from who? It's up as far.
Now,
Actually, it's not up
in
as far as it'll go.
2021,
That's a little
Your
better.
husband had good employment,
Yes, he did.
and your family was happy in the area.
Yes, we were.
Objection relevance.
Can I
Yeah,
have
relevance.
approach so we can talk about this line of questioning, please?
Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing. She's going to claim that Conan, the surfer, told them that he was a government informant and that his identity couldn't be disclosed. Okay? That's what her story is. Her story is the reason he had to pretend to be Jerry Brown or Jerry whatever, is that he is an actual government informant, and so he had to keep his identity. And that's why they hatched the scheme to get the fake Gerald Wood identity and the card attached to that identity and have him use it. They want to talk about her husband, but they're not going to let them get that in. They keep trying. What's her husband? Oh, her husband's a...
So, Your Honor, for the record, we offer
Something.
pages
What is he?
1 through 12.
What do we know
Exhibit
about her husband?
FF, if the district attorney wants to offer the
I hadn't really
rest,
paid attention to
we don't
him,
object.
honestly.
Oh, I thought the entire exhibit had been stipulated to. Are we just doing the first 12 pages as a stipulation, Mr. Shapiro, or the whole thing?
I think just the first 12 pages I'll stipulate to you.
Okay, let me make a notation here. So the first 12 pages of FF. 3.
I think he is law enforcement or something. Yeah, apparently government informants just tell you they're government informants. Here's
Oh, I
what
think
we
you left it on
need.
the
Here's what
lectern.
we need, okay?
Oh,
Here's
no,
what we
it made
need.
its way all the way around.
Wait, hold on. This is what we need, okay? What we need is people, we need the Kurt Olsons of the world the Conan Hayes of the world to fucking talk, because they work for people like Lindell, Flynn.
At this moment, I don't need a projector. I may be coming back to it, Your Honor.
Okay, well, we'll turn them on.
Is this
for
the
now.
cross? Oh, fuck yeah.
Ms. Bishop, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, she's already
You
mad.
have never worked as a government
Here
election
you go.
worker, correct?
Correct.
You were never an employee of Mesa County government.
I never was.
You never attended any formal elections training hosted by the Colorado Secretary of State's office.
I did not.
I have to pee really bad.
You were never assigned a key card access giving you unfettered access to the tabulation room of the Mesa County Clerk and Recorder's office.
That's correct.
We heard a couple of times on direct examination that there were some communications in signal threads that you did not know because you could not see the graphic or the communication above, correct?
That's correct.
And because of that, you didn't know the context of the subsequent communications. Is that right?
That's correct.
So it's important that to understand the full context of a subsequent conversation or communication, knowing what was said immediately above it is pretty important. Yes?
It can be.
And that's why you hesitated and you were not speculating as to what you may have communicated or sent in a screenshot you couldn't see.
Will do, gal.
When there's a black box, I'm not sure what that black box says.
And you, a couple of times, testified both today and yesterday that it's been 3 years since these communications in the spring of 2021 occurred.
That's correct.
Your memory was stronger then than it is today.
On some issues, that's correct.
On some issues that I don't want to talk about, that's
in
correct.
Defense Exhibit FF3,
Mm-hmm.
the participants
Yeah, what about it?
of this signal thread,
Is she going to be a hostile witness?
again, just for
I
the
wanna hear
record,
someone say
included
that.
yourself, Ms. Bishop, the defendant, Tina Peters, Mike Lindell's attorney, Kirk Olson, correct?
Also, Carrie Lake's
Kurt Olson,
attorney.
yes, correct.
He was Mike Lindell's attorney.
But he's her
Okay.
attorney.
You agree with that?
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Oh, really?
Sandra Brown, the
But you know.
elections manager for Backroom who worked under Tina Peters, was also on this thread,
That is correct.
who was also charged with the defendant.
That's correct.
A retired Air Force colonel by the name of Sean Smith, correct?
Yes.
Mhm,
Yes, correct.
And an individual by the name of Conan Hayes, correct?
Correct.
A gentleman who was a California resident, yes?
I don't know that.
An out-of-state resident.
I don't know that. I don't know his residency.
Oh, really?
non-Mesa
He flew
County
into-
resident.
I don't know his residency.
flew in.
Someone who needed a hotel in Mesa County.
You literally
starting the night
made
of
the
Saturday,
arrangements
May
for him, you
22nd,
stupid cunt.
Through Wednesday, May 26, 2021, correct?
That's correct.
At the Hampton Inn, yes? You're not gonna s-
Is that, I'm
he
not
was at the
positive.
Hampton Inn on those days, right?
Let me confirm, I don't know.
You made the reservation for Conan Hayes.
You made the
under name
reservation.
James Hayes, correct?
I called the hotel to reserve the hotel, yes.
And you used your credit card to reserve the hotel room for
So
a
stupid.
person named James Hayes, correct?
That is correct.
And
This is
James
crazy.
Hayes is one and the same as Conan Hayes, correct?
That is correct.
And then you also,
She's
in
upset.
this FF3 exhibit, you added Belinda Nicely, the defendant's right-hand lieutenant, her chief deputy clerk, correct?
Correct.
A co-defendant of the defendant, right?
Yes, at that time
You
she
answered
was
my
not.
question.
At that time, she was not.
At that time, she was not a charged co-defendant, correct?
Correct.
And this is a conversation that began on May 18th,
I love this.
2021, right?
Correct.
As the trusted build was being prepared to be conducted a week later, starting the 25th, correct?
That's correct.
The trusted build was very important to you, correct?
I was a volunteer that was really concerned about our votes, our elections
You've
counting.
answered my question.
And so, yes,
I'm
it
gonna
was.
ask a simple question. The trusted build was important to you, yes or no?
It was important to me as a voter, yes.
Yeah.
Stop it.
The forensic image prior to the trusted build occurring was important for you, yes or no?
That's not correct.
What?
You testified yesterday in front of this jury on questioning from Mr. Case. The forensic image that needed to be done. You remember saying that less than 24 hours ago in this courtroom?
I agree that needed to be done. The way you're phrasing it is not correct, though.
How would
Saying
I
that
phrase
I
it?
needed it to be done.
Really?
That's not correct. You're
What do you mean
implying
you
personal
didn't- you
application.
needed
That's
it?
not correct.
Let's go back to what was played for the jury yesterday, the approximate 12-minute audio recording of a meeting that occurred April 23rd, 2021, about a month before the trusted build. You remember that meeting?
I do.
You did not know it was being recorded, correct?
No, I did not.
In fact,
Save your
just to be
insult,
clear
lady.
about the logistics, you were the person that brought Douglas Frank to Mesa County, Colorado?
I am
I love
very
this.
supportive of transparency. I asked Dr. Frank to come here to speak to the people in Mesa County.
Ms. Bishop,
When
I
did
just
you
need to
ask?
Listen to the question and answer it as posed, please. Thank you.
When did you
brought him,
ask?
Yes or no?
I did. I
When
asked him
did
to
you
come.
When did you ask him to come? Why?
And
When did you
knew
meet
ahead
him?
of time that Douglas Frank
Where did you meet
took
him?
the calls
Where
for a
did you
yes or
fucking
no.
meet him?
Douglas Frank was financed or he received payment from Mike Lindell.
No.
What? He said he did.
Clerk's office, headed by the defendant, Tina Peters, an election official that she was, they were preparing for the upcoming trusted build when that meeting occurred on April 23rd, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. The trusted
Oh, the
build
dog's
was something
barking.
Tina Peters shared with you was important to her, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna
Ms.
miss it.
Peters was hoping that members of the public were able to attend that particular trusted bill, right?
That's correct.
Ms. Peters shared with you that the Secretary of State's office, on or about the 16th of April, 2021, declined her request to have members of the public attend the trusted build. Isn't that right?
I could not be clear on that. No.
You were-
I don't recall her telling me that.
You were aware that members of the public could not attend the trusted build, correct?
Those are details that are just above me. I'm sorry, I do not recall.
In the April 23rd, 2021 meeting, you inserted yourself and asked, what was the plan when the Secretary of State was coming in on May 26th and 27th? You remember saying that?
In the recording, I said, "What's the plan?" And and it's very evident that I'm talking about what's your office going to do.
Okay. And again, for the record, you were not in the clerk's office as an employee.
I'm there as a voter. I'm there as a concerned citizen.
In that same meeting, Ms. Peters, the defendant, quote, went out on a limb, and she proactively requested that Dr. Frank attend the trusted build, right?
It's in the recording, and it's very flippant, and she's just saying, "Are you available?" I don't. You're very dogmatic about your point, and it wasn't a dogmatic. It's very obviously a
I think you answered
discussion.
my question, Ms. Bishop. So I'm going to ask another one because I think the record speaks for itself. In that same recording that the jury heard, Douglas Frank, the person you brought in response to Ms. Peters' very specific inquiry of him, says, "I'm not your guy to do the audit, but I know the team, and they'll do it for you. They'll come in, with the best in the country. That is what Douglas Frank said in response to Miss Peters' question, right?
Correct.
And to be clear, on April 23rd, 2021, Jerry Wood of Fruita, Colorado, was not a member of Douglas Frank's team that were the best in the country, right?
That's correct.
You would later be put in touch with the supposed best in the country team, and you were then put in touch with Conan Hayes about 5 days later, correct?
The part you're missing is Jerry thought he could do the imaging. So we didn't even, it wasn't a thought. It wasn't a thought.
Ms. Bishop, I'm asking very simple questions, okay? You graduated from Palisade High School, right?
I don't see the need to be derogatory to me.
Listen to my questions. If you don't understand my questions, please ask me to repeat them, okay?
Thank you. I don't understand the question. Please repeat it.
Jerry Wood was not a member of Douglas Frank's team.
That is
right?
correct.
Approximately 4 to 5 days after, strike that, approximately a week after this April 23rd meeting in Tina Peters' office, Conan Hayes was introduced to you and Miss Peters on or about April 30th, 2021, correct?
I do not know.
You were introduced to Kurt Olson, an attorney for Mike Lindell, on or about April 30th, 2021, into the month of May 2021, correct?
I do not recall that.
At some point, you were introduced to Kurt Olson via Signal, correct?
At some point, yeah, yes, obviously here, yes.
And in addition to Kurt Olson, Conan Hayes was introduced to you through Signal Communications as well, right?
At some point, yes.
And Conan Hayes was affiliated with Kurt Olson, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Case projected up Defense Exhibit FF, the 12-page document that you went through comment by comment by comment. You remember that just within the last 30 minutes?
Yes.
So you agreed that was a thread that you were actively participating in, correct?
Yes.
Those were communications and conversations that you were intimately involved with.
Yes.
Okay. You knew there was going to be a first image of the Mesa County EMS taken on Sunday, May 23rd, right?
Again, I just want to be careful on the dates because I just don't recall the date exactly. I knew a pre-image was going to be done prior to the trusted build, yes.
The pre-image was going to be done by Conan Hayes, correct?
That is correct.
It was not going to be done by Gerald Wood.
That is correct.
And that image was going to be made inside the clerk and recorder's office here in Mesa County, Colorado.
Yes, that's correct.
That image was going to require
He's a
people,
dick.
including Conan Hayes, to enter the tabulation room inside the clerk and recorder's office.
So I'm not aware of the details of how that gets done.
Her
that's above my pay grade.
that she could
But the EMS
plead the
is
fifth.
a secured computer system that was important to you.
Please ask the question again. I'm sorry.
The election management system that was in the custody of the Mesa County Clerks and Recorder's Office that had proprietary Dominion software on it was inside the Clerk and Recorder's Office, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, cause for legal conclusion.
Sustained.
The computers were inside, the election computers were
Oh, you're
inside
not
the
getting
clerk's
paid
office,
enough?
right?
What?
It's inside the building. That's correct.
And the building has doors, correct?
That is correct.
And you were aware that a key card had been issued to a Jerry Wood of Fruita, Colorado, correct?
I was aware of that by his statement.
You knew that.
I knew that.
And you knew that before the 23rd of May.
I knew as soon as he alerted me that he had made a key card.
All right. And that was before the 23rd of May.
I'm sorry that I don't have that in front of me. I just don't want to give the wrong date, but
oh, fuck
I
you.
think we went over that yesterday.
You stupid cunt.
So,
She did.
Okay, just to clarify.
She did.
once and for all, it was Conan Hayes inside the clerk's office for the first image,
No problem.
Conan Hayes, yes,
not Jerry Wood.
that is correct.
And Conan Hayes was in the clerk's office with Tina Peters for the first image.
I'm not aware of that.
Conan Hayes was in the clerk's office for the first image with Sandy Brown.
I'm not aware of that.
Jerry Wood was not in
Wow.
the clerk's office for that first image at all.
That is my understanding.
Because they're horrible bigots, Jim. That's why. Misogynistic
You were
fucking
with
bigots.
Conan Hayes on Monday, the 24th of May, 2021, in downtown Grand Junction in the afternoon. You remember that?
I remember we had coffee in the afternoon. I believe it's that date.
Is it fair to say that you communicate regularly on social media?
I do.
Consider yourself kind of an influencer?
No, I just share information.
Okay. And that particular day, you do acknowledge Conan Hayes was with you in downtown Grand Junction on the Monday, the 24th.
I'm just
Yes,
a
I
girl.
believe
I
so.
don't know. I
With
don't know
Tina
what
Peters.
anything is.
Yes.
Just the three of you.
Yes, I believe so.
I don't
And the
know what
trusted bill was
money is.
scheduled to
I'm just
actually
a
occur the
lady.
next day, Tuesday, the 25th.
Yes, the 25th and 26th.
And
That's
it was
right.
pretty important that the trusted build actually occur. You didn't want to, Tina Peters did not want to spook the Secretary of State's office not to show up.
Again, that's not for
That's a
me.
dumb question,
that's
but
not my
okay.
that's not my position. I don't know.
You were nonetheless glad that the trusted build actually occurred starting on Tuesday, the 25th of May.
I don't. I'm not sure. I'm
Trying to think
I
of
mean,
what
it
the
needed to
answer
happen.
should be.
I'm not sure when you say I was glad. I'm sorry. Can you rephrase it
No,
or?
you answered my question. The trusted build needed to happen, correct?
Yes.
Right, thank you. On the 25th of May, in the 8 a.m. hour, Tina Peters communicates to you and the rest of the group that included Conan Hayes, the group that included Sandy Brown, the group that included Belinda Knisley, that the work, meaning the trusted build, was being done feverishly and could
She's
be
not
as
very
done
good
as
at
early
it.
as noon that day, correct?
She's a horrible
That's
actress.
what it states. Yes.
And then Tina Peters puts you on notice.
don't know, but I
that
hope it's
there
soon.
were 4 of them, meaning 4 outside personnel present doing the trusted build, right?
She's alerting the group. Yes.
That there's 4 people there, right?
Yes.
Presumably personnel from the Secretary of State's office, right?
I don't know.
Well, you knew the Secretary of State's office was involved with the trusted build.
I believe that's correct. Yeah.
And personnel from the Secretary of State's office are considered, they're public servants, they're civil servants, right? They're government officials.
I would not see it that way. No.
Why? You
Oh.
don't think that they're public officials?
Here we go.
Employees are different in my perspective than a public official.
Employees of the Secretary of State's office are at least public employees.
Employees, yes, I agree.
Working for a government agency.
Working for the Secretary of State, an elected official, yes.
Okay. And then there were
She
probably
is
some
such a
people
fucking
from Dominion
cunt.
voting systems present as well. You probably knew that.
I'm not aware of that at this point, but that makes sense.
I don't know.
Your one response
I let men
to
tell me
Tina
what to
Peters'
do. What do you
communications on the morning of the 25th of May, 2021,
I
while
don't
the
know what
trusted
money
bill
is.
was
I'm
now
just a
starting,
baby.
was, quote, "Holy cow, are we filming?" Question mark. That was your one comment, correct?
That's the comment I wrote, yes.
But she doesn't
And then
remember
your
what it
colleague-
meant.
who you were communicating with, Sean Smith jumps into the communication soon thereafter, right?
Oh.
Yes,
Sean.
it's not clear what he said, but
And because it's unclear what he said, you don't know the context of what he was saying, right?
correct.
And it would have been nice to know the context of what Sean Smith was saying so you could get his input, right? Because he was pretty important to the group, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Where is Sean? I want to talk to Sean. No.
In FF3, the defense tendered exhibit stipulated to by the prosecution, show me where Gerald Wood of Fruita, Colorado was a participant in this signal thread. Is your silence indicative that he was not a participant in this thread?
Well, we've gone through the participants, and he was not in this thread. He was in a different signal chat with
You
me.
answered my question about this exhibit, FF3. Thank you for your answer. Gerald
we
Wood
go.
was not a participant in this thread.
That's correct.
Where in this thread, FF3, does Conan Hayes proactively go out of his way to introduce himself to Sandra Brown as to who he actually is?
The best we have, I mean, clearly they exchange emails.
But
So
does he give his biography to her?
no one's giving their biography to anyone in here.
Does he say, I'm going to be the guy doing the
What was
image
that?
on the 23rd of May?
I think that that is assumed by us being in a group.
So you're making assumptions that Sandy Brown would have been inferring from, correct?
They exchanged information, and she lets him know that the log file's been uploaded. It's clear they're talking. And
I haven't asked the
okay,
question.
sorry.
So if you just wait a
Sorry.
minute, just be patient, please.
Sorry.
You're fine.
No, she's not. She's really fucking nervous. Are you kidding me?
Let's go
She's
through
drinking like a camel.
Signal
Gonna
thread
put
that
water
you're
in
much
both those
more
humps.
Familiar with the one involving somebody called Trebuchet. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You were.
Give the witness exhibit A, please, that she does not have. That's the trebuchet.
It's defense exhibit A. If the counsel's asking that she have.
Well, that's, I know what he's asking. Do you want her to have it?
No,
I mean, this
I
is your,
don't.
okay, so then if she needs it, we'll get it to her. But this is Mr. Shapiro's witness right now.
Ms. Bishop, you were very clear in some questioning that I had with you just a moment ago that when a communication in a signal thread or any other type of communication platform is missing, it's sometimes more difficult to figure out the context for any subsequent response that immediately follows that missing communication, correct?
It can be.
And there were times in your testimony you said, I don't know what I was saying because it's blank.
That's correct.
So in this trebuchet thread, let's first talk about what you knew about Gerald Wood. I was a little confused yesterday, and maybe you can assist me to be less confused. This thread involving trebuchet started on May 13, 2021, right?
I don't have the copy in front of me, but on or about, yes.
When was Jerry Wood approached by you to see if he can assist Tina Peters?
I believe it was right after, it would have been after Dr. Frank came to Grand Junction. And I would have talked to him shortly after that to see if he was able to do a forensic image.
So I'm going to call him Douglas Frank. When Douglas Frank came on the 23rd of April, 2021, who are you looking at?
I apologize, sorry.
All right. When Douglas Frank came on April 23rd, 2021, at your invitation, how many days after that meeting did you reach out to Jerry Wood and see if he was able to assist Tina Peters in anticipation of the trusted build?
I wish I could answer that really definitively, but I don't have my phone to see when our conversations were or when I called him. But it would have been pretty, I'm assuming it had been pretty quickly after. And he did not, I'm not even confident when he let me know that he was not going to be able to do the forensic image because he did not have the skill set. But that would have been the only reason that I inquired of the attorney.
When did he let them know that?
This trebuchet thread, which goes
That's
from
his,
April, excuse me.
oh, I'm sorry.
That's his alias.
May 13th,
That's
2021
Gerald Wood's alias is
through May
Trebuchet.
24th, 2021.
It's also a font.
Was Mr. Wood's statement that he was unable to do the trusted build because he didn't know how to do the backup, was that shared in that time period from 13 May to 24 May 2021?
No, it was shared prior to that.
Okay. So if you knew Wood didn't have the skill set, at the same time you're talking to Wood, you are talking to Conan Hayes, or you're looped in on communications with Conan Hayes about his skills, correct?
At some point, that's correct.
Kurt Olson, the Lindell attorney, introduced you to Conan Hayes, right?
I believe that's correct.
Oh, yeah.
And now we're getting somewhere, motherfucker. Let's get somewhere, motherfucker.
2021.
I don't recall the date.
I need one too.
Regarding the trebuchet thread, and this will be some of the last questions I have on this topic. On May 24th, 2021, you initiate communications with a 15-second kind of voice text message. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That voice text message doesn't kind of translate to these screenshots. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And these screenshots are from a phone associated
But it's also a
with
pumpkin.
Tina
It's also a catapult.
This
I
is
mean, a
Tina Peters'
trebuchet is
phone,
like a
correct?
medieval catapult
I don't
or
know which
something.
phone it came from.
It's not your phone.
I don't know which phone it came from.
The boxes on this thread, if the box of one of the communicators is highlighted in the color blue, it means they're kind of the owner of the communication, correct?
Overruled?
It's coming from their
Please, you can ask the
phone. If
questions.
they,
This is
oh my
prosecuting.
god.
Can you repeat the question,
Yes,
please?
ma'am. In a signal thread or maybe a text thread, when a communicator is like highlighted in blue, it's going to be they're the owner. It's their
indicating they're the
communication
speaker.
device, correct?
Christ.
I think that's mostly correct.
Okay. And so the person
Yeah,
who
actually,
was
all the
highlighted in
time.
blue was the defendant, Tina Peters, correct?
That's correct.
So the reasonable inference is, the takeaway is, it was Tina Peters' phone that these screenshots were taken from.
Okay.
Is that a yes?
I think that's fair to, yeah, yes.
And Ms. Peters had a variety of cell phones at her disposal. She had more than one phone, right?
I am not aware of that.
On November 16th, 2021, your house was one of 4 homes that was the subject of an executed search warrant, right?
That is correct.
And at your home, a variety of digital devices were searched for, correct?
Correct.
And seized by law enforcement,
Correct.
including a cell phone that you were possessing.
Correct.
At the same time, a search warrant was being executed at your home in Garfield County. A search warrant was being executed at the defendant's home in Mesa County, right?
Correct.
Because you were talking to her.
Correct. That's correct.
You later learned that Miss Peters was able to have at least one of her devices not found by law enforcement that day, correct?
I do not recall that.
That she had something in her house known as like a hidey hole that law enforcement missed?
I do not recall that.
Oh.
So getting back
We
to
got
the
hidey
trebuchet
holes?
thread,
Holy
that
shit.
15-second voice text, as we sit here now, 3+ years after the fact, what did you say in that 15-second voice clip?
I'm not clear what I said. I think
you answered my question.
I'm not clear what I said, yeah.
Okay, so if you're not clear as to what you said, is it fair to say that the context of Gerald Wood as Trebuchet's response, we're missing some context for what Wood said? Yes or no? Simple question.
It's not, though. It's not,
No,
though.
it is.
You either
It is.
can or you can't
Oh,
answer
bye,
the question. Yes
Carla.
or no?
Love you.
I cannot answer that
Bye-bye.
question.
Okay, thank you.
She's in trouble.
Prior to your being called to the stand by the defense,
Dry mouth.
did you receive voicemails from Chief Investigator James Cannon to your personal cell phone, seeing if you would submit to a consensual interview to answer some questions about your anticipated testimony? Did you receive some voicemails?
I received a voicemail that I forwarded to my attorney.
Did you receive a second voicemail from Investigator Cannon?
I'm not sure.
I want to call the lounge like the hidey hole now.
Do you remember being a member of a Signal text thread just so the record's complete, who did you forward Investigator Cannon's voicemail to?
I forwarded it to John Case, and I forwarded it to Kurt Olson.
So just to be clear, is John Case your lawyer?
No.
Is Kurt Olson your personal lawyer?
Kurt Olson is my lawyer.
Oh, baby. He's also the lawyer for Mike Lindell, Cherry Lake, and
he was the
a host of
lawyer who
other
put you in
fuckers.
touch with Conan Hayes, right?
Kurt Olson is, at that time, he was not my lawyer, and he introduced me to Quentin Hayes.
How did you know Kurt Olson? Can we please ask that? Can you please,
For the record,
please?
to your knowledge, is Kurt Olson licensed to practice law in the state of Colorado?
Can you?
Seriously, can he ask her how she met
I
Kurt
do not
Olson?
I'm going to ask you about a Signal group conversation that has 130 instant messages where there were 4 participants. Does your phone number end in 72, the last 2 digits?
Yes, it does.
Does the defendant, Tina Peters, at the time, her phone number end in 02?
I do not know.
Kurt Olson, who at the time was not your lawyer, does his phone number begin with 301 area code?
I apologize, I do not know.
And Conan Hayes, did he have an area code beginning in 310?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, can the record reflect she looked at the other exhibit to look at the phone number?
It
Yeah,
will
I'm going to
so
show
ref-
defense counsel.
It will
what
so
I'm-
reflect.
I'm going to show defense counsel what I'm marking for identifications. People's Exhibit 71.
Okay.
No, this is for the witness. This is in the record. A copy for you? No, this is in the record. Oh, here you go. Okay, approach the witness.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Bishop, take a few moments, please. Take a look at this exhibit and see if you're familiar with this exhibit.
Sorry about that.
The defense stipulates to the admission of Exhibit 71.
Mr. Shapiro?
We will absolutely accept the stipulation of People 71, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel.
71 is so admitted.
Oh, uh-oh.
That didn't sound like it was a very good idea.
Permission of the court. Do we have it
Oopsie.
available to the... Okay. Do you need to redact the numbers? It's not- Okay, for the record, we have redacted the phone numbers for the privacy of the individuals. So this published exhibit will have, with the permission of the court, will have redacted phone numbers, just to let everyone know.
Should we take our mid-morning break now?
Yes, Your Honor.
It seems like a natural time to do that, since it's going to be a bit longer. We haven't gone terribly long, but we've gone for about an hour and 15 minutes. I think we'll come back at about 10:20, and then we'll just go through the rest of the morning.
All right, 14
hopefully.
minutes.
So keep in mind the admonishment I've given you. Don't discuss the case among
Okay,
yourselves. Don't
we're going to
express
read some
any
shit.
opinions and the like. We'll see you all in a little bit. All rise for the jury.
I'll rise for the jury. I'll rise for the jury. I'll rise for the jury right now. I want to read that, but then I also have some stuff Gal sent. And let's go ahead and see what is happening here. All right, the first thing is an old article from Talking Points memo about Bobo's ex-campaign manager, although she claims she was only a volunteer, but it doesn't matter, was involved in voting machine plot. New arrest documents in a criminal... This was July 13th, 2022. New arrest documents in a criminal...
We'll see everyone in 15.
Okay, great. New arrest documents in a criminal case over leaked voting machine data make repeated allegations about the involvement of Sherronna Bishop, Rep. Lauren Boebert's former campaign manager. Let's make it big. Big, big, big. Oh, actually, it's like not right. Sorry. Hold on. Let me just... Waluigi. That's a spicy meatball. Okay, left. I want to do that 100. Okay. All right. So, new arrest documents in a criminal case leaked over voting machine make repeated allegations about the involvement of Sherronna Bishop, Rep. Lauren Boebert's former campaign manager. Bishop is a major voice in the election conspiracy theory scene in Colorado. That's how she probably got Kurt Olson's attention. And she's a confidant of Tina Peters, the clerk of Mesa County, who now faces multiple felony charges for allegedly stealing a local man's identity in a plot to violate her county's election security protocols. As a result of the alleged scheme, sensitive election information from the country's voting machines leaked online and has been cast falsely by election theft evangelists as evidence as they continue the claim that 2020 was stolen. The latest details come in the form of an affidavit supporting the arrest of Mesa County's former elections manager, Sandra Brown, who turned herself in Monday on new state charges in the same case. The affidavit describes Bishop's alleged involvement in the scheme. It was first reported by the Grand Junction Daily Sentinel, the Colorado blah, blah, blah. Bishop has not been charged with a crime. In a phone call with TPM Wednesday, Bishop characterized the investigation as a harassment campaign mounted against her and her allies by prosecutors. She acknowledged that some aspects of the affidavit were correct, but denied others and said her memory was hazy on some details. She also expressed frustration that law enforcement hasn't released records, blah, 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 whatever. Bishop said Brown's arrest was meant to intimidate others. He's so far arrested 3 grandmas. In short, Peters and others are... Okay, well, that's fine. We know the case, actually. According to the new affidavit, Bishop brought up the trusted bill date during an April 2020 meeting with Peters and Douglas Frank, a former high school teacher who's traveled the country... No, a former high school teacher who's going around the country trying to undermine elections. Period. That's all he does. During that meeting, Peters allegedly asked Frank if he could open up her county's voting machines. But Frank told her it would be against the law. Did he? But then, per the affidavit, Bishop brought up the trusted bill. On May 26th and 27th, when they come, what's the plan? She allegedly asked. During the meeting, based on the partial recording, Frank asserts that the county's election management system is vulnerable to outside interference and is likely accessible remotely. Peters asked Frank if Frank can open the voting machines. Frank responded that opening the machines is against the law because you signed a contract. Peters responded, okay, all right. Bishop, the local activist, raised the issue of Mesa County trusted bill set for late May. On May 26 and 27, when they come, what's the plan? One of the employees responds, the plan, as far as I know, is they're updating the software. Peters then asked Frank, I'm going to step out on a limb. You want to come May 26? Bishop explained to Frank that they're going to do an audit here. They're going to wipe the machines. Frank responded, I don't think I'm your guy to do that audit, but I know the team, and they'll do it for you, and they'll come in with the best in the country. Peters then asked Brandy Bance to leave the room. Brandy might have to leave while we talk about this. Why don't you leave while we talk about this? Subsequently, Peters asked Stephanie Wenholtz, to depart as well. Stephanie, you might need to walk out too. Brown was not asked to leave, although she did leave with them. So, I don't know. She says. That's what she testified to. Let's see. As Peters worked to get a security badge, Bishop allegedly... Okay, so this is all stuff we know. Anyone was invited? No. I guess I didn't know yet. Wait.
I guess I didn't know yet. We needed to be afraid to talk to our elected officials at that time. You're freely talking and asking questions, and then the district attorney decides to weaponize that. Merrick Garland decides to weaponize that. That's insane.
That's my Sherronna Bishop. Okay, she attended. All right. Let me just see. Okay, so that's that. And then let's look. Oh, look, America's Mom. I just want to see what that link is. Oh, shit. Hi, I'm Sherronna Bishop. I'm AKA America's Mom. Wow, what a website. Watch shows, events. What do you do? You're on the stand. Oh, okay. That was last year's one. Okay. Blog. America's Mom. This is her Frank speech. So this is her Frank speech channel, but she's not an influencer. No. No. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean an influencer? She only has a huge channel on Lindell and has since 2021. Yeah. Okay, Sherronna. Tell us more how you're just a simple mom. Oh, look, Ivan Rakelin. Oh, my lordy. Look who's 40. Scooby-Doo. Let's listen to Sherronna. Blah, blah. Mop, mop. Mop, mop. Mop, mop. Mop, mop. Whoa! Unveiling consequences. Shut up.
Trials, and now he's there at the center of the.
And now this is what she does.
For the Speaker of the House to be revealed, but literally every minute that goes by,
this is
Ivan in for us. Every
10 months ago.
Again, is more exposing of the.
Look at it, it's just the tip.
What their actual agenda.
It's just the tip.
So, Ivan, I want to hear from you firsthand.
I know she does look like a lot of women down here. Oren.
I know you have a lot to do. So update us. What is happening? It's
like very Orange County.
Out there in
No, I mean, I wish I could attend all J6 trials. I've been to quite a few, and then I've been to quite a few in Congress. So I like to say
we
know a little bit, right, across the board.
Wow.
Having said that, I mean, let me just give you an update of what's going on. We're in now, I guess.
Hold on.
The Overton window is massively moving in our favor, okay? A lot of people are blackpilling and saying, oh, there's chaos, this and that. I'll remind people, there's a book out there called Masters of Chaos, and it's literally a history of the Green Berets. So I absolutely enjoy what I'm seeing because it is so healthy to our constitutional republic to be able to air the dirty laundry that has been accumulated over the course of the last, at least in this phase, the last 7-8 years or so. Now, having said that, Overton window, if we take it back to 11 months ago, basically 11 months ago, we had a Nancy Pelosi as a speaker. Then we had a Kevin McCarthy, and Uniparty wanted to have a Kevin McCarthy under Nancy's rules, but guess what? We went 14-0 against the Uniparty in January's voting. But then we had to concede on the last vote by allowing Kevin McCarthy to be the Speaker of the House under the weaponized against us, but take it one step further and create a boomerang and retribution through the mechanism known as the House Sergeant at Arms to then subpoena Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, Jack Smith, Fannie Willis, the 51 that provided cover for the Biden criminal syndicate laptop, the 39 that unmasked Flynn, Eric Charamella, the whistleblower, all impeachment managers, all involved in the J6 Fedsurrection, Eric Charamella's attorneys.
Yeah.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represented extremism that threatens the very foundations.
Oh, shut up, Sherronna. You stupid cunt. Fucking hate that woman. I'm sorry. I really fucking hate her. Anyway, yeah, that's America's mom. Yeah, so she's not just a demure. Wow, this is sexy. I mean, wow. Hey, baby. Oh, nice sweater. Oh, look, you can, like little holes. You can see her straps. Latest episodes. Candace Taylor's nutbag cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So's Judy. She'll kill you. This guy, I don't know. Steve Kirsch. I have no idea. Was 2020 stolen?
It's deeper than that. You've heard it said that those who vote decide nothing. Those who count the votes decide everything. What about those who code the vote? What if our leaders aren't being elected by us instead of selected? Oh, look at this. Is not the best screenshot. And if I were her and this is my website, I'd be like, you guys need to go back and get another screen cap because this is not the one. This is not the one. Yeah, Ivan's a fucking... He's a bad guy. He's a bad, bad man. Say no to SB 20. Oil and gas supports clean air. Wait a minute. What the fuck is that? I need to take a picture of that. I'm going to take a picture of that one because that's a great sign. Oil and gas jobs matter. Ah! Holy shit. It's like a modeling portfolio or something. I
want to know how she met Kurt Olson. That's what I want to know. I need us to get to the bottom of that. Will it happen? Oops, sorry. Will it happen? Will we get to the bottom of it? I want to know. Yeah, anyway, that's Sherronna. My Sherronna. Woo! My Sherronna. Okay, wait, is this the one? No. This is Dominion, right? Okay, no, I want to read that. I may not get to it, but I want to read it. My Sherronna. So this is Dominion versus Patrick Byrne. Which I do want to read this, but I know we don't have time right this. I'll do it at lunch. I'll read that at lunch. This is the phone number and the email to the court, which I'm going to be reaching out to later. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. My Sherronna. Let's watch this again. What she got? I want it on repeat. Put it in my veins. Put it in my veins. What you got? I love it. Madam Vice President, soon to be Madam President. I can't even believe this. I'm so happy. I'm so happy the woman's running for president. I know that's just kind of silly because gender shouldn't really matter, but I'm just so happy. I really am. And you know what I like at the moment is, you know, she's so calm. I like how calm she is. And I mean, I know she can be goofy and, you know, whatever. All people who are in public eye can say goofy things, right? I mean, that's just the way it is. And you can cut anything to make people sound stupid. But I just think I really admire that she's just kind of holding it together. I don't know. I mean, that's the sense. Maybe she's not, but that's good. That's a Tina. Okay, so we've got Tina Peters, 13, in the white denim jacket. She is not talking to a Tina Peters, though. We have other Tina Peters in the courtroom. One thing we've done, folks, if you've just joined us, is we count the number of blonde-haired women that look adjacent to Tina Peters, and we just name them like Tina Peters 1, 2, 5, 7, 11. I'm actually a big fan now of the hidey hole too. When the hell did that enter the chat? We've got hidey holes. We've got false identities. We have surfers. We have burner phones. We have fake identities. We have stolen data. We have child pornographers. I mean, everything, almost everything is in this case. Almost everything. Not everything, but almost everything. And I'm totally here for it. It's such a weird case because I feel like this is one of the first cases that I've seen in the election ecosystem that all of the public actions that these folks took, thinking that it was okay to take them or that no one would notice. You know what I mean? This is the hubris, I think, of MAGA, is that they literally think because no one within their circle pushes back on them. I think the same for people like Sherronna and Tina and, like they have literally convinced themselves that they're on the right side. I know. I just want to know, Carla, what her real connection to Kurt Olson is. I just want to know. I imagine she's been an activist, a conservative activist or whatever, a big mouth in Colorado. So I wonder if she was just one of the people that made sense to connect with as they were trying to get access to all these machines and they needed people on the ground, right, to help make that happen. I think that's one piece that I really would love to know, how she really got involved in this, because that is, she's playing it off like, I just care about elections. I just care. I'm just a mom. I'm just a mom. Well, she's not just a mom, obviously. She's well connected, clearly.
Back on the record.
And she got a show after she brought Tina Peters to Mike Lindell. That's when she got her show on Lindell Network. I'm not kidding.
Okay, let's bring him in.
I mean, does that matter for anything? Does it matter for anything? That she literally got all this shit after?
Oh, okay.
Like she got a pillow promo code after this.
That Kurt Olson, an attorney, is not a licensed lawyer in the state of Colorado based on our review of the Colorado Supreme Court website, attorney registration data.
He's about to be disbarred.
Judicial notice of that fact, Miss. What's the relevance, Mr. Shapiro?
It's more for protecting the record, less for the jury. I don't think the jury needs to hear it. Even though it's not a defense to any of the charges, the court has ruled on advice of counsel.
Way to go, Carla. Actually, Gal, if you search Gal Suburban and maybe she has something on it.
Show that whatever information he's providing has no legal bearing in Colorado.
Right. I think that's a nuance that the jury isn't going to understand or make a connection on.
He is licensed in numerous shows.
Well, that
and the feds were involved in all this. They were part of the race.
He's probably an unindicted co-conspirator.
I believe he is.
Well, I just, anyway, is there more that you wanted to add, Mr. Shapiro?
Not on that, Your Honor.
There's more? Okay.
No, there's not.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll take judicial notice of the fact outside of the presence of the jury, just for the record as it relates to the advice of counsel issue, that Mr. Olson is not on the register of attorneys active and licensed to practice law in the state of Colorado. I don't believe that that is something that is subject to reasonable dispute, and I'm not hearing that there's any argument to be made that he is, in fact, licensed to practice law in Colorado state courts. But I'm not going to do that in front of the jury. So that's for the reasons I think I articulated before and for the relevance objection made by the defense. Let's get the jury in.
Gulp. Oh, I was looking at the search warrant for Mike Lindell's phones. Oh. When was this? This was September 21. This is the search warrant from September of 2022 for Mike Lindell. Remember when he was caught in the Hardys? Remember? It's been okay. It's not great. Yeah, I think it matters, right? Doesn't it?
Go ahead and take a seat, everyone. Thank you.
Hi, Val. How are you, love?
10:26.
How's Idaho?
We're back on the record. Jury is here. We were in the midst of Mr. Shapiro for the people's cross-examination.
Oh, come on. Why are you doing that?
His cross-examination of Ms. Bishop. So whenever you're ready, Mr. Shapiro, you can continue. Do we need to turn off the
Okay.
lights? I think that was...
Constitute fruits, evidence, or instrumentalities of violations of 18 U.S. Code, identity theft, intentional damage to a protected computer, 370 conspiracy to commit identity theft. Ho ha hoo he hoo he hoo ha hoo.
Offered and admitted, in fact, stipulated to by the defense counsel.
Yes, I did.
All right. Let's go to page 1 of the exhibit. Just look at the top. Very clear as to who are the 4 participants in this multi-week communication. Just gonna wait for the projector to fire up.
Okay.
No, it's not that. It's me. Give me a moment.
It's me. Wait, I don't have a file for
71.
Yes.
this
And we'll go to
case.
page 1
All right,
of
I'll just do this for
71.
now. Oh my God, bless my soul. All right, we're going to read that at the lunch too.
Ms. Bishop, do you agree that these are the 4 participants?
Yes, I do.
And can we just reaffirm?
Yeah, it used to be illegal, right, Carla?
The first of the people, your name is there?
Yes, it is.
And then right below you, the defendant is the second participant?
That's correct.
The third
I
is
hate her
Kurt
voice.
Olson, correct?
Yes, correct.
And finally, the fourth is CH.
Conan Hayes. That's correct.
And you
Ruh-roh.
referred to Mr. Olson at this time as part of the Lindell team, right?
Uh-oh.
Yes, I do.
How'd you
on
know
here,
that?
yes.
How'd you know that?
go to page
How did you know that? How did you know that?
The one green box. And just to be clear, Ms. Bishop,
Mm-hmm.
the owner of this thread
Please say
communication on
the
Signal
sender.
would be represented by the color green, correct?
I do not know.
Well, let's blow up the green box, Ms. Weimer. Thank you. And this green box communication is from the defendant, right?
That's correct.
And next to her name, in parentheses, the word owner kind of further clarifies her role with this group.
I see that. Yes.
All right. Can you read what Tina Peters, the defendant, is telling the group?
Starting at page 2.
Just
correct?
in that green box.
Okay. She says, "You bet, Kurt, I and my office are at your disposal. I will do all I am able to help. We will talk tomorrow, hopefully. Friday is a busier day, and my availability will be hit or miss. Until then, Tina."
All right. So, Ms. Peters, in this communication that you're a part of, but she's specifically
yeah.
referring
Sorry,
to Kurt
Val.
Olson, is that she and her office being the clerk and recorder's office, right?
That's correct. That's her office.
Are at his disposal, meaning Kurt Olson's disposal, right?
That's what she's written.
Right?
That's what she wrote, correct?
That's what she wrote.
And then she further clarifies, quote, I will do all I am able to help, right?
That's what she wrote.
Flippity flip
Let's
flop.
move to page 4.
I think this is when Kurt Olson is going to get disbarred. This is going to be the kicker.
Top 3 blue boxes.
I feel like I want like a big like calendar type thing with all their pictures on it, and I can cross them off when they've been
At the
disbarred.
top, Kurt Olson is
I think I'm gonna do that.
for the first time, right?
Yes.
And this was April 30th, 2021 at 6 in the morning.
That's what it says, yes.
And then right below that, Olson says, hi, Tina, meet Conan. So that's the first time that Conan is being added to this group.
What date are
and
these
introduced
texts?
To the defendant.
That's correct.
And presumably this is the first time you had the opportunity to be looped in as well.
I believe that's correct.
And that, again, as I asked earlier, was April 30th, was when Conan was brought into this group. Okay, let's move forward now to page 8.
I'm sorry, was there an answer to that question?
Yeah, right?
Oh.
I'll
me?
withdraw whatever my question was, non-response, I'll move on.
I apologize.
She's a fucking cunt.
We'll move on.
Ms. Bishop, we're moving on to page 8, and I'm going to have Ms. Weimer highlight the first 2 boxes at the top, both in green. And we'll first, that was a good try. All right, we'll do the one at a time. The first one at the top, the date of this communication from Tina Peters to the group was April 30th, 2021, late at night, about 10:25 p.m., correct?
That's what it states on here.
And there is kind of an image of a document that was attached, right?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have an awareness that the Secretary of State's office issued its trusted build guidelines on that same day of April 30th, 2021, from Jesse Romero to all the clerks who were Dominion customers? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of the specifics of what you're saying.
Okay, but there is a kind of a attachment of at least a document that was forwarded by Tina Peters on that day, the 30th of April.
Okay.
You agree
There's a document there. I can't be clear what it is.
Okay, let's go right below that. Ms. Peters then, about 15 seconds later, says, quote, a little concerning that they are being so secretive and adamant about non-transparency, maybe nothing, but then again. That's from Tina Peters to the group, right?
That's correct.
Let's move forward to page 9, please. And let's go to the first green box at the top. Thank you very much. Okay, so continuing on the same late evening of April 30th, 2021, now a few minutes forward at 10:32, Tina Peters says, quote, they are only allowing me 2 people, otherwise they walk. Did you see that threat? We've got to figure a way to have your IT guy here and then I with no continuation. You see that?
I see that comment.
Okay. You were aware from Tina Peters that the Secretary of State's office were only authorizing 2 additional county staffers to be with her during the trusted build, correct?
From this comment, yeah. From this comment, yes, I would have read that.
And if there were more than 2 county staffers, they, meaning the Secretary of State's office, they were going to walk and not do the trusted build, correct?
From this statement, that would be correct.
All right. And it was important that the Secretary of State's office don't walk, right?
That is correct.
It was critical that the trusted build happened as scheduled, right?
I believe that's correct.
And then she ends with, we've got to figure a way to have your IT guy here, correct?
That's what it states there.
And your IT guy here is referring to Kurt Olson's IT guy here, correct?
That looks like that's what she's saying.
And Kurt Olson's IT guy is Mike Lindell's IT guy, correct?
I don't know what the nature was of that. He's speaking. I don't know who she's speaking about.
What you do know is that Kurt Olson's IT guy was Conan Hayes.
I do know that because of the introduction he's making here.
Not Jerry Wood.
Right, because Jerry Wood is who I introduced.
Right. So as of April 30th, 2021, it is already the focus that Olson's IT guy, Conan Hayes, was the IT guy you wanted in the trusted build, correct?
It was not. I didn't make that
shit.
statement. Tina made that statement.
This is good.
So I don't know beyond what's written here.
They're claiming that Jerry ended, and then that's when they had to find Conan. So if Conan was brought on before, then it helps the case that they tricked Jerry into getting his credentials and using his background check so that they could get a clean access card
And we're going to look at
and
the
give it to
bottom
Conan.
box in blue.
Holy shit.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bishop, this is a communication that you yourself sent, correct?
Let's see. Yes.
On May 13th, 2021, you tell the group or ask Conan and Kurt to please join.
Yes, that's correct.
And then if we can go to the top of page 18, please. Top box, please. After you ask Conan and Kurt to join this communication, you then send the next communication on the 13th of May at 1:39 p.m., linking it to a Signal group thread, correct?
There is a Signal group thread there, yes.
Okay. What was being shared?
I don't know.
She doesn't
Your memory
remember.
was stronger 3 years ago than today?
Well, I just don't know without seeing the Signal chat. I don't know.
Correct. Context is everything, right?
Well, it's actually seeing it. Yes.
Let's go down to the
Okay.
green box on
He'll
page
probably
18.
show it to you, stupid.
Later that same day, May 13, 2021, at 9:48 p.m., this is a message from Tina Peters following those earlier communications, correct?
Yes.
Tina Peters says, okay, we are set to go on ID. Just need name. May not need anything else. We'll let you know and connect with your IT tech. Working on county email address now through our IT. HR trusts us, so no background will be performed by us. Maybe
my God.
SOS, but not likely unless they are paranoid. So let's kind of break that down.
Holy
You were privy
shit.
to Tina Peters saying that statement, correct?
Well, it's in this chat, so I would have read it.
Okay. So when she talks about ID, she's talking about a badge, isn't that right?
The key card, I believe.
And then she's talking about your IT tech, meaning Conan Hayes, correct?
By this time, the 13th, that makes. I'm not positive who she's referring to.
Jerry Wood was not Kurt Olson's ID tech, correct?
That's correct.
Conan Hayes was Kurt Olson's ID tech.
Can I just make a point here?
It's a yes or no.
Well, then why would she need the name if she already knew his name?
Conan Hayes was the ID tech, correct?
That is who ended up coming in, yes, but I'm not certain that was clear at that time. I don't know.
My next question is this.
Yes, sir.
The acronym SOS in this refers to Secretary of State, correct?
Yes.
And those are public servants, public officials.
The Secretary of State is a public official. She's
Oh,
an elected
stop it.
official.
And her subordinates are public officials as well, right?
They are.
I do not see them as public officials. They are employees of the Secretary of State.
Okay, leave it at that.
She's a constitutionalist, sir. I don't know what that means, and she doesn't either,
Okay,
but,
let's move
you know,
forward to page
that's her excuse.
19 of Exhibit 71, please, and let's go to the second green box. Ms. Bishop, this is a communication from the defendant, Tita Peters, that she uttered on May 14th, 2021, the next day. Isn't that right?
That looks correct from this, yes?
And we'll read it verbatim. It says, well, why don't you read it verbatim?
Sure. Progress ID, background, story for staff, all taken care of. Suggest a call with my Dominion manager to coordinate. She is very trustworthy and cooperative, can give you insight on our equipment, what we have, and what the SOS is planning to do. From what I understand, they are changing software and starting a whole new chain of custody.
So Ms. Peters is giving the group, including Conan Hayes,
Story for staff.
a progress report, correct?
Oh, yes. Yes,
She's giving the group, including yourself, a progress report.
that's correct.
And that progress report was an update regarding the ID and the background check, right?
Yes,
And that a story for staff had been taken care of, right?
I don't
That's
think
what
it
it says.
is. I don't think she's winning any jury members over,
The
sure.
staff in question is her staff.
They must be asking themselves, what does she have to do with elections?
it says story for staff, all taken care of.
What's that mean?
Let's go to page 20. Second green box, please.
Okay. I'll have my trusted back office ops manager on that works the Dominion equipment, and who will be there with us 525 through 527.
And this is a communication that was stated by who?
This is stated by Clerk Peters.
At the time, she was Clerk Peters, right?
That's correct.
And this is May 16th.
That's correct.
And then right below that, I don't think we need to blow it up, but Clerk Peters confirms that her trusted back office manager was named what?
Sandy.
So she went out of her way to say Sandy was trusted, right?
That's correct.
Move forward, please, to page 24. Actually, skip that, I apologize. Okay, let's please move to 26 to move things along. And actually, let's skip that as well. Let's go to page 27. And before we publish that, thank you, Ms. Weimer, for redacting the address. Let's go to the third box in blue from Sherronna Bishop.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, Ms. Bishop, we're going to get there in just a minute. I'm sorry, the second box in blue. Nope, I am not saying it correctly. Third box in the there you go. It's the second blue box.
Yeah.
Ms. Bishop, is this a communication that you sent to the group?
Yes, it is.
What's the date?
June 4th
Of 2021?
of 2020,
Had the
2021.
trusted build come and gone by that date?
Yes, it had.
And just to confirm, Conan Hayes was physically present in the trusted build on the Tuesday, the 25th of May?
The trusted build was the 25th and 26th. That is correct. Conan, can you please ask that question again? I apologize.
Conan Hayes was physically
I answered it wrong.
inside the room where the trusted build was occurring.
I believe that that's correct.
And was he physically there the second day, the Wednesday, the 26th?
I do not know.
Okay,
I don't recall.
Let's look closely at this communication from you about 10 days later. What are you saying to the group?
Good morning, everyone. Conan, thank you again for the incredible work. I spoke to Kurt yesterday and wondered if we might have a short update.
Okay, and let's go down to the next box, which is green, indicating it's from Tina Peters, June 4th, 2021. Ms. Peters responds to your statement to the group by saying what?
She says, I'm available now, but then headed into meetings until later today.
Okay, and let's finally go to the last box of this page. Following your statement, Tina Peters' statement, let's go to the last box, which is a statement attributable to Conan Hayes. Please read what Conan Hayes says to you.
He says, thank you, Sherronna. Things are going good, just going through everything. Main focus is understanding exactly what changes were made to the system and why. This amount of information is usually a 60-day turnaround. I'm faster than most, so I would say about 2 weeks from here, and I will be able to tell you what people ate for breakfast.
Okay, so to be clear, 60 days from the beginning of June would be approximately the beginning of
I'm
August.
so glad they put it all in
That would
writing.
be correct.
Yeah, she hasn't been
And
charged.
the beginning of August
Yeah.
was
What the fuck?
about the time
Although-
the cyber symposium was about
Although
to begin,
the
correct?
judge reminded her that she is subject to prosecution for anything she
Mid-August.
says. So there must be some kind of like cloud over her still, I
And
hope.
Let's go to the top of page 28, blue box at the top. Ms. Bishop on June 9th, 2021.
I say thank you so much, Conan.
Get the planners. Get the planners.
Sounds like you were very appreciative.
I was. I am.
And to confirm, in this
You are?
communication
After all this
beginning
time?
in late April 2021 into early June 2021, Jerry Wood is nowhere on this thread, correct?
He's not in this thread. We
You
just
answered the question. Thank you.
There they are. Lindell cell phone. Subject offenses. Those violations involving Tina Peters, Conan James Hayes, Belinda Nisley, Sandra Brown, Sherronna Bishop, Mike Lindell, and or Doug Frank.
That was a fairly exciting opportunity for you to go to the cyber symposium, correct?
All right, bye,
You
Carla.
enjoyed going there.
I think it was. Yeah.
You had the ability to fly on a private jet from Grand Junction to South Dakota to go to the cyber symposium.
Yes, we did.
Tina Peters had the privilege of flying on a private jet to go to the cyber symposium.
That is correct.
And the private jet belonged to Mike Lindell.
That is correct.
And at the cyber symposium, you were on stage talking to the group, both in present as well as who were watching it on the web.
That is correct.
Tina Peters was on the stage, and she had a chance to talk to the audience as well.
That is correct.
Tina Peters got to talk to folks watching on the web.
That's correct.
Tina Peters kind of had some newfound celebrity and notoriety, correct?
She did not look for that. She did not want that.
But she was on stage.
Get out of here.
That's
well, then she
correct.
shouldn't
That
do a
doesn't mean one
show.
implies the other.
Really? Because she has a show, Sherronna.
You
So
got
what the fuck?
privilege of getting a flight back to Grand Junction after the cyber symposium on a private jet.
That is correct.
Tina Peters got to fly away from South Dakota on a private jet. This
I
is my
think-
question very carefully.
okay.
She got to fly away from South Dakota on a private jet.
Okay.
You agree with that?
I think that's correct.
So she received some benefits from her work with Conan Hayes, correct?
Oh, really? Oh, I don't think so. I think it's right in the motherfucking scope. I think it's right in the
I'm sorry,
fucking
I
center.
heard the objection. It's beyond the scope.
Yes, but could we approach?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, well, let's talk about this for a minute. Because here's what happened. I watched the symposium and I watched what happened afterwards because I watch Mike Lindell and have since he started. So what happened was Sherronna and Tina get on stage. The data from Mesa County is posted on the screen above them. Ron Watkins comes online. He's remote, but he comes online to, you know, tell everybody where the crimes were, where the deep state tried to rig the election. And guess what? In the middle of it, I think I have a tape of it. In the middle of it, Ron Watkins says, my lawyer just called me and said I have to shut this down and advised me that Conan Hayes illegally obtained this data and therefore I cannot use it and this entire display needs to be shut down. That literally happened live. But then, that's all fine and good. Ron Watkins goes away. Everybody goes, you know. But then Tina and Sherronna stay on stage and they talk about what Tina experienced and the fact that they wanted to see inside the machines and finally Tina got a machine. Okay? They talk about it because they think they're doing the right thing and they know that the audience they're talking to, or at least they assume the audience they're talking to, agrees with them. So then Tina sits on stage, is totally like, they freaked out on live TV. Then Tina Peters stays on stage. They have long conversations about, you know, how corrupt everything is, blah, blah, blah. And then Tina gets on Mike Lindell's plane and goes into hiding. And they talk about her being in hiding for like 2 months.
You had been...
She never went home.
You got the Cyber Symposium on August 10th, 2021, correct?
I don't recall the dates. Okay. I apologize.
It's very important.
In the 24 to 48 hours prior to the Cyber Symposium, there was a lot of information coming to light about the trusted bill that had occurred here in Mesa County 3 months earlier, correct?
Correct.
Okay, if we could pull up People's Exhibit 70.
I really hope these guys get deep into like how ridiculously the shampoo. I hope they do this. I have to pee again. God damn it.
Ms. Bishop, I'm going to approach to give you your own courtesy copy so you don't
Thank
have to
you.
crane your neck. Council has it.
You can approach.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Ms. Weimer, if we can pull up maybe the first three communications at the top. Ms. Bishop, do you recognize this communication between you and Tina Peters beginning on August 9th?
I'm sorry. If your attorney needs to make an objection, he can do so.
Your Honor, we'll pull
But let's
it
go
off
ahead and
for just a
be
second.
consistent. Thank you.
I fucking love this case. I love this case so much.
We will redact the phone numbers to protect the privacy
Val, wear a
interests
mask.
of anybody whose phone number may have been displayed. The court can bear with us for a minute. This was displayed earlier with no objection. It was our oversight.
Okay, no problem. Let's just take care of it now.
Okay, so yeah. All right. See, here's the thing. I watched all that stuff happen, as all of us did. I'm not saying I'm the only one, but I just was obsessed with it a little bit. And I am going to be honest with you. I never thought this day would come.
We're working to redact.
I never thought
cover the
this
phone
day
number.
would
Do you
come.
recognize this thread?
I don't, but only because it's been a long time.
To have information, like to have this be
Without
in a
saying the phone
courtroom
number,
is
the
so
phone number that is
exciting for me.
a phone
That's all.
number you're
And us,
familiar with.
all of us. But I'm just like particularly
I believe
obsessed
so.
with Mike Lindell.
Again, I'm not confident, but I believe so.
And whose phone number do you believe it is?
I believe it's Clerk Peters' number.
And again, you testified earlier that on November 16, 2021, certain digital devices
Yeah, thank you, Jenna
belonging to
Griswold.
you
Really.
were seized by law enforcement, correct?
That's correct.
And that would include maybe even a cell phone.
That's correct.
You don't know what we're doing.
Lindell needs to be ended.
I do not.
Okay. All his little ilk, they need to go away for a long time or crawl back under a rock.
So, Ms. Bishop, while we're doing that, let me ask you about this. While you're at the Cyber Symposium, was there information brought to your attention that law enforcement was going to execute one or maybe even two search warrants at the clerk's office here in Mesa County?
I don't recall when we found out about that. I think it was.
Should we roll tape?
I do believe it was while we were there or on the plane. I can't recall which.
No, it was on the plane because you talked about it when you walked on the fucking stage. We played it yesterday, you stupid cunt.
Here in Mesa County, correct?
I don't know.
In a phone call to Belinda Nisley, you told her to go into the
Exactly, SB. I think it's important for credibility. You've watched it. You know what they're saying. You're not making it up or assuming.
I don't recall doing that.
The objection is overruled. It was brought up on direct, the issue of the search warrants. This is related to that.
You have no memory of making a phone call to Belinda Nisley directing her?
I do not.
And no idea if Sandra Brown was with Belinda Nisley when that call was made?
No, I do not.
Oh, no.
And you were not the supervisor of Belinda Nisley, correct?
No, I was not.
You were the ally and supporter of Tina Peters, the then clerk, correct?
Yes, I was a supporter, and yes, I was.
And you agreed with
Doug Frank.
Her goals of working with Conan Hayes to make the images, correct?
I agreed with that, yes.
You knew they were going to make the images, correct?
That is correct.
You knew Conan Hayes was going to be the person entering the clerk's office, correct?
That is
Sustained.
Before you boarded the plane in Grand Junction to go to the symposium in South Dakota, you were in the airport lobby, correct?
Yes.
Don't lose it.
Ms.
Don't.
Peters told you that she had just received a phone call from investigator Cannon while she was in the lobby with you, correct?
I do not recall that.
I do not recall. I do not recall. I have such a bad memory, so I do not recall.
Appreciate the superhuman efforts of Ms. Weimer to do that. This time we'd like permission to publish Exhibit 60 with the redactions that benefit any person whose phone number is being depicted.
Okay, you may.
Exhibit 70.
Okay, you can publish.
We're good. All right, let's do the first three communications, starting with the blue box at the top.
I don't think the screen fits. Okay, maybe it does.
So, beginning on August 9, 2021, 5:25 p.m., Ms. Bishop, do you remember saying, call you, be right back?
That would be consistent with something I would text, yes.
And Ms. Peters' response to you less than 24 seconds later is, this is beyond urgent, correct?
Yes, I read that.
Ms. Peters then follows up approximately 2 minutes, and 2 minutes later saying, go to Signal, I've uploaded the EO, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
EO meaning election order, right?
Oh. I think that must be correct.
Oh?
An order issued by the Secretary of State to her as clerk of Mesa County.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
And she's telling you, break off this thread, go to Signal for us to further have a communication.
Well, it says go to Signal. I've uploaded the EO.
Okay. Let's continue now.
Let's go to Signal. Where's that conversation?
We're just going to go line by line, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You asked Ms. Peters where was it leaked, right? A few minutes later?
Yes, that's what I'm writing,
A
yes.
few seconds later, then Ms. Peters responds, just said social media, and then you said here. What do you mean by here about 1 hour and 25 minutes later at 6:58 p.m.?
I must have driven to her home because she says back door open next, so.
Let's go to page 2.
love this. I hate Sherronna. I hated Sherronna since the time I met her or saw her, and I'm so happy that she's in fucking pain right now.
Tuesday, August.
This might be the most justice we get, and
This
I'm
is an
here
article
for
from the
it.
Grand Junction Daily Sentinel regarding the Mesa County Clerk's office under state investigation for breach of security.
Right. And then you followed up
What do you think that means?
a few seconds later saying
Sharon?
it's not too bad. Is that accurate?
Yes,
You're referring to the article.
I'm referring to the article. That's correct.
Let's move forward now to the last few communications.
Okay, somebody needs a haircut. Come on now. There's nothing.
On
Oh my
Tuesday,
God.
the 10th of August.
Grooming is important. You know,
Ms.
groom
Peters
yourself.
is sending you an address at that point. Correct? You don't need to say it. Is she sending you an address?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Mm-hmm. Yes, excuse me. Yes.
That address was what?
I'm okay. 2663.
Oh, no.
No, you idiot. You
I'm
fucking
sorry.
just
Whose
said
address
that.
was it?
Jesus Christ.
Whose
This
address
fucking
was it?
cunt.
I don't want to know the address. We
Correct.
already
Okay.
redacted it for the benefit of the record and the privacy of the person.
I
who lives
apologize.
there.
Yes.
Yeah, you should apologize.
This is Clerk Peters' home.
Okay. So my question
God, I
is,
hate
the
this woman
earlier
so much.
communication, were you
Fucking put her
actually
in
at
chains.
Peter's home if you had to get the address at 2:33 in the morning on Tuesday?
You guys just late night buddies? Maybe you were catching a movie, little popcorn, little pedicure. What? What were we doing? What were you doing at 3 in the morning?
And if you don't know, you don't know.
I just don't know.
Really? Oh,
You
okay.
then, at 2:44 a.m. on Tuesday, the 10th of August, the same day you were flying to South Dakota,
Yeah.
you said heading your way, correct?
Correct.
You were going to Grand Junction at 2:44 a.m. on Tuesday, the 10th. the same
Why?
day You were scheduled to fly out a few hours later, right?
Yeah, when was your flight
I think
scheduled?
that's correct.
And at that time, on August 10th, 2021, you lived in Silt, correct?
That's correct.
And on a Tuesday morning, you're getting up at 2:44 to drive to Junction.
I'm sorry. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I don't have recollection of this. So I really
you
I
don't?
I just don't recall, and I'm sorry.
don't
I don't recall what I was
remember?
doing.
Really? What an unusual circumstance to not remember what you were doing at fucking 3 in the morning, driving from bumfuck Colorado to the other bumfuck Colorado. Come on now.
So, Miss Bishop, Miss Peters asked you at 2:56 p.m.
Oh, yeah, she's worse than Tina. Oh, yeah.
By
She's
that
an
time, had you
operative.
arrived in South Dakota.
She literally is looking for the Tinas so
I
that
don't
she
know.
can. She was so proud to get that
Scheduled to go to
machine
South Dakota that
for
afternoon.
Lindell et al. It was a feather in her cap.
The way that I wasn't
That was
scheduled
her
necessarily
job.
to go. We ended up going very last minute.
She
but
made
I don't
it her
recall
job.
even how. I just don't recall the time frames. I apologize. I just don't recall.
Okay. When Tina Peters is saying to you, quote, Janet is asking me who Farrell Wood is. and
I
then
just
she
don't
follows up,
recall.
correcting herself, saying Gerald, meaning Gerald Wood.
Mm-hmm.
The Janet to you was who?
Janet Rowland.
And at the time, Miss Rowland was what?
She has
Was the
MAGA
county
celebrity
commissioner.
hood. Oh no, Sherronna Bishop is a celebrity.
that Janet
Don't get it
Rowland, then
twisted.
county
She has
commissioner,
totally
was
got her own
questioning
following.
Clerk Peters. Who's this Gerald Wood guy?
I don't know if she's not.
Well, that's
she
what
used
she.
Tina
That's what
Peters.
she's asking is who is Gerald Wood.
And your response about 16 minutes later on the same day, in the last two communications, beginning with this first blue one,
Mm-hmm.
was what?
He's a tech guy, owns his own tech company, and we can address that when we get back. Avoid it for now.
Gerald Wood did not own his own tech company, correct?
Oh my God.
I don't know if he implied to me that he did. He was a tech guy. He had his own business.
Uh-oh.
Were you under the impression that Gerald Wood had a business that he actually worked at?
Yes, I was.
So you were under the belief that he had an office that he would actually go to and work at?
I don't know that I even thought that far about it. I believed he had his own business.
Were you suggesting to Miss you were suggesting to Ms. Peters that we kind of ignore this for a while and we'll get back to it later in terms of answering Janet Rowland's question.
I say we
no,
can,
it is-
let's address it when we get back, avoid it for now.
It is part of Dominion's lawsuit. Yep.
And just to be clear,
It's the thing we just read about the warrant to get Lindell's cell phone.
is not a participant at all, correct?
No, this is a conversation between Clerk Peters and myself.
Just a moment, Ms. Bishop. Ms. Bishop,
I
for
need
the
a-
purposes
I need a
of
mic
my
drop.
cross-examination today. I have no further questions for you. Thank you
Oh,
for
shit.
answering my questions.
God damn it.
Thank you.
Case, your redirect, please, and we can turn the lights back on.
I think it is a criminal trial. Isn't it? No. This isn't part. This is a separate action. No, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean that. It just is the same topic.
Starting on May 13th,
But no, this is a completely different. The trial is a criminal trial, separate. It just all is the same situation or a similar situation.
that you
Dominion
would
has
be
more
at the
complaints.
Symposium or fly by jet to South Dakota.
No, not at all.
To your knowledge, did Clerk Peters have any idea that there would even be a symposium?
No, not at all.
Now, from all of the messages that we've looked at here, have you seen a single message that shows you that Clerk Peters agreed to commit a crime?
No, absolutely not.
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
Sustained.
What in the fuck is happening here?
Well,
There we go. We'll move that, Sammy.
look at page
Sam, don't hit my camera. Thank you. Thank you, Sam.
Is this 71, this guy?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sam Wise. Sam Wise.
Sarah, if you wouldn't mind, ma'am.
No problem, Jen. I know, so much to catch up on. Thank you for coming and thanks for sharing that information, Jen. I really appreciate it.
Those lights off again, please.
Your Honor, we don't have the technology synced up right now. We disconnected, so we don't have the ability to project that exhibit. If the defense wants to project it, they can use their technology.
We'll scan it in, Your Honor.
Well, can we get it up here quick, just for time's sake?
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Computer locked up, if we can have just.
Oh, that's the issue, okay.
She unplugged it because it locked up, if we can have.
Whoops.
I think that'll be quicker than probably scanning it in and all that, so
Sure.
let's.
Well, let me ask you a question. I think we all remember. Clerk Peters.
I don't think I don't think the prosecution did enough questioning. I'm sorry.
April 28, 2021, in the green box.
Yes. You bet, Kurt. I and my office are at your disposal. I will do all I am able to help. We will talk tomorrow. Hopefully, Friday is a busier day, and my availability will be hit or
I
miss.
love it.
Until then, Tina.
Okay, what did you understand Clerk Peters to mean by able to help?
Whatever was within the realm of the law, and she said that repeatedly. We will work within the law.
Stop
You
it.
attended the meeting.
Your Honor, I'm gonna
Stop
object.
it. Yeah, object.
Hearsay on the part of Ms. Peters. That's a statement that is not in the record.
Yeah, that's important. Thank
That is an
you.
out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted the portion of the response that was repeating the statements of the defendant. The other portion of the answer stands.
You attended the meeting on April 23rd, and Mr. Shapiro asked you about.
Really? On his telegram?
Yes.
Ooh.
Did Dr. Frank say at the meeting that the audit had to be done legally?
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
I'm going to object in terms of misstating the evidence. I'll leave it for the jury to decide what the
Well,
evidence is.
I'll overrule the objection. What's said on the recording is something you get to hear and you've heard already, so it's.
This, I'm not sure if it was in the recording, but it was said at the meeting.
Your Honor, again, I would object there on hearsay,
All
since
right.
it's not in the recording.
Well, then, sustained. That's hearsay.
I think I'm blocked from his Telegram channel. He claims he's not paid by. He fucking.
Second box.
Unfortunately, he's on tape saying he's paid by Lindell, so he can fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
Can you read that?
Yes, this is Kurt Olson, Attorney Kurt Olson speaking. He says, yes, your concerns are well-founded. They are a dirty company. I've looked at the contract.
Okay, you're in the wrong box. off.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry. Clerk Peters is speaking. A little concerning that they are being so secretive and adamant about non-transparency. Maybe nothing, but then again.
And who was Clerk Peters referring to?
Anybody know the name of his? Jen, what's his handle now? Oh, Dr. Frank.
I am not clear on that because I don't know what the previous attachment is.
Follow the data with Dr. Frank. Okay, here we go. Oh, fucking fucky, fuck.
So, throughout your association with Clerk Peters, what did
I
she
love that they
speak
just
publicly
talk and talk and
about
talk.
being in favor of election transparency?
Absolutely.
Objection
Yes, she
beyond
did.
the scope of direct and cross.
Overruled.
Now then, also on page 8, the second box from the bottom in blue, from Kurt Olson.
Mm-hmm. He states, Attorney Olson says, yes, your concerns are well-founded. They are a dirty company. I've looked at the contract. I'd like to know if their machines or their components are labeled as, quote, confidential.
What was your understanding of the statement, your concerns are well-founded?
I mean, above when she says it's concerning that they're being so secretive and adamant about non-transparency, and he says your concerns are well-founded. That was all of our concerns, that these things were secretive and weren't public.
Now, on
Oh my God. Oh, hi. You're pushing my microphone into my face?
second
Okay.
box down from the top.
Come here.
Read.
Oh. Come here.
Thank you.
Come here. Oh, come here.
Can you read what Clerk
I'll
Peters
pet you. I'll pet
posted
you.
here?
I cannot wait this. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I'm going to read that.
Oh. They're only allowing me 2 people, otherwise
How
they
in the world
walk.
did he
you see
travel all
that
that way
thread?
then,
We've got to
on a
figure
high
a
school
way to
teacher's
have your IT
wage?
guy here.
What did you mean when you said, what did you understand Clerk Peters to mean when she said, they're only allowing me 2 people here, otherwise they walk?
Well, if I'm understanding it, this is pertaining to the trusted build, and they're only going to allow 2 people into. It's kind of, it's really above my pay grade here. I'm not completely certain what she's speaking of, but it has to do with the trusted build.
Now, at that time, were you aware of an email, which we've already seen? You haven't seen it.
I agree, Oren.
From Lana Jordan, the IT director, on April 21st, which was 9 days before this text. On April 21st, telling Clerk Peters the IT department would not provide an expert to observe the trusted build. Did you know that at this time?
What I understood is that they weren't willing to work with her. I was assuming it was for the forensic image, but I wasn't clear on the details.
So, you said earlier that when Clerk Peters said, your IT guy here, you were not sure who she meant?
I'm not sure who she's speaking of because Conan is in the conversation.
Now, had you been talking to Gerald Wood prior to April 30th?
I've been talking with him since, the fall of 21, the fall of 19, after I did that event. Leading up to this particular thing, we were doing the canvassing effort, and so we were seeing each other often. I'm not sure exactly when this conversation began to be talked about, it would have to have been after Dr. Doug Frank was here, and he mentions the forensic imaging and what can be done. And so then I would have gone to Jerry Wood after that to ask him if this is something that he can do.
Keep him on the couch. Vote Kamala and Walls 2024. Hey, Jim. No more couch jokes. I love it. Who was paying her? I'll give you one guess. He gave her a show, Badger. He gave her an entire show on his network. How does that for pay?
Could we blow up the middle?
How's that
with
for
the
pay?
Second and third boxes, please. Thank you, ma'am. Can you read, this is a text from you to Mr. Olson.
Mm-hmm.
And could you read what you said to Mr. Olson, please?
Yep. I said, Kurt, we are needing a background check on the consultant that you will be sending. We have a time frame on this, as you know, so let's cover this today and get it done.
And Mr. Olson's response was?
Need to discuss that.
And do you recall a conversation between yourself and
Do you mean that Conan and Sofa couldn't pass a background check?
the 12th about the background check on the consultant that Mr. Olson was going to send?
I don't believe I was on that call.
Hold on one moment. Sustained.
Did you meet in person with Conan Hayes when he came to Colorado from May 23rd to May 26th?
Yes, I did. I met him.
Yes, she did.
And without telling us what Mr. Conan Hayes said to you, did he explain why he wanted his identity not to be revealed?
He did explain it, yes.
Objection.
Objection.
Lies.
Right, it's not relevant. Sustained.
Oops. Why is that doing that? Don't do that. Oh, I have a kitty here that I get to pet.
So, directing your attention to page 20, the bottom box. The date of this text was, is it, oh, it's on, the date is on the next page, correct?
Yes, May 16th of 2021.
All right. So, Clerk Peters is asking the group, what is she asking? Can you read that?
What do you make? What do you all make of this? I just received it from a clerk.
To your knowledge, was Clerk Peters working with other county clerks in the state of Colorado for election transparency?
I was aware of other clerks who were very concerned about what was going on, and I had had conversations myself with them.
Oh, really?
So, yes.
Oh, really?
Then on page 21.
What made you do that?
At the bottom.
I thought you were just a mom.
There are two texts from Conan Hayes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And on one, he sent attachments. On the first one?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then in the second text, did he say what he had sent?
He says, here is Halderman debunking their word, Halderman.
Oh, my God.
And who is Halderman?
J.R. Halderman is a professor.
Yes. Stop.
Sustained.
Oh, yeah. I hope they call, like, Kurt Olson. I guess they can't.
Now, there's
Mike
a message
Lindell.
on page 27 from Conan Hayes, is that correct, at the bottom?
Yes, on the bottom of page 27, the last statement is from Conan.
That's true. Kurt did testify, although he is her lawyer. So I don't know. I don't know if
He
he can.
says, "Thank you, Sherronna. Things are going good, just going through everything. Main focus is understanding exactly what changes were made to the system and why. The amount of information is usually a 60-day turnaround. I am faster than most, so I would say about 2 weeks from here, and I will be able to tell you what people ate for breakfast."
So, were you asking Mr. Hayes for a report on what he had found?
Yes, I was asking.
Yes, yes or no?
Excuse me. Sorry. Yes.
All right. And how long did it take to finally get the report of what had happened to the Mesa County voting system on May the 25th during the trusted build?
We still didn't have it in September. Mr. Case, I don't recall when the first report was put forward, but I believe sometime in October.
Was that report eventually published publicly?
Yes, it was.
Relevance sustained. And ladies and gentlemen, you're instructed that whether or not any report was ever published is not relevant to any issue before you, and you shall disregard the question.
Ms. Bishop, I just have a couple more for you, and thank you for being so patient with us. You made a hotel reservation for Mr. Hayes.
I did.
Was that a crime?
No, it was not.
Were you open with other public officials in Mesa County about what happened during the trusted build and the imaging of the server?
Yes, I was.
Objection, relevance.
Well, if it goes to the intent to commit a crime and the intent for an agreement, a secret agreement in a conspiracy.
Not as to her. It's not relevant. The objection is sustained.
On the night of May the 25th.
Oh, no, he definitely is. Jen, he is Mike Lindell's lawyer. He's definitely all over the defense fund.
Okay, come on up.
Yeah, he's all over that. Yeah, so anyway, let me show you what I just said to Dr. Frank, which, of course, I think I must be banned on his channel. I'm pretty sure, but maybe not. Hold on, let me go over here. Let me get this. Oh, fucking come on, shit. All right. So I'll read this because it's too small. Follow the data with Dr. Frank is his Telegram channel. This is the slightly Nazi channel. Gab is more Nazi. This is MAGA Nazi. Clarification regarding today's testimony in the Peters trial. During the recording played in court today, a 12-minute excerpt, I am heard saying that Mr. Lindell was paying me to travel the country finding fraud. I was not lying, but my statement is not correct. It needs to be understood in context. The point of my comment was to assure the Mesa County election officials that I was not there to sell them my analytical services. Instead, I was offering to help them at no charge to them. I only had just met Mr. Lindell. That's not true. He was in Lindell's first movie, Absolute Bullshit, which came out in early April. So he met Lindell earlier than this. Okay? I'm sorry. This is so stupid. I had only met Mr. Lindell and had entered into an expert witness retainer agreement with him, not being entirely sure where this was going, where things were going, but I never sent him a bill. I bet you didn't. The work I do across the country is volunteer, and people donate to cover my travel expenses. Ask the event organizers. I don't charge a fee. Often the donations are insufficient to cover my expenses. This was an important decision I made early on in my work, and one that has proven to be the right one. Mr. Lindell was my inspiration in this regard, as he has put his entire personal wealth on the line and is now in considerable debt. I don't want there to be any confusion concerning my intentions on this matter. If you want to help, please donate to the Lindell Offense Fund. Yes, that's right, but I don't have anything to do with it. I'm going to see if you can see the comments on this. What? Why? Oh, I see. Maybe I... No? Okay. No, cancel. No. Oh, my fucking... Okay, great. I'll open the fucking desktop. I'm in it. God, I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. No, I don't. What? You just gave me... Okay. Well, let me tell you what I put on there. Actually, I'm going to put it on... I'm putting it on Twitter right now. Which people have given you money to cover your travel expenses? You said Lindell paid you to do this on tape. Now, I know he thinks that he was just trying to convince them otherwise, but what people? What people pay you? I really want to know. What people are paying you? Huh? Tell me. Tell me. Here he is with his daughter. His daughter is really adorable, but he puts her on fucking channels all the time. It's just gross. Anyway, here we go. 7 steps to take back our election. Tuesday, August 13th in Perryville, Mo, in Missouri, the show me state. Well, he's going to show them. Yeah, he goes from American Legion to VFW to Hyatt conference room to, you know, Dr. Frank. Oh, I can't stand this. Cancel. Dr. Frank has been working with hundreds of, I can't remember, I can't see what that says. But anyway, yeah, he's a, I don't want to open the desktop. You guys are really, Telegram's such a clunky piece of shit. Here we go. Gerald Wood breaks silence over Tina Peters allegations. He shared the same thing we watched yesterday, the interview with Douglas, what's his name? Stuck on a plane to Juneau. Tina Peters, I've just finished... Okay, he's had another one. I've just finished reading several articles covering the Tina Peters trial. You didn't read mine, did you? I shouldn't be surprised to see the articles misquoting the recording made of a small portion of the meeting by Tina, nor by the conflicting accounts, but I am surprised. Eventually, there will be trial transcripts, and the truth will out. In the interim, misinformation is abundant. Clearly, journalism is not about integrity. Well, this has been a lot of feelings, but not... Thank you. Thank you. But I already knew that from my academic days when I taught math at a high school in Ohio. I was interviewed by several, quote, science journalists because of my discovery. I don't know what the discovery was. I forget. They never got it right and always made up the quotes they printed. Always? Really? Quote marks actually mean, here is the way I interpret. Fucking hell. What an idiot. So literally there's nothing here. Like, everybody's misquoted. The transcripts will tell the truth. Journalism is bad. Journalism is really bad. Journalism is bad. I mean, this is literally what he said. There's no facts in here to dispute. There's no disputing. Here we go. August 26th, he's going to be in Kentucky. All right, you coming back to California there? Hootie Pop? Because I need to know. Free Tina. Whistleblower. She thinks she's a... What? Whistleblower Tina Peters, court dates and events. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh my God. What is this? Guess which Alaska legislator is working for election integrity? I want to hear what this says. Oh. Oh, I see. It's just a little scrolly. It's just a scrolly bit. Ooh, I'm back in the news again. Oh, you are. You're such a dick. Oh, no, thank you. Thank you anyway. It was an all-day affair. There's Sherronna and Tina. Oh, yeah. See how good friends they are? But they don't really know each other. Yeah. I bet, Neil. I bet. It's really frustrating. There I am. Look at me, Tina. I'm little Tina Peters. I'm Tina Cheaters. Tina Cheaters. Oh, no, this is her lawyer. I'm sorry. That's not Sherronna. That's one of her defense attorneys. Sorry. 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 God, everybody, these great little, action shots. Hey, Charles, good job with the action shots, huh? Nice. Nice. Oh, my God. Why? This is quite a sidebar. This is quite a sidebar right now. Oh, wait. First, I want to finish this tweet. Finish the tweet. I want to do this right now. Telegram. You're my telegram. You're my telegram. You're my telegram. You're my telegram. Yeah. Sorry. I'm going to stop. Wait, I want to move this. Why doesn't it let you? Oh, yeah. Here we go. There we go. Oh, wait. I need to hat tip the person that told me about this. Hat tip. I hope I'm not following you, so I hope oh, damn. Jen, what's your handle? Damn it. Oh, man. What's your... Damn it. I don't remember. Okay, well, I owe you a hat tip. God damn it, I just... Fuck. Fuck. It's okay, I'm going to fix it. Watch me fix it. Oh, I also wanted to read this David Hancock tweet that Clayburgh sent. Oh, no, it's not okay. I like giving people their due. I like giving people the credit. I'll do it. I can add it. It's okay.
Last question of the day. So your house was raided.
Yeah, except for the jury.
You took your computers. Did they charge you with a crime?
No, they never have charged me with a crime.
Thank you.
Got confused since we had all the prosecution witnesses. They don't have any more questions to ask, or they're not going to have any more. Is there more?
No, I'd just like Ms. Bishop to remain available in case we need her because of other evidence.
Okay, sure. But let me first ask the jury, do you have any questions for this witness? Looks like we might have some, so if I can have counsel approach, let the bailiff pass first, please.
Oh, wow, that's quiet. At Jen My 891, okay. Wow. I don't know. I don't really know. They did make a point of advising Sherronna when she testified that she has the right to plead the fifth because she is still subject to that anything she says can and would be used against her. So they made a point of making sure that she was warned about that. And of course, she chose to not invoke the fifth and to go ahead and testify and not remember anything. I don't know how the jury feels about this, because I feel like my perspective on this case and other cases like this would be so skewed by the fact that I watched them do this. And even though I can appreciate that if particular laws weren't in the books so that actions she took may have been only considered violations of policy or unprofessional, or you know what I mean? Like, I think that the defense attorneys are really trying to focus on the fact that none of the stuff she did was illegal. And that's a stretch, but I mean, there's no technical, although she is charged with crime. So clearly some of her actions speak to actual code crimes, state crimes. But they're really pushing the fact that, wow, she just was trying to protect the voting system. Well, but then why did you do these other things? And it's because they think that, and this is a convenient excuse, so I only give it so much credit. But it's literally because they think everyone in the government is against them. And by them, I mean the maggot kind of election deniers. They really feel like no one is trustworthy, except for these people that they'll just randomly go ahead and, show shit to. I'm going to play that again, my 4 minutes of fame, because I can. And yeah. And let me see where it was. I don't even know where it was. Oops. Oh, man. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, Lindell has to pay the prove Mike wrong. Yeah, he does. He has to pay that $5 million, right? He had to pay the $5 million. So, I don't know. I don't know, but I've been told. Here you go. This is the hat tip for you. And this is what I said on which people have given you money. I'm sure if I went back right now, I'd be banned. Kicked out. Let's see. What I wanted to do was show you the video that 5GW captured from me. She's the most amazing. Oh, wait. I have to go to my replies. I'm so dumb. Oh, I'm so dumb. Oh, wait. This is my replies. Oh, no. It's my posts. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Here's an interesting article, by the way. I read this article from ProPublica about witnesses that have gotten compensated or paid after or right before they've appeared on the stand. Okay, wait. Oh, yeah, that's back here. There she is. What you got? Wait. Oh, I love this. Oops, sorry. I'll turn it down a little bit. It's Tom Jones. I'm sorry. I love that clip. I'm so sorry. That was very loud and I didn't mean for that to be. Okay, at least this is where, okay. So this is what 5G got for me yesterday and I'm so excited.
Okay, we got one request here. Go ahead. Go ahead. We just brought up a new guest speaker here. Lolo. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Hi, sorry about that. I was just going off mute. So I missed most of your space and I really apologize but I had a good reason, because I've been streaming Trina Peters on my YouTube channel all day, the trial. And I actually am a little bit of an aficionado of this particular part of our election history. So I just wanted to know,
I don't speak well on the spot.
Cameras off? Why did she request that? I have a few questions actually, and I don't know. Yehuda, are you part of her legal team?
Mark's like,
No, I'm not part of our legal team, and I don't think we have anybody here tonight part of our legal team, so I cannot unfortunately answer that specific question. I don't know the
Well,
answer to that, and I guess
let me just.
you go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'll just make my point, and then I'll get on my way because I know you probably have other things you want to talk about. But I disagree with your take of the case, obviously. And while I agree that Tina may have at one point believed that she was trying to do a duty, and if her position was, I need to make copies of the database or the system before and after, that would have been maybe understandable. But I'm a little confused as to why the additional steps were taken, like requesting the cameras be turned off in the setting after they have never been turned off as part of practice, why she purchased burner phones, why Sherronna Bishop was part of the process. Why did she not return to Grand Junction or to Mesa County after the symposium? Why did she sit on stage with Sherronna Bishop and allow the data that she claims that she didn't want shared with anyone? Why didn't she
All
call
right, so
someone
ladies and gentlemen,
when
I'm just going
she
to let you
saw
know.
that?
Said it before.
Ron-
Sometimes you offer questions I can't ask. I don't speculate as to what the answer might be or why the question wasn't asked. I do have
Jury questions.
A handful of questions for you, Ms. Bishop, from the jury.
Yes.
So
Handful.
Let me make sure I read these correctly. Give me just a moment.
Thanks, gal. Means a lot coming from you.
Why were you in the meeting before the symposium if you don't work there?
The reason I was. Can I get clarity real quick? Are we?
I don't.
No.
I just have the question.
Okay, let me think here.
I read it verbatim.
Okay.
I can read it again if you'd like.
Yeah, please. Thank
Sure.
you.
Why were you in the meeting before the symposium if you don't work there?
I think they meant the build.
I'm not sure which meeting is being referenced. What I can say is why I've been so involved is because I've been very concerned about our elections.
Oh,
I
yeah.
ran campaigns.
Non-responsive relevance.
That is non-responsive.
Okay. I'm going to overrule the objection, so you can continue
Thank you.
answering.
Oh man,
these for now.
here we go. Here we go. This is not doing her favors,
I
actually.
worked in campaigns and helped to run the city council election, the municipal election of 2021. I worked on 2 of the candidates' campaigns. And when the election was over, it didn't seem right to me or to many in the community. And so that's when we
Really?
began looking
Because
into
Bobert
elections.
won.
So naturally,
Wait a
I
minute.
went to the clerk.
Wait a minute. Wait the fucking minute.
I think you've answered
She worked for
the question.
Bobert's
Thank you very much.
campaign,
And
okay?
then the next
What did
question
she
I have
think
is,
was wrong? Because her
How
person
do you
won.
not know a key card or sign-in is needed? You were in the room.
Oh, she's playing this one really well. I don't know what you mean.
I'm not sure which room you're referring to. And I was not in any room. I just don't know what meeting you're speaking of or what room you're talking about. A key card is needed to access apparently the Mesa County
Okay,
building.
this
or
is
the
her
clerk's
chance
building,
to
but I've been in
appease the jury, and they're not appeased.
I've been in the building many times and not needed a key to get in. So I don't know those intricacies because I do not work there. So I wouldn't know that.
But it's in the meeting they said
add
it, you
someone to
stupid
Signal
cunt.
Who already has a profile on Signal? Do they have to accept the invitation to the chat group, or do they get added without agreeing to be added to the chat group?
Ooh.
I think it's both. I think it's both. You can be added, and then there are times when they have to accept permission to be added.
When is it? How do you know?
Questions
Tell
based
us.
on those questions, Mr. Shapiro?
I have a lot of
this is not
questions
your
based on
witness.
those
Mr. Case?
questions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It is a very good question. Smart jury.
You were in the meeting with Dr. Frank on April 23rd, correct?
That's correct. I was in that meeting with Dr. Frank.
All right. And who arranged that meeting?
I arranged that meeting.
With the permission
Keep
of
going.
Clerk Peters?
Yes, I had called and asked if he
Keep
could come
going.
in and ask some questions.
Oh, she called?
And they also had questions that they wanted to ask.
Really?
We were not trying to cause any turmoil with the clerk's office.
Really?
By bringing Dr. Frank in, because
Really?
he was saying things that were contrary to their understanding.
Really?
And so we were trying to make sure that there was understanding on both
Why?
sides.
Why was it so important for Doug Frank to be understood? Why? Why was it important? Why? Why?
Were you in the room during the trusted build?
No, I was not.
Have you ever had access to the tabulation room where the county computers are kept?
No, I have never been in there. I have not. I was not there for that. They do a tour. I've been in through a tour. I want to be just really clear. During this situation we're talking about, absolutely not.
What situation?
Excuse me, the imaging and the trusted build.
Were you present at either?
No, I was not.
And the only time you've been in the tabulation
Yes,
room
Scott.
was on a public tour, which was guided by employees of the county clerk.
That is
Why?
correct.
One moment, I'm sorry.
Why are you doing this? Why are you so up the ass of a clerk's office?
You can answer the question.
That is correct.
Why don't
Only
you
on a
run
tour
for
by the
clerk,
staff.
stupid?
All right, thank you.
And
Man, it's so
in the,
convenient that Conan
chat
was a government informant so
that
they
we
could
saw,
lie about his
first one we
identity.
talked about today, FF3, did Sandy Brown add herself to that chat?
I hope Kurt Olson gets on this fucking stand or something. I want to
On
know
the
why
on the FF3,
he
I added her
knows
to that chat.
Sherronna. How did she meet Kurt Olson? How did she meet Kurt Olson? Period.
Excuse me for a moment, because on page 2, excuse me, let me retract that. It says that Sandy Brown added Sandy Brown. Excuse me.
And that's on what page?
Excuse me. That's on FF302.
All right.
Oh,
And
shit,
then on-
gal, that's a
at the
good
top
call.
of Page 3 on the same exhibit, who else added?
No, he's not. No, Jim, it's not the Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is useless.
It's on the bottom of page 2 for
He's
mine.
not
It
involved
says
in
Belinda
anything. He
added
wish he
Belinda.
was. I know. I would love to find. I want the defense witnesses. I wish I could be
Based
part of
on
this
the
legal team.
Last week questions from defense counsel on that direct examination. Just to clarify, in April and May of 2021,
I want to be retained as an expert
not
troll.
a Mesa County resident, correct?
I lived in Garfield County.
Thank you.
I want to be a witness for the troll
So, Ms.
population.
Bishop, it sounds like the parties, Ms. Peters in particular, may want to recall you. So, you're
Judge,
done for
don't you
now.
have any
They'll let you
questions
know
for
if they need
her?
you again and when they need you back.
God
But
damn
you're
it.
good to go for now. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Next witness, please.
Don't thank the jury.
Okay, Investigator Cannon, if you can come on up here to the
Cunt.
lecture table
Oh,
floor, I'll swear you in.
fucking bitch, cunt, bitch, fucking cunt, bitch, fucking cunt, bitch, fucking cunt. But you are, Blanche, you are.
Please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of law that the statements and testimony you'll give to the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please take a seat over here in the black chair.
Time is on my side. Yes, it is. Time.
Okay, are you approaching?
Who the fuck
Come
is
on.
this?
Is
He looks
I don't know who's
familiar,
handling this
actually.
witness.
I am judge, and that's correct.
Who is he?
So N is admitted. N is in.
What is he looking at? What are you looking at, sir? Excuse me, anybody?
Permission to publish, sir?
Yes. Oh.
Was he? Wait.
Investigator Cannon.
Oh, it's Investigator
during
Cannon.
the,
Okay, this is the prime investigator on the
time that you were
case.
doing your investigation, was there a time when you figured out that you're still playing, trying to figure out where these images that came online were? How did you figure out who was seated at the computer on May 23rd when the image was created?
Conan Hayes, based on my investigation.
Okay. How did you make a
He was at the computer?
That you've said that Conan Hayes was there based on your investigation.
I thought that.
Yes,
That's quite interesting.
and stipulated by defense.
No, I said he was present.
Correct.
Yeah.
Who logged in on
Oh, you're kidding me.
into the Mesa County election management system to make an image?
I'm not sure who logged in.
Did you look at this document I obtained from your report? Exhibit N?
I can't see the number. I'll trust you that it's Exhibit N.
It would be the blue, or I'm sorry, it's out to the right in the little print on the right.
N001 in the corner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you look at that? Are you familiar with this document?
I'm not that old, but it's pretty microscopic. If you can point me into what it is.
All right. Could you put it up? Your Honor, can we switch over to our control, sir?
No.
Yes, you may.
I just want to say no.
Okay. I'd like to zoom in, if I could, to this section here. You have received a report from another investigator, correct?
Can you be more specific?
Okay. This report was generated during your investigation. Actually, we back out. I want to point to another spot on the document. Up here, right in this section where there's an X. Let's zoom
Go
in.
to the mic, fuckwad.
Okay. Do you know who the author of this report is?
Because they wouldn't let her open the machines, gal. That's why she didn't go to her county's office. Womp
That
womp.
may
She
have
said
been
she
a
had been in
report
touch with a
from
lot
not
of
an
election
investigator,
people.
but a Mesa County IT witness that we interviewed.
Okay. So let me get this straight. When you asked Mesa County's IT team, they were able to do analysis
Stop it.
of the
Stop
election
it.
management
Stop
system
it.
to give you information.
Stop it.
Correct?
This isn't questioning.
Well, what is this? How are they getting this
Oh.
information?
This isn't the voting system, sir.
Okay, what was it then?
Mesa County network that Mesa County oversees.
Okay, this is from the Mesa County network, correct?
Correct.
Does it show who was logged in on May 23rd? You can back out. Down here, and we can go to page 2 if we need to. You can look at page 2 in front of you.
Confused. Where are we?
The page in front of me it's microscopic.
Okay, so you can't. All right, so would you go to page 2? They ultimately conclude this is Sandra Brown and her YubiKey that's logged into the network, correct?
Yes.
All right. So just to be clear here, this was a report that you produced during your investigation, true?
It was added to discovery. I did not produce it.
Okay.
I did not author it.
But you've reviewed that and you included it in your case. You're in charge of this case, right?
Yes.
All right. So we've been coy here a little bit, but let's get to the point. Sandra Brown was the one that was logged in.
I don't think he's being coy at all.
To the Mesa County computers and not the DVS system. That's
Okay.
what this would indicate.
All right. Do you have a record of who was logged into the Mesa County election management
Oops.
server? Similar
Did he
to
think this was an EMS?
Do you have a date for the 26th as to who was logged in?
To what, sir?
To the internet, the server,
What?
or any other device.
Oh, come on.
When the second image was built.
Can you just clarify the question? so I
God,
answer?
there's no question.
Do you know whether or not Sandra Brown or any other person was logged in to the Mesa County server on the 26th when the second image was made?
I'm sure that hundreds of Mesa County employees were logged into the Mesa County server, as I was.
Okay. So, were you ever able to
He thought this was the election management system data.
type of
The lawyer fucked up.
computer
He
analysis
thought this was
to
the
see who logged
EMS
into
system.
and
Oh my
ran
God.
the processes necessary to do a forensic image?
No.
That's incredible.
Do you have to even log into the computer to make a forensic image?
Objection. Lack of qualifications. That's an expert opinion.
Your Honor, we qualified him
I'm
as
sorry.
an
I'm
expert.
sorry.
He told us
Just let me, because maybe
Yeah.
I'm going to sustain the objection, or
Yes,
maybe I need to hear something.
Yeah. Oh
Discourage all
boy.
counsel
That's a
from engaging
big
in
booby.
speaking. Objections and responses, please.
You know what?
As we
Maybe you
discussed
should
The objection is overruled. If he knows, he knows.
Can you ask a question again, please?
I can tell you what the question was.
Yes, sir.
Did you have to even log into the computer to make a forensic image?
I'm not positive on that.
Okay.
Oh, fantastic, Jen Mai. Thank you. The defense attorney, Dan Hartman, that fat fuck, is facing sanction in Michigan. He's not even barred in Colorado? Wait a minute. How can he be lawyering? Are you kidding me, Jen? He's not barred in Colorado? How does he get to be a fucking... He represents Stephanie Lambert? What? What? I know the Stephanie Lambert thing was pushed off, right? It was supposed to be in July, and then all of a sudden it got pushed off, I think, to September, her court cases.
Okay. So,
holy
we heard about your
shitballs. How is he able to lawyer?
And I want to ask you if in front of you, if you have the exhibit here that is...
Yeah, Stephanie Lambert represents Patrick Byrne. They're all connected.
Yes.
They're all connected. This was a conspiracy.
Okay, Exhibit 70. When did you first see that?
Yeah, Darley.
This would have
Here we go.
been from the FBI extractions, which I testified prior. I'd gotten bits and pieces.
Oh, okay.
Over a long
Thank you.
period of time.
I would imagine there was
Then
some
I had
kind
to go
of
through and
approval.
analyze it, so I
Thank you,
don't have
Oomph.
a specific answer when I first saw it.
One can practice or one can represent out of jurisdiction with permission of the court and probably acceptable
This
local
FF-3?
ally supervision. Right. Okay.
Make sure which one this is. Okay, I saw this one a long time ago.
Okay, FF3?
Yikes.
Yes, sir.
And the FF3 was...
Pro hoc vice. Okay.
That wasn't offered in your
Oh,
case.
attorney, not ally. Sorry, I can't.
No.
My eyes.
And
my little eyes. I have little tiny baby eyes.
This is, if I'm reading the handwriting, kind of blends in. Looks like 7-7.
Yes.
Okay.
J7. Or wait, let me approach.
You may.
No. Sit down. Why are you whispering to him? Get away from him.
TT.
This guy has Van by the River vibes, okay? I'm not lying.
TT. When did you see that one?
Let's see. Make sure I'm looking at the right one.
Oh, Karamo. Blech. She's crazy too. She is fucking crazy too. They're crazy cuckoo puffs.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you see it before trial started?
One of these, I believe I did not see until trial started. The other one was provided, I believe, by defense quite some time ago.
All right. What about Exhibit A? The one where we went through where Gerald Wood is inquiring about the the backing up of the image while he's at his alibi party. Have you seen that one?
What?
Are you referring to...
What is this?
The exhibit...
what is
that Wood
this?
Did not believe that he had seen?
Yes.
Okay, now what's the question?
Oh yeah, no, you do have
During trial.
you're overloaded,
So
Lee,
during your
in some
thorough
ways.
investigation of this case, you seized a lot of phones, correct?
Yes.
Oh my God.
And you had cooperation from Belinda, correct?
Eventually.
And you had cooperation before trial from Sandra Brown.
Ah,
Before
Patrick
trial,
Colbeck.
You had
Yes.
cooperation from Gerald Wood.
There's so
before
many
trial, correct?
second tier names that
And
are
in
actually
those
super
cooperations,
important.
those
I tend to
exhibits
focus
that
on
you
the
said you
famous
weren't
names,
seen
but I'm
before,
telling you
but
right
you
now, it's those
participants
lower
in,
names that
they
you guys
never
all
shared
pick
that with
out
you, did
that
they?
are important.
You said 2 exhibits. I just want to make sure I answer that correctly.
Exhibit A, and you said one of the 2 in front of you.
Correct.
All right. And their immunity, their use immunity agreement does not cover them if they lie, correct?
Correct. To be
Word.
clear, Wood had the use agreement. The other 2 were proffers.
Okay, those were proffers. You've heard, and we've gone through this. The testimony that you that the case was put on, would you agree that Sandy Brown, when she testified, contradicts what is in that exhibit?
I don't know if I'd agree with that.
Okay. How about Belinda Nisley? Is she contradicted by what's in that exhibit?
I don't know if I'd agree with that statement.
Is Gerald Wood contradicted by what's in Exhibit A?
He said he didn't recall it. I don't think he said anything beyond that.
Okay. So did not Sandra Brown testify to this jury that she had no awareness that an image was going to be produced by a person other than Gerald Wood?
Objection leading.
Yes, Matt DePerno too. God, please let all these cases go forward and be
She was
fruitful.
aware that Conan Hayes was going to be present on the 23rd through the 26th?
No, she did not.
Did Belinda Knisley ever tell you that she was aware?
After the fact, yes, but not during the time.
When they testified, they represented that all the way through until August.
That's
both
not
of them
true.
did, that they were unaware, correct?
Just so I'm clear, unaware of which piece.
Unaware of what? Yeah.
That Conan Hayes was going to be there. That
Correct.
was their testimony.
Yes,
True?
sir. Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Okay, but the last part of that. Oh.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I want to talk about the Exhibit A first. That's in front of you.
I don't have it in front of me. I know you're referencing the one that Mr. Wood testified that he was unclear about.
Yes, that's the one. That exhibit, you said you had never seen it prior to.
Correct.
And that exhibit contained conversations between who, from your recollection?
Sherronna Bishop, Gerald Wood, Tina Peters.
The balls on them are amazing.
You
Really.
had
Really.
phone extractions
Just
from Gerald Wood's phone.
Yes.
Huge.
You had phone extractions from Sherronna Bishop's phone.
Correct.
And obviously, we did not have the phone that this was taken off of. You're able to tell that from your investigation, and which one was in blue?
Correct.
Okay. But two of the three participants in this conversation, we had their phones and got extractions from.
Correct.
Did you review all of the conversations between the parties as part of your investigation?
Yes.
How long have you been working on this investigation?
3 years as of, I think, today.
Was there actually those phones taken as not actually a state search warrant, but it was actually a federal search warrant, wasn't it?
Yes.
And they did the extractions first and reviewed it? Correct?
Yes.
And as part of a process, because people might have attorneys, they go through and make sure that no privileged communications. So lots of people reviewed all the stuff before it got to us, right?
That's correct.
And they were told to, or you discussed with them to point out any relevant conversations between any of the parties?
That's correct.
And you also reviewed all relevant conversations between the parties as part of your investigation?
That's correct.
Does this chat appear on any of their phones?
No.
The April 23rd
What?
document that is in front of you, I'm sorry, what was the exhibit number?
What?
The TT? Oh, was it TT? Thank you. The April document TT is a 2-page document? No, I'm sorry. May I approach Sherronna?
Yes?
No.
I'm a little unclear. Whose phones did it not appear on?
Should we turn the lights on?
That would be helpful, Judge, in addition to it being very small.
Yeah.
Can we, what now? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? What just, huh? What just happened? What just happened there? What just happened there?
Introduced as Exhibit N.
What's just
I have an
happened there?
N001 and an N002. Second page.
N001 and N002.
Okay.
Now, you were asked some questions about whether or not this indicated that Sandy Brown was logged into the elections software.
Correct.
And you indicated that that was not what this exhibit is about.
That's absolutely correct.
And this exhibit is something that happened because you went to Mesa County IT and Mesa County IT and talked to them about who was logged into the system on the days of the trusted build, on the Sunday prior to the trusted build. Is that all correct?
Yes, the Mesa County system, not the DVS system.
Okay, now I think the jury's heard this before, but is Mesa County responsible for the election system?
No.
Do they have anything to do with the election system?
No.
Do they have the ability to run who is logged into the election system?
No.
Why is this a concern to you? What when you found out that somebody was logged in on Sunday for this, why were you concerned about this?
Because this was a separate issue that had access to the Mesa County network, apart from what I was investigating, but in the same time frame.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what Wireshark is?
Sure. Wireshark is software used to capture network activity. It's used in various ways. Give you an example from law enforcement perspective. If you go to a hotel and you use local Wi-Fi, if it's not very secure, you use your credit card, you order a pizza. It's a way for people to capture that information that's going in and out of the network through that internet. And Mesa County has a network that goes across from building to building, under the ground, fiber optics, internet. So Mesa County has its own network that IT of Mesa County supports.
So was there part of your investigation related to Exhibit N that involved trying to figure out who had come in, what computer person came in and might have gotten into the Mesa County network and started gathering information?
Yes.
And was that a big security issue that you had as part of your investigation?
Yes, it was.
Entirely separate from the elections management system?
Separate from the election system.
Okay. When you interviewed Sandra Brown, did she discuss that she had gone in there on Sunday and was directed to help get the person we now know?
No, it was what she told the investigators. Isn't that work product? Come on now.
First of all, I haven't finished the question yet.
Right. So let's finish the question.
As part of your investigation, did you talk to Sandra Brown and learn that she was directed to go in on Sunday and help the person we now know as Conan James Hayes to basically learn the system?
Objection, Your Honor, and I would ask the court give a corrective instruction because he knows this is hearsay and he is offering information that is not in evidence that would only have to come from Sandra Brown.
May I respond to that?
Let me just read the question, please. I'll let you know. Yeah, your response.
Well, first of all, I believe that's an admissible co-conspirator statement, but also the testimony already was from Sandra Brown that she was told by Ms. Peters to go in and teach on Sunday and teach him the system as part of the onboarding process.
Then I would indicate asked, answered, and irrelevant under 403.
But it wasn't asked and answered.
It hasn't been asked and answered by this
Bitch.
witness. And is this a foundational question?
Yes.
Okay, that's my understanding.
I could be a judge.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I could be a judge.
Were you told that, as part of your investigation, that Ms. Brown was told to come in on Sunday to get into the system with the person we now know as Conan James Hayes?
Yes.
And did you locate information, specifically People's Exhibit N, that would indicate she got in there and then a Wireshark device was attached?
Yes.
Okay. And that Wireshark device captured something?
Yes.
What is that called?
PCAPs.
And what does PCAP stand for?
I don't remember the acronym off the top of my head. It's
Oh,
the network
my.
traffic I referred to when I used the hotel example. However, I'd be referring to Mesa County in this situation.
Am I dying? Is this like my my death wish, my death gift?
what's going
Is I
across
get
the
this
Mesa County
case?
network?
Yes.
The phone that I referenced was not
Because they were going to feature
downloaded. That was
PCAPs
part
at
of that
the
conversation in Exhibit
fucking
A.
symposium.
Do you know where that phone
They were
was?
worried about PCAPs for some reason.
When you conducted your search warrant, did you collect all of the phones that were there?
I believed I did at the time, or that officers there that were directed to did at that time.
And Miss Peters was there with you?
She was there with the officers,
Oh my
yes. I've seen the
God.
body cam and the footage.
She was asked to produce all of her phones?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mm.
You have suggested by your answers that the Exhibit A is not authentic.
No, it's not
Have you
true.
made that suggestion?
That's not true. He didn't make that suggestion.
Okay. So do you have any reason to dispute that the Exhibit A and the discussion between
They made up the conversation.
Trebuchet
Did they make up
is
the
Gerald
conversation?
Wood and the others is not
Did they?
an accurate and complete statement?
I don't know about a statement. It is what it is. It's incomplete in the fact that it doesn't have that 15-second voice message to give context of the statement.
Okay. So in fact, I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as Exhibit A1. Before we get into that, you mentioned that you had reviewed Celebrite. What is Celebrite?
Celebrite is the extraction software that our computer forensic law enforcement associates and civilians use to take a cell phone device, basically plug in the device, and Celebrite is the software to take the data out of the cell phone, and then it's transferred into a work product that I can then navigate around to investigate, kind of like I spoke to.
But can
the
you
other day.
listen to the
I can do search words,
audios?
query, like I can type in wood, I can view images, video, stuff like that.
So I want you
Can you listen to the voice recordings?
Because you just testified a moment ago that the phone of Sherronna Bishop was seized and it did not have these conversations on it. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
Could you take a look at what phone this Exhibit A1 is referencing, this Celebrite? Is this Sherronna Bishop's phone?
Not sure that it has that information on it.
Have you had a chance to compare this in any detail to the Exhibit A?
I don't understand the question.
Have you seen this document before?
The other day, yes.
Did you compare the Celebrite extraction to Exhibit A to see if they're the same?
To be clear, I have the Celebrite extraction of Sherronna Bishop, and I did not locate this.
Okay. Somebody else ran a Celebrite extraction on Sherronna Bishop's phone, and you were provided that, correct?
Yes.
Have you compared the other Celebrite extraction
Cattail passing
in
by.
Exhibit A1 to Exhibit A?
That's a good point, Jen.
You asked me if I looked at the extraction, or are you talking about Exhibit A1 to what you have in your hand?
Hey, I'm asking you if you compared the two, line by line, to make sure it was complete.
As far as the conversation, it appears complete other than that missing 15 seconds I spoke.
And the Celebrite extraction has the same question on that 15-minute conversation, which isn't included in the text.
So they
message.
didn't, someone deleted the audio recording.
So just to be clear here,
Sherronna destroyed evidence.
you were not the one that authored that report, correct?
A1?
Yeah.
This, my understanding, is an extraction, not a report, but I did not author it.
Okay. I want to ask you about the PCAPs that the prosecutor and you were talking about, and Wireshark.
Okay.
Wireshark is a device that will track activity going across the network, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with or have ever used Wireshark?
Familiar with cases that involving crimes that have been used with Wireshark. I've not used it myself. I'm familiar with just the basics of it.
Okay. And can you tell whether or not Wireshark would be able to be used if somebody were investigating, as the clerk has a duty to see whether or not the instrument we call the election management system or its components are connected to the Mesa County network?
Objection assumes law and facts, not an evidence about duties and responsibilities.
I'll rephrase.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to let the jury know as well. that that particular question is not relevant to the issues that you have to decide, and you are to disregard the question. Go ahead, Mr. Hartman.
Your Honor, I would need some further instruction. May we approach?
Sure, come on up.
I need some instruction because I don't know how to argue this without doing and breaking all your laws. Will he say he's going to say connected to the internet? But he's going to be shut down because they can't bring in any election disinformation, thankfully. I don't know how they got that one in there, but he's trying to argue the Dominion was connected to... Yeah, I know. They love that one. They love that. The other piece is... It's really... Okay, so it's a little unclear to me. So he's saying that is that issue the 15-second recording that seems to be gone? The pretrial orders was the Stephanie Lambert Dominion burn. Yeah. Oh, got you. Thank you so much. Well, which is this? I have the Dominion complaint against Bitch Kitten. Maybe I have it here. Maybe not. Maybe not. No, that's not it. Okay. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is it. Hold on just a minute. Excuse me, kitty. I'm trying to do something here. I wonder if this... No, that's not it. That's all. That's not it. That's not it. I guess that's all I have. Hold on, let me... All right, hold on. Down. Wait, what was I going to check? I can't remember now. My attorney case tried to say he was helping. Yeah, he's just helping. I had the fucking Patrick Byrne shit up. Now, where is it? Oh, wait. No, that's the warrant. Okay. Oh, I just fucking had this. God damn. Do. Okay, yeah, here we go. U.S. Dominion v. Byrne. Dominion again pushes disqualification bid for ex-Overstock CEO's attorney. Oh, no, I don't want that. I don't want to register. Oh, come on now. What? Oh, man. Is this a weird thing? Stop being weird. God damn it. There's a fucking... Is this... Can I look at this? Oh, man. Okay. In U.S. Dominion civil action, the defendant Byrne claimed immunity under the CDA when he retweeted a story that a Dominion voting machine had been hacked during the 2020 election.
We're going to be breaking soon, so...
Your Honor, I'm going to withdraw the questions related to PCAPs and the...
Yeah, I would.
Okay. Is that the conclusion of your cross? Oh, I'm sorry, your redirect. Yes.
It is, Your Honor, with one further comment.
Oh, okay.
The court at the bench council, we had stipulated to the admission of Exhibit A1.
All right, yes, A1 is so admitted. The people did stipulate to its admissibility and its admission.
Thank you.
Any questions for this witness from the jury? Okay, it looks like we might have some. So if I could have counsel approach. Thank you.
I mean, I usually look for the court listener link, but it just didn't seem to come up conveniently for me because it's so dumb.
All right, I have one question from the jury, Mr. Cannon. Is it possible that the phones you took had deleted the conversations in question before you were able to take possession of them?
Yes, it is possible.
Mr. Hartman, any questions based on that question?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Mr. Rubenstein?
May I have just a moment?
Sure. Okay.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, ladies
There
and
we
gentlemen,
go.
we're going to go ahead and take our
Lunch.
lunch break.
Yeah.
That's what it's called.
Cool.
We'll be back at 1:25, so we'll just do it a little bit over an hour. I know you have to get back a bit sooner than perhaps other folks. Please keep in mind the admonishment I've given you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form or express any opinions about the case. Don't do any research. Stay away from news outlets, social media sources, and the like. We will resume here, as I said, about an hour and 5 minutes. See everyone then. All rise for the jury.
All right. Here we go. Rock and roll. I'm just going to go ahead and make this big and then see if I can make it bigger. Big, 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 big. We need it really big. Yeah. That's it. That's what we need. Right there, baby. Oops. Oops. Okay. We don't need that. All right. Let's see what's going on here. So this is... See, here's the thing.
Okay, come on up.
Uh-oh.
The jury's not here. We got
It's on scheduling, though.
Okay, come on up. Go ahead and take a seat, everyone. Thank you.
Oh, shit. Okay. Anyway. Hold on. Okay, so this is the Dominion case against Patrick Byrne. Now, if you don't know who Patrick Byrne is, he is the former CEO of Overstock.com. He was compromised by a Russian spy who was actually convicted of being a Russian spy in relation to him, Maria Butina, who was a Russian spy sent over to infiltrate the right wing, the NRA, blah, 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 bric-a-brac. And she did it. She found her mark. Oh, my God. And his name was Patty McBurn after reading. I wonder if I have that picture of Pat Byrne in here. Hold on. I'm going to see if I have that. I want to see if I have that. Anyway, so Patrick Byrne has been sued by Dominion because, of course, just like all the other Nimrods in this fucking clown show, he has defamed Dominion terribly, really. I mean, really fucking awful. So he is a really terrible person. And that's pretty much it. Let me see if I can find the picture of him that I made. I don't know if I have it on here, but anyway, I made a picture of him. Ah, damn. You know what? I probably didn't keep that. And so anyway, let me see. I don't think I did. Stop looking for it. Stop it. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So here we go. After blowing up his career at Overstock by having an affair with a Russian spy, Patrick Byrne soon found himself a new pet project, promoting the false narrative that the 2020 election had been stolen. In fact, as Byrne has publicly admitted, he had already committed to that narrative 3 months before the election took place. After the election, Byrne manufactured and promoted fake evidence to convince the world that the 2020 election had been stolen as part of a massive international conspiracy among China, Venezuelan, and Spanish companies. The DOJ, the DHS, the FBI, prominent Republicans, Chief Justice John Roberts, and Dominion, which Byrne falsely claimed committed fraud and helped steal the 2020 presidential election. Byrne pushed these lies in collaboration with Sidney Powell, her client, Michael Flynn, MyPillow, Rudy Giuliani, who could forget Julie Rudiani, MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell, and others, Doug Frank, to manufacture a fake report that could be marketed as evidence against Dominion. Byrne engaged Russell Ramsland, a deep state conspiracy theorist who had peddled a false story about Dallas's 2018 congressional election and Kentucky's 2019 gubernatorial election that Byrne and his collaborators deliberately revised and repurposed for use against Dominion. Specifically, Ramsland had falsely claimed that those elections had been rigged by voting machines using Venezuelan election-stealing software controlled by a George Soros operative, and that votes had been sent to CIA-funded databases in Spain, where they were changed and sent back to the United States. Byrne later intentionally revised this false story to fit his preconceived narrative and falsely claimed that Dominion had rigged the 2018 Dallas election, even though Dominion machines were not used in that election or in Kentucky's 2019 election. After flying to Michigan on Byrne's jet, at Rudy Giuliani's behest, Ramsland's team produced a fake forensic report. So this is why creating fake signal conversations is entirely on point for this crew. Entirely on point. Yes, they would. Yes, they would create conversations. Yes, indeedy they would. This is going to be good. Okay. The Dominion. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Faulty. The report was debunked by the county's Republican clerk, Michigan's Secretary of State, and the Republican-led Michigan Senate Oversight Committee, which was appalled at the willful ignorance or avoidance of the truth by those behind the report, and an investigation into those who have been utilizing misleading and false information about Antrim County to raise money or publicity for their own ends. I thought Conan was involved there too, but I don't know. We'll find out. And I'm sure someone knows, like Gal knows. Undeterred, Byrne and his allies recently ran a play out of the same playbook used in Michigan. Byrne and Lindell helped bankroll another deep state conspiracy theorist, little Dougie Logan and his cyber ninjas, to conduct a sham audit in Arizona, which ended up finding out that Joe Biden actually got more votes. Yeah. Womp womp. Anyway. Byrne has also falsely represented that a convicted felon and college dropout was in fact a mathematician who had mathematical proof that Dominion machines had stolen the election in Philadelphia, even though Dominion machines were not used in Philadelphia. Byrne even featured the claims of a purported military intelligence analyst who was Ramsland's associate and who had in fact flunked out of the military's entry-level training course, and later admitted that the affidavit Sidney Powell's team had written for him to sign was misleading. Byrne bankrolled and promoted these facially implausible conspiracy theorists and their fake reports, even though he knew that votes are not sent abroad over the internet, but recorded on paper ballots that are stored by local bipartisan election officials in the United States. He knew, or at least recklessly disregarded, that the election fraud myth had originated from Ramsland's Dallas 2018 election story and had been conclusively disproven by independent audits, hand counts of paper ballots, bipartisan election officials, election security experts, federal judges, DOJ, DHS, the FBI, then Attorney General Bill Barr, then Director of U.S. Cybersecurity, CISA Krebs, Chris Krebs, Election Assistance Commissioner Ben Hovland, Republican Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, Republican Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, and Republican former Colorado Secretary of State Wayne Williams. To explain why so many knowledgeable sources had rebutted these lies, Byrne and his collaborators falsely claimed that Trump appointees, Republican officials, DHS, DOJ, FBI, and Chief Justice John Roberts were all in on a massive conspiracy to cover up the theft of the election. That Dominion had bribed elected officials and that Dominion had shredded ballots to cover up the election fraud scheme. During an in-person meeting at the White House, even then President Donald Trump's own senior advisors forcefully rejected these lies and told Byrne, Powell, and Flynn how inherently improbable and ridiculous they were, after which Byrne lost access to Trump. Undeterred, Byrne dispatched his so-called cyber experts to give MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell the fake spreadsheet. Oh my God. I'm so happy. I didn't know this. fake spreadsheet containing fake MAC addresses that Lindell has publicly and falsely touted as absolute proof. That was part of his absolute bullshit movie. Absolute proof. Against Dominion in a series of films he and OAN broadcast. Oh, more than just them, friends. Yet despite being, if these guys go down, I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry on stream. I'm going to cry because I need this particular band of fuckwads really fucking get me because they act like they are unfucking touchable. And I am sick to death of it. What the hell is that? I had a little like weird icon appear down at the bottom of my computer. Am I being hacked? Okay. No. Okay. Yet despite being put on notice of the facts by Trump's own senior advisors and Dominion itself, Byrne continues to stick to his manufactured, inherently improbable, profitable, and demonstrable lies. In televised appearances, a blog series, a book, and a film, Byrne continues pushing the election fraud myth about Dominion to this day. And to this day, he does. Byrne was not hoodwinked by the ex-con or conspiracy theorists for hire. He is far too intelligent to buy the nonsense he's been selling to the American public. He's a Dartmouth-educated Marshall scholar with a PhD from Stanford who, until he was pushed out in disgrace in 2019, had a national platform as the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company. By lying about the 2020 election, Byrne catapulted himself back into the national spotlight, where he promoted himself as an us-against-the-world hero and won access to the highest echelons of political power, including an in-person meeting with Trump at the White House. But attention and access may not be the only benefits Byrne has gained by lying about the election. He previously invested millions of dollars in and continued promoting blockchain voting technology, which can succeed only if voters and elected officials reject the auditable paper-based voting systems currently provided by Dominion. It may be inferred that Byrne is currently financially invested in or otherwise connected to those who stand to gain from the rejection of Dominion in favor of blockchain technology. This is not the first time Byrne is engaged in a calculated and ruthless campaign to inflict as much damage on his victim's reputation as he could achieve, and that was a quote, and quote, conducted a vendetta in which the truth was of no consequence, and in which his victim, quote, became a convenient means to the end Byrne wanted to achieve. No, Byrne is a serial liar who was previously court-ordered to pay an approximately $1 million judgment for defaming a Canadian businessman. Byrne will not stop lying, but he can be held accountable for his lies. Dominion brings this defamation lawsuit to hold Byrne accountable, to set the record straight, to vindicate its rights, and recover damages. Let's see. Okay. Okay, Patrick Byrne, resident of Utah. Michael Flynn. Here we go. Here's who included in the complaint. General Michael Flynn. Lieutenant General. Please, thank you. Retired Lieutenant General. Convicted, then pardoned, which means you're still guilty, darlings. You're still guilty of your crime. If you accept a pardon, you're admitting your guilt. That's the way it works. I'm sorry. I didn't make those rules, darling. I didn't make those rules at all. I didn't. Okay. Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, disgrace, is a retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General and former National Security Advisor under Trump. In December 2017, Flynn pled guilty to the felony of willfully and knowingly making false statements to the FBI. Oops. And he also discussed Russian sanctions and the fact that they would be ultimately lifted with Kilimnik in December of 2016 when he wasn't supposed to. It's so funny. It's so funny. Sidney Powell is an attorney and the author of a self-published book that purports to be a seminal work in exposing the deep state. While representing Flynn, Powell wrote to then Attorney General Bill Barr, seeking his assistance in exonerating Flynn. At Barr's direction, the DOJ moved to drop all charges against Flynn. Trump pardoned Flynn on November 25th, 2020. The same day that Trump pardoned her client, Powell filed the first of several lawsuits claiming that the election had been stolen from Trump, but all of her cases had been dismissed by December 9th, 2020. Judges across the country dismissed Powell's lawsuits, which were based on affidavits from Burns and Ramsland's associates, and said Powell's claims were nothing but speculation and conjecture, and largely based on anonymous witnesses, hearsay, and irrelevant analysis of unrelated elections, and characterized those witnesses and so-called experts as having reached implausible conclusions, often because they are derived from wholly unreliable sources. As a result of one of Powell's frivolous election fraud lawsuits, she currently faces potential sanctions in Michigan. During a hearing on the sanctions motion, Powell's co-counsel admitted that Ramsland's affidavit contained errors, and the presiding federal judge observed that the volume of Powell's purported evidence did not equate with legitimacy or veracity, and that Powell had submitted fantastical evidence in support of her claims. Wasn't the Flynn charge about lying to the FBI? It was. But it's because he told the FBI that he didn't talk about sanctions with Kalimnik in December of 2016. That's what he lied to the FBI about. Yeah. Hi, Tom. Anyways, let's see. As a result, Julie Rudiani is the disgraced former mayor of New York City who basically is losing everything. He recently had his bankruptcy removed, which means he's open game, and everybody can start actually getting the stuff that they're due. Hopefully, they start with Shay Moss and Ruby Freeman. I hope they're enjoying their Upper West Side condominium, because they should. Or their West Palm condo. I don't know. West Palm's pretty nice. Although the neighbors are probably shitty. You know? Probably a bunch of maggots. Anyway, let's see. Despite making false claims about Dominion on television, Giuliani never signed any complaint concerning the 2020 election, whether for the Trump campaign or anyone else, that contained any allegations about Dominion. Indeed, in court filings, he disclaimed any allegation of fraud. Nonetheless, Giuliani helped orchestrate Ramsland's production of the bogus forensic report on Antrim County. On June 24th, 2021, New York suspended Julie's law license for making knowing false and misleading factual statements to support his claim that the presidential election was stolen. Mike Lindell is going to hell. Yeah, Mike Lindell, he's going right down to hell. And I'll tell you one thing. When Mike Lindell goes to hell, his pillows won't sell well down there. No, his pillows won't sell well in hell. No, his pillows, they won't sell. No, those pillows from Lindell won't sell in hell. That's right, I said, oh, Mike Lindell, those pillows that you sell won't go in hell. Oh, Mike Lindell, let's send your ass and others right to hell. I sang that in front of the Jimmy Kimmel show, and I'm really upset that Jimmy Kimmel didn't ask me on. I protested in front of Jimmy Kimmel when Mike Lindell was on. Do you guys remember that? It wasn't very good, but I did it. I was in my dinosaur outfit. Maybe we'll play one of those. Okay, anyway. Okay, this is jurisdiction. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Wait, what? This court has personal jurisdiction over Byrne pursuant to the District of Columbia Code because Byrne transacted business within the District of Columbia by promoting his personal brand. Blah, 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 blah. Staying in the District of Columbia at least from November 5th, 2020 through December 24th, and then again from January 4th through January 8th to collude with Powell and Flynn, among others, in support of the defamatory campaign against Dominion, appearing on television and radio shows broadcast from the District of Columbia, including InfoWars with Alex Jones and the Pete Santilli Show, during which he carried out the defamatory campaign against Dominion, speaking at rallies and events held in Washington. I mean, Liz, literally, you can't turn on Patrick Byrne without hearing him complain about it. Wasn't that the night? Yes, he put him in the claw machine across the street from the theater. I didn't go over there. I didn't think they'd let me anywhere near Lindell in my dinosaur suit. So I had to stay. Let me see if I can find that, actually. Now I'm just like shooting the shit here. Oh, Mike Lindell. Oh, Mike Lindell, you are going straight to hell. Oh, Lindell. Hello, Lindell. Wait, what was I doing? Oh, yeah, that was a long time ago. Well, that was such a long time ago. It might be in the dinosaur. I wonder if I have it in my dinosaur shit. Maybe. Where's my dinosaur? Oh, here we go. View full playlist. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is my Democracy Dino. This is my channel. This is my Democracy Dino playlist where I have some Democracy Dino stuff. Let's see. Where is... Here we go.
Mike Lindell, insurrectionist loser. Mike Lindell, he's insurrectionist. Oh, this dinosaur is gonna blow away. But not before Mike Lindell goes to prison. I think Mike Lindell should go to prison. Don't you think Mike Lindell should go to prison? I think Mike Lindell should go to prison. Mike Lindell is an insurrectionist loser. Mike Lindell is an insurrectionist loser. Mike Lindell, he's an insurrectionist loser. Yes, he is. Hi.
They were waving.
Hi.
They were waving at me.
Mike Lindell is an insurrectionist loser.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
I guess I should put my head back on. It's time to go back to Jurassic Park. Go back to Jurassic Park. Wait. You know, I am short. I'm short. I think my batteries are kind of running out. I think that's probably what part of the issue here.
Yeah, Mike Lindell was across the street in that mall at the Dave & Buster's. I was pissed when I found that out. Oops, that's not it. That's not it. No. That's not it. Okay, wait. Oh my God, stop. All right, okay. Oh, this one. I was kind of yelling at this guy, so I feel kind of bad. But
You do not represent us. But you're also quite stupid because you spent your own money on this quixotic journey rather than the Russians' money. So that makes you doubly dumb. Not only.
That's a question.
Huh? Don't even start with me. If you're not a Biden supporter, move along, sir. Move along. I'm here for
Biden! Biden!
There you go.
He should die.
Yeah, okay. Nice. Karma, it's a bitch. So am I. Hey, Mike Lindell. You know what? I'm going to save democracy for you too, motherfucker. Ha ha. I am equal
I did swear in front of a kid too. I'm real sorry about that. I didn't mean to, but I got upset.
For everyone, including Mike Lindell, but he's going to hell. I'm sorry, Lindell, you're going to hell. You just don't know. Okay, can you believe how many fucking maggots there are in this fucking town? Sorry. Boy. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to yell. Or did I?
Yeah, okay, sorry. Anyway, that was it. I was out there for like an hour and a half, and I really wanted Jimmy Kimmel to like invite me in, but it didn't happen. Fun fact, it didn't happen. But anyway, so I did try. You scared, bro. Wait, the only time I remember Byrne was when he was at some rally with Flynn and Alex Jones, who went up to Flint and said, "Scared, bro? You scared, bro?" Oh, they're weird. Okay, so tortious injury by acts committed, blah blah blah. Okay, so he was in DC. That's why they're filing it there. Okay, that's fine. Venue, okay, fine. Factual allegations. John Poulos founds and builds a company that allows local election. What? Until the defamatory attacks starting after the 2020 election, Dominion was a thriving voting technology company. Okay, that's fine. All right. As it grew, blah, blah, blah. As it grew, blah, blah, blah. In 2010, blah, blah, blah. Whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Dominion does not run elections, blah, blah, blah. The performance was a huge success in the 2020, blah, blah, blah. He went to Dartmouth, blah, blah, blah. On August 22nd, 2019, following the revelation that Byrne had a romantic affair with now notorious Russian agent Maria Butina, who was sentenced to 18 months in prison after being indicted by federal prosecutors for trying to infiltrate powerful political circles in the United States at the direction of the Russian government. Yes. Byrne resigned from Overstock in disgrace after the company's insurance carrier presented an ultimatum. Yeah, I know he has. She's on RT. She has a show. She's over in Russia. That's right. Oh, I know. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up and reminding, because people need to know this. After the company's insurance carrier presented an ultimatum, it would not renew its policy. Who is this insurance carrier? Because I want to send them a basket. Literally, I want to know who the insurance carrier was that kicked Pat Byrne off of the Overstock. I want to send them a card. The insurance carrier cited concerns about the board's ability to manage Byrne's personality and public comments. I didn't know this is why he was kicked out. I mean, that's fucking amazing. Congratulations. Whoever that insurance company is, I really hope we know. I really hope we can find out. I wonder. Let me just see if this comes up with anything. There is Maria Butina. That is not what Patrick Byrne looks like now. He looks very, 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 very bad. He looks very bad. He is very depressed now and ingests lots of drugs. That is what is happening with Patty McBurn after reading. Is he ingesting lots of drugs? Maria Butina. Yeah, she served a year and a half in prison. They met at a libertarian conference in Las Vegas, where they discussed Milton Friedman, Anton Chekhov, and John Locke. Okay, so he's weird and he talks and this is, but I want to know who the insurance company is. I really just don't care. Oh, here we go. In an interview late Wednesday, Mr. Byrne said he wanted to shed light on what he saw as problems in the way top law enforcement had handled the government's case against Ms. Butina. The release, titled Overstock.com CEO Comments on Deep State, sent the company's shares plummeting more than 30% over the next 2 days. I'm sorry. I love this. He's quite fond of Miss Butina. Oh my God. He's amazing. Butina was the one who infiltrated the NRA and all that shit when she came over here. Yeah, she's just a spy. She's just a spy. Oh, yes. Whose father had... Thank you. Is it Geico? Please tell me it's Geico. Whose father had been the chief executive of the insurance company Geico. His dad was the head of Geico. Has a reputation for speaking his mind. Oh, wait. No, I want to know who the actual fucking... Okay. I don't need all the little stupid stories about what Byrne says. I want to know. Okay. Whatever. They boinked. Okay. All right. She's crazy for boinking that, but okay. That's, I guess, what spies do. I really want to know, though, who got kicked out. Oh, well, this is the company he's promoting. T0, his blockchain company, which, it's in Midvale, Utah. Oh, okay. I thought it was in Texas, but I'm so sorry. I'm scooping through this. Fuck. Not going to give me it. All right, fine. Whatevs. Oops. Where am I? Oops. Where am I? Oops. Where am I? I guess I have to. You're. Oops. Okay. Anyway, okay, whoops. All right, we did that. We did that. We did that. Yeah, we're on lunch. We're on lunch. We're on lunch. Okay, we already read all that. 200 million into blockchain. By September 2019, Byrne, through Overstock's Medici Ventures, had invested. What? Overstock has a venture capital firm? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Overstock has a venture capital firm? Wow. I know. I figured, Lee. I hope it goes fast. What? Okay. Byrne commits to the preconceived narrative that the election will be stolen and bankrolls a team. Okay, here we go. God, Patrick Byrne is... Patrick Byrne needs to go to jail right now. Byrne is a serial defamer with a history of lying to get what he wants. He's a fucking drug addict, okay? That's what he is. I think he's a drug addict. He's fucking wiped out every time he's films himself. It's disgusting. He previously ordered to pay $1 million for falsely accusing a Canadian businessman of being connected to Osama bin Laden's favorite financier. Oh my God. Byrne had already committed to the preconceived narrative that the election would be stolen months before the election even happened. Byrne has publicly admitted on numerous occasions that he was predicting a stolen election as early as August 2020. Oh, all right, Jen. Take those puppas out. Byrne had Byrne has publicly admitted that on numerous occasions that he was predicting a stolen election as early as August 2020 and before the election had reverse engineered how it was going to happen. What? In August 2020, Byrne met with Russell Ramsland. Gal knows all about Russell Ramsland. Of Allied Security Operations, ASOG. Remember, that's also Phil Waldron. They're all the same people. To discuss the task, can you imagine? Oh, never mind. Of reverse engineering the evidence needed to support their preconceived narrative about the election. After a telephone call with Sidney Powell's client, Michael Flynn, whom Byrne had previously pled guilty to lying to the FBI about his contacts with Russian agents, Byrne set up an operation in Washington, D.C. to manufacture the evidence they would need to mislead people into believing that the election had been stolen. 1 week after the election, Byrne met with Sidney Powell in an office building just outside Washington, D.C. Despite having met Powell at that meeting approximately 1 week after the election, the following week on November 16th, 2020, Byrne falsely claimed that he'd never met her. When Byrne decided to engage him, Ramsland was on the record publicly claiming that the deep state was formed in the 1930s in Nazi Germany by George Soros, George H.W. Bush's father, the Muslim Brotherhood, and leftists. Soros was born in 1930. Ramsland does not have any technical degrees, let alone one that would confer any expertise in voting machines or election securities, but Ramsland had another qualification that prompted Byrne to hire him and his team. Ramsland had already committed to the preconceived narrative that Byrne wanted to promote and convert into the lie that Dominion had rigged the 2020 election. Before the 2020 election, Ramsland had publicly promoted the lie that the 2018 Dallas election and the 2019 Kentucky gubernatorial race had been rigged by voting machines using Venezuelan election-stealing software controlled by a George Soros operative, and that votes had been sent to CIA-funded databases in Spain, where they were changed and sent back to the United States. In pushing the lies about the Dallas 2018 election, Ramsland had insinuated that Texas's governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, and secretary of state, all of whom are Republicans, were in on the conspiracy to cover up the steal and prevent the use of paper ballots. Okay, yeah. Though none of the claims Ramsland makes are true. They're lies. So that's it. First, Dominion machines weren't used in 2018 or 2019 as Ramsland's claims, so those are different machines. Let's see. Oh, well, okay, that's fine. I don't care. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I don't care. I don't care. I want to know what he did. Okay, here we go. After Byrne engaged him, Ramsland set out to manufacture evidence to support and this is coming from the Dominion lawyers, so we know that some of the opinion in it is the Dominion side. Okay, so just so you know. But the facts, these are interesting facts. After Byrne engaged him, Ramsland set out to manufacture evidence to support the election fraud narrative that Byrne and his collaborators continue to promote to this day. He began by submitting an affidavit in support of Sidney Powell's sham election litigation in Michigan, falsely claiming that there had been overvoting in Michigan based on figures from Minnesota. Oh, it was Marsh? Oh, thank you so much, Tom. I appreciate that. Ramsland's misrepresentation was publicly reported by December 4th, 2020, and a court determined that Ramsland's affidavit contained, quote, materially false information. Meanwhile, Byrne, acting at the behest of Julie Rudiani, dispatched Ramsland's team on Byrne's jet to Antrim County, Michigan, to manufacture a bogus report that could be falsely advertised and marketed as evidence against Dominion. Of course, this was a scam to generate more lies, a playbook that was later used by Byrne and others throughout the country, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Antrim County, Michigan had gained national attention on election night when the unofficial result indicated a win for Joe Biden. That happened because of a series of human errors by the Antrim County Clerk. Contrary to the instructions provided to her, she mistakenly failed to update all of the voting machine's tabulator memory cards and failed to perform the pre-election logic and accuracy testing that would have caught her first mistake. Because of the checks and balances in place to catch human errors, her mistakes were promptly caught as part of the normal canvass process well before the election result was made official. The official results were never impacted by the clerk's promptly corrected mistakes. Officials quickly confirmed that the reporting error was indeed human and not caused by Dominion's voting machines. On November 6, 2020, Michigan's Secretary of State publicly announced that the, quote, erroneous reporting of unofficial results in Antrim County was a result of accidental error on the part of the Antrim County Clerk. The equipment and software did not malfunction, and all ballots were properly tabulated. A few days later, a spokesperson for the Secretary of State confirmed, quote, we have not seen any evidence or fraud or foul play in the actual administration of the election. What we have seen is that it was smooth, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's fine. No malice, just human error. Okay. So Antrim County, Michigan was human error corrected by the normal process to correct errors made. Are we good on that? Intentionally disregarding the fact that the Antrim County issue had been caused by human error of the Republican county clerk, Ramsland delivered the bogus report he had been commissioned to produce, falsely claiming that Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposefully designed with inherent errors to create systemic fraud and influence election results. This system intentionally generates an enormously high number of ballot errors. Byrne promptly published the Ramsland report on his blog under the headline, Bombshell, Antrim County Computer Forensic Report, which stated, you wanted the evidence? Here's the evidence. In touting the Ramsland report, Byrne intentionally concealed a number of material facts from readers in order to mislead them into believing the lie that the election had been stolen. First, he concealed that the report was not an independent analysis but had been manufactured, who had already committed to the machine fraud narrative. Second, voters in Antrim County, Michigan had voted by hand, marking paper ballots such that the machine counts could easily be checked against the paper ballots in possession of the Republican county clerk, rendering claims of vote-flipping algorithm or enormous error rate in counting ballots inherently improbable because, if true, such features would be easily discovered. Third, Byrne intentionally concealed that he had previously invested in blockchain technology. Okay. Fourth, Byrne concealed that he himself had dispatched Ramsland's team to Michigan to prepare the report. The Ramsland report Byrne commissioned and touted is a sham, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we're not I don't know if well, actually, we will go through some of this. So the report said, allowable election error rate established by the FEC. As any real election security expert knows, the FEC Commission regulates campaign finance, not software or voting machines. The EAC, Election Assistance Commission, certifies voting machines and software. It's so lazy. It's so lazy. The Ramsland report also claims that a forensics team performed a forensic duplication of the Antrim County election management server running Dominion Democracy Suite 5.5.3-002. But there is no Democracy Suite 5.5.3-002. Instead, the 5 point is the version of the ImageCast precinct tabulator, in other words, the actual scanner, not the election management server or software. Not easily. The Ramsland report falsely claims that all adjudication log entries for the 2020 election cycle are missing and must have been manually removed. But Antrim County neither purchased nor used nor possessed the hardware required to use Dominion's adjudication software. So obviously no log entries had been removed. They never existed in the first place because Antrim County did not use them. Ramsland report claims an error rate of 68%, evidences a fundamental misunderstanding of election software. The report bases that so-called error rate off the tabulation logs. But tabulation logs do not reflect the machine's tabulation of votes. They record activities logged by the machine during the tabulation process. So the report's claim that these tabulation totals were used as the official results is false because they are a recording of machine activity, not votes. Simply put, the authors of the report grossly misrepresented what the logs show. While the report asserts that a huge percentage of machine activity reflected in the tabulation logs were, quote, errors or warnings, it offers no explanation of how its authors identified or defined an error or warning. The report references 3 settings: reverse, divert, and override, as examples of these so-called critical errors or warnings, but these are not errors. They are parameters used in the tabulator to handle ballots that, for example, include write-in candidates or ballots that contain votes for 2 candidates for the same office. Calling these errors is analogous to claiming that the low fuel indicator light turning on in a car is an error. Similarly, just because the tabulator recorded, for example, divert, does not mean that there was an error with the ballot or the vote. Precisely the opposite. It means that the machine operated properly in response to the ballot to get the ballot adjudicated. Wait, what happened? Blocked Grace? Who's Grace? Oh, Grace is she's here. I mean, she's been around. Why did you block her? Yeah, she's fine. This is Paul J. This is the complaint of Dominion against Patrick Byrne, which actually has a lot of bearing on why Tina is here. I know. And so now what we're trying to do is just piece through what are the claims against Patrick Byrne, because Patrick Byrne is really a key player. It's funny for me to say that because the man has no brain, right? So it's kind of amazing. But yeah, yeah. No, we were talking about Patrick Byrne being on drugs. That's what we were doing. Okay, let's see. Divert does not mean, okay, wait. The Ramsland, okay, wait. Wait, where is it? The Ramsland report was swiftly and publicly debunked as the sham that it is. Antrim County officials announced that it was riddled with false and unsupported claims, baseless attacks, and incorrect use of technical terms. And the former acting director of the Election Assistance Commission's Voting System Testing and Certification Program, who is actually an expert in election voting systems, determined that it showed a grave misunderstanding of Antrim County's voting system and a lack of knowledge of election technology and process. Michigan's Attorney General and Secretary of State issued a joint statement that Ramsland's report was critically flawed, filled with dramatic conclusions, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. So they had they had Trump supporting Michigan State Senator Ed McBroom, the chairman of the Republican-led Michigan Senate Oversight Committee, released the results of an investigation that again confirmed, would again confirmed the accuracy of the vote counts in Dominion machines in Antrim County. His investigation determined that the conclusions in the sham report were indefensible and based on willful ignorance or avoidance of the proof, and recommended that the Michigan Attorney General consider investigating those who have been utilizing misleading and false information about Antrim County to raise money or publicity for their own ends. Wow. Okay, I need to take a break from reading. Thank you. I know. Hey, no, it's really easy, okay? It's very easy in a chat to take something out of context or not have all the context when you know what I mean? So I understand. And just so everyone knows, we've just had, because of my emphasis on shitheads, I do get a fair number of trolls. Oh, no problem, Grace. You're fine. Don't you worry, love. I think that the chat can be sensitive because sometimes we get trolled a lot. There's times, not often, but it happens. So apologies to all, because I think I've also made everyone super sensitive to, if you, blocking and banning and all that. But I don't want, no, Grace, you're fine, love. Don't worry about it. We do this. This is what happens, is that, we're building, you build something here and it takes a little minute. So we're good. We're good. All right. Let me see if there's anything super awesome. Independent audits, hand recounts, Trump appointees. All right, let me just, I'm jamming. Okay, I actually have read some of that. This is all the proof that really nothing happened in the election. And again, the perspective of this is Dominion's lawyers writing this. This is their filing of complaint. So it's definitely on the Dominion side. But it really, what a good document. Now, there was just a story about some, Smartmatic or something. I think there's a couple of Smartmatic guys that were trying to do some dirty stuff, like get bribes and shit like that down in the Philippines or something. So be prepared to hear about that and have that brush paint every other election software company, but it's ridiculous. Okay, these are all just everybody was mean to us and just talked about us. Everyone talked really bad about us. I want to see. Operation Freedom.
Hi, I'm Dr. Dave Jando. Welcome back to the Insider Insight Show. I'm honored to have back with me someone I consider a friend and someone who is an amazing patriot, an incredibly courageous patriot.
Oh,
Patrick
he's at the
Byrne.
Trump
Now,
Hotel.
Many of you know Patrick as the person who was one of the founders.
Recognize those curtains?
And the CEO of BroughtOverstock.com to, all of our doorsteps. Yeah. But then many people remember Patrick Byrne as the person who took on Wall Street and who launched a campaign against the big money folks about illegal naked short selling. Now, you might say, that affects just some big name people. Oh, no.
If you have a pension, it affected you.
It does.
Shut up.
If you have a pension, if you have $1 in the stock market, if whatever it might be, it affects you. And Patrick was targeted for his courage. Yeah, you were.
Let's not go into all that.
You were. No, you were. Well, it sets the trend.
The naked short selling, and then it's not about me being targeted. I figured out that 08 was going to happen in 2008. I figured out in 05 that 08 was about to happen because of a flaw in Wall Street, and I went public about it. And they spun it as, this is because this guy's a victim and they attacked his company and stuff. That's all beside the point. I figured in 05, I knew that 08 was going to happen, and I tried to stop it. That's really the short way to say it.
And tens of thousands of other people could have, but did not. But you did.
Yeah,
That's an important point.
also.
You're very humble. That's the other part about Patrick Byrne. He's humble and modest.
What?
Now Patrick has started to look at election issues, even before November 3rd. And he assembled a team of patriots of IT gurus.
Really?
To look at the election process, both before November 3rd, and on November 3rd, and after November 3rd.
Really?
And he's dedicated his efforts to helping truly save the Republic. You know, General Flynn was recently on this platform. We had an opportunity to interview him, and he spoke about a soft coup. And that the election was being used as a soft coup.
That's just what's happening.
And that is exactly what's happening.
I can walk you folks through that if you'd like. And I think it's time, the people's general, I'm glad to hear Flynn is out there saying that. I've been biting my tongue because I know
Flynn is sitting in the same room as you.
The rule of thumb is, how do you get the public to eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And I wasn't gonna, and I've been dishing out one spoonful at a time for the last 2 weeks, but we don't have time for this. It is time. I'm saying this absolutely is a soft coup. I can tell you just who's behind it. There's 3 components to the election system you need to understand. I'm gonna hold up my water to represent Venezuela because it's down there on the Caribbean. There's Dominion, and there is Seidel, which is the vote tabulation company. And it's over in Spain, but its servers are really in Frankfurt.
Oh.
Smartmatics, the software, is absolutely Hugo Chavez creation. I can walk you through the how and the why and such. There's a beautiful backstory. Dominion, in October 6th of this year, 4 weeks before our election, Dominion took a $400 million investment / buyout from a Chinese bank. Who's the Chinese bank? It's called Credit Suisse. Now you're saying, oh, isn't that a Swiss bank? No, Credit Suisse is a Chinese bank. They
is it?
And the Chinese bank put $400 million into
Oh,
Dominion.
yeah, he is.
And then Seidel, this company, this European company based in Barcelona, declared bankruptcy back in June of this year. And its assets were purchased by another company, which began using the name Seidel. Often companies, when there's some no good nicks and you want to sort of seal off your trail, you do this. You have one company declare bankruptcy, the assets get
How do
stripped
you know
down,
that,
put in another,
Patrick?
and this all is just rubble. And then when the investigators show up, it's just a pile of rubble they got to sift through.
Shoot.
That was done in June. The people who bought it,
I don't want to make a quake.
the
please.
people who bought it have 2 dubious connections. One is to George Soros and one is to Venezuela. And in particular, the guy Venezuela for 20 years has had kind of a front agency, PR agency lobbying group in New York.
Is this just the most ridiculous bullshit you've ever
But
heard?
it's a guy out of that group, out of that Venezuelan
Drug-addled, rambling
PR / lobbying group has
Yeah,
gone.
he thinks he's saving the
and
world,
been part
Grace.
of this deal with Seidel.
It's ridiculous.
Guess who else is part of it? It's a deal. I don't want to say, believe it or not, Kamala Harris's husband shows up with some connection into one of the companies I just named. I'm not ready to talk about more about that, but Kamala Harris's husband Kamala Harris's husband is linked to one of these. But that's not the main event. Set that aside. The point is that there's 3 companies, the ones that provide the software, the ones that provide the machinery that runs the elections, and the one that tabulates. The ones that provide the software is a creation of Hugo Chavez, Venezuela. The one that does Dominion has, in a month before our election, a Chinese bank took it over with a $400 million
That's not
cash
true.
infusion and took it
That
over.
is- all of this
and
is a
the one
lie.
that does the tabulation is a George Soros / Venezuela.
And Dominion already proved
So,
it
America,
when they
you need to
got
understand that our election systems are now
$790
being
million
provided and
from
operated
Fox.
by Venezuelan, Chinese, and Venezuelan
He's gonna
/
lose.
Soros entities. That's who just ran our election. Our election got hacked. This is a slow.
He's gonna
coup.
lose.
By hack, I don't mean necessarily just the narrow term.
This is December 8th,
of sitting at a
2020.
keyboard and playing
December
games. You
8th.
can hack, computer science
This is
people
before
use
he
hack
met
to
in the
mean
White House
you can hack
to
a concert,
discuss
you find a way to sneak
seizing
into it.
the
Just hacking a
machines
process means
with Mike
beating it.
Flynn
You're beating
and
it. You're
Trump.
cheating it. There's all kinds of ways to hack this, that they could have hacked this, both physical security of the computers and Q-snatch malware and these kinds of things.
I really,
but also ballot integrity.
I wish we
Really
had
a
like
very
Gal
small
on
number of
recording
people,
where I could just say,
well
okay,
organized, but small in number.
here's
You
what
can
the
steal-
background
you can
is. He's a
steal
lying
something like
motherfucker.
Georgia,
Hey,
you can steal
butterflies.
the election in Georgia.
Yeah, when there
And
was
they've
still
done
a Trump
that, and
hotel.
it is part of a It is not a coincidence that 4 weeks before the election, a Chinese bank injected and took over.
That is not true.
Dominion.
It's not true.
Dominion.
It's not true. It's not
this
foreign
all
owned.
comes out of. I'd love to tell you or your viewers the story behind Smartmatic and why this is so treacherous for us.
Please do.
Okay, Hugo Chavez came to power in '98. I happened to have been dating a Venezuelan girl at the time, and so I was following. There was a coup or something against him, but he got out after a few days. And in 2000,
They all love Patrick
started
because he gets a
6-year
lot of
presidential
pussy.
term. But
So,
the way the
I mean,
Constitution
I'm
is
just
written
being
is
honest.
After 3 years, there can be a referendum.
Or at least he
So
talks
coming up
about
on
getting
December
pussy,
03,
actually.
coming up
So
on this
maybe he
referendum,
doesn't.
He knew he was down 40 to
But
60.
He gets spy
meanwhile,
pussy.
A group of Venezuelan young scientists, computer scientists, moved to Florida and started Smartmatic.
Mm-hmm.
And in Boca Raton, and they went over to Italy, and they got some they got some Olivetti lottery machines, and they converted them into voting machines using software that created a system that Hugo Chavez could cheat in the December 03 election.
I know.
They got it all down,
You are.
went down and ran the election. Hugo Chavez ended up winning 60-40. And of course, they've never
Oh my
lost anything
God.
since then. And thus was born this system. So it really grew out of Hugo Chavez's need to
my
steal
God.
the 03 referendum in Venezuela. By 06 or so, it was being used in elections in Chicago. And it's been propagating since then. They have licensed their software to Dominion. Dominion, it's a little bit like when you buy a Dell
also,
computer.
this is not
the
true.
computer is Dell,
I mean,
but the
these are all
software
no
is
true.
Microsoft.
Right.
When you have a Dominion
not true.
machine, the machine is Dominion, but the software inside it is Smartmatic, and it's under license to them.
Not
And
true.
They tried to
It's
hide
not
that
true.
forever. Finally, in like 2015, they came out and had to acknowledge it. There was a legal case in Puerto Rico where a whole bunch of this stuff got exposed. I'm going to start putting more of the documentation on this up on Deep Capture. So what is happening is a joint Venezuelan-Chinese Soros operation. They have this is a slow coup. And if we fall for this, this election is so dirty. And if we fall for it, I think it's the last free election. I think we're Venezuela.
Well, the
Really?
recent CEO of Smartmatic,
Yeah,
Lord
his cheese
Mark
done slid
Malloch
off his
Brown,
cracker. That's right, man.
who's no longer the CEO of
That's
Smartmatic. It's
right.
my understanding George Soros this past week named him as president of George Soros's Open Society Foundation, which
Okay.
does a lot of money laundering as far as.
Okay. No. The Open Society. Okay, can we talk about George Soros for a minute? George Soros might be a dick. I don't know. I don't care. But what I do know about George Soros is I know the Open Society Foundation. Okay? I know the Open Society Foundation. They are a boring ass, really bureaucratic, low paying, because I was offered a job and it wasn't good enough money, foundation that makes grants across the globe. A lot, and I'll show you. Let me show you. I'm going to show you. This Deep Capture, that's his thing. Okay, wait. Open Society. Oops. Here we go. Get ready. This is the Open Society. Oops, oh, sorry. These are not debunked lies. They're not lies. This is really a foundation. They really do work. Why is this not? Come on. Why is my thing not coming up? Wait, hold on. Let me just get rid of this. Okay. This is the Open Society This is what George Soros founded. Okay? I don't think George Soros has a fucking idea of what grants are being made right now. I don't think he gives a flying fuck because he's about 9,000 years old. And the last thing he cares is about what grants his foundation are making. But the Open Society Foundations give grants to a diverse array of groups and individuals in more than 100 countries who work in different ways to promote democratic... They're very hard grants to get, by the way. They're very hard grants to get. So it's very formal. They're not willy-nilly. And everything is in the open. I'm sorry. All this shit is reported. 990s of foundations and 990s of nonprofits, which is their version of a tax form, tax filing. Those are public. They're on guidestar.org. You can look at their tax filings. Okay. We support this work both at national and global levels through advocacy in our own name, as well as through impact investing and local action. All right, so let's just see. What are they doing in America? What are we doing here? Since we're so concerned. Where's our grants? Okay, yes, I know. The New York one. I am familiar with that. Wait, I want to go to your grant making. How we work. Choosing priorities. Okay, wait, where's your grants? Advocating for change. Right. It must be the impact investing. Is the impact investment arm of the Open Society. We deploy patient, risk-tolerant, and catalytic capital to advance a commitment. Okay, so this is their capital. I was hoping... Oh, wait, investments? I just want to see your fucking grant list, okay? You guys got a fucking... Who you gave money to? No? Ah, here we go. Awarded grants. That's what I was looking for. All right, so let's see. 2023. Oh, let's see. Reclaim. Let's see what Reclaim is. To support challenging abusive and discriminatory fines to young men in working class districts by obtaining a strong decision from the French ombudsperson. Oh, so this is European grant. Okay, that's fine. These aren't America. Okay, here we go. A Better Wisconsin Together. To support nonpartisan policy advocacy in Wisconsin. And you can probably look at the grant. Like, we can probably tell, not here, but you can probably look at the actual grant form, and that'll be part of it. Let's see. These look like they're not... They look like they're not all domestic. I was looking for a domestic one. Action aid. To support highly climate vulnerable communities and states by galvanizing popular support for the just contribution of the United States and other developed countries to the United Nations Loss and Damage Fund. Oh, that's the action aid. Sorry. Oh, here we go. To support the organization's work. And so what will happen, I wish they had given more information because I'd like to be able to really share with you, but I'll try and find it for another show. But what then happens is they say something like that, to give it to increase access to, democracy or whatever. But what that can translate into is a grant of, $250,000 over 2 years, which means you get $125,000 a year. And you basically have to, in order to get this grant, it's competitive, right? So you're against other organizations to get the grant. You can be invited by a foundation to request a grant, but you're still subject to their review and their board and whoever makes their decisions, right? Depending on what kind of foundation it is. And then as part of that grant proposal, which let me tell you, those are no fun whatsoever. I wish I had one I could show you, but they're proprietary and I know I can't share them. But basically, you have to lay out what the money is being requested for, what you hope to accomplish with the money, and within what time frame are you going to accomplish it, and how are you going to know you succeeded. And underneath each of those areas are very specific either guidelines you need to meet about who you're serving, what you're doing, what activities you're engaged in. If you're a traditional nonprofit, you cannot engage in advocacy because that is illegal under 501c3, which is the IRS code for a nonprofit. You have to have permission to be in advocacy, which is what they call lobbying or, trying to influence government. Those are very distinct and separate activities, right? So what I'm trying to convey is that grants are not easy peasy beebadooda, right? They're just not. They are very detailed, every dollar accounted for. And furthermore, let me tell you another little secret about grants that suck big time. Most, if not all, I worked in nonprofit for 22 years. Most of it in a fundraising, at least grant seeking, so that it was part of my job. Okay, so I have a ton of fucking experience with grants. And I never want to go back there again. But the foundations routinely require that you not spend more than 10, 15, max 20% of your project's budget. So say I'm going to do something in the community and I did a budget and I figured out for 2025, it's going to cost me $1 million to do what I want to do here in Los Angeles. So my grant request will say, I want $1 million. I'm going to do these activities. This is how I'm going to measure my success. And this is why I think this activity is effective to address this problem in the community, right? Keep it simple. If I say I need $1 million, I cannot ask them for money for more than a few percentage points of salaries, rent, utilities, postage, unless I can tie that. Well, first of all, I can only take a very small percentage of those actual costs that I incur as someone who runs a nonprofit. I can only spend Soros's money on whatever particular activities I said I was going to, and it can never address all of my needs, which is really my people, right? Programs are people. And one of my big complaints with foundations is if you restrict me to my entire grant award, I can only use 10% of it for my overhead, which is not overhead, it's actually operations. If that's what you're telling me, then I can't run my program. So these are not like lush kind of, grant awards where everybody's going out and getting margaritas. Like, you are constantly watching dollars and where they're going. You're trying to work within the guidelines, but still get some of your fixed costs, your operations costs, not fixed, your operations costs covered, because that's really what you need money for. Like, where else, as a completely donor supported nonprofit, I don't have earned income stream. I'm not selling postcards to make money for my nonprofit. I'm just doing the work. So I guess I really take exception with people getting on, George Soros and Zuck Bucks and all that stuff, because that is so far away from what the reality is about what's happening with grant making. And furthermore, the Chan Zuckerberg Institute grants, which are the Zuck Bucks that everybody's so fucking hyper about, what those do are go to, goofy organizations that might be on the ground who are doing doing voter outreach in a particular community that doesn't have, maybe doesn't have like a drop box. I don't know. Well, whatever the case may be. If there is an underserved community, right, there are organizations who care about engaging citizens in their community and making sure that they have access to voting, information, all of those kinds of things. That might be their job. They have a mission or whatever. I don't know. We'd have to find one. But I can guarantee you what those folks are doing, and they cannot be partisan on it. I'm telling you right now, you can't. Like, it is a big risk for them to take to start getting really weird and partisan on their stuff, on their outreach. I can guarantee you that the people who got those grants didn't get enough money for what they do, first of all. They probably never made enough money on the grants to actually cover, so they probably had to cut programs or not have enough people. I sat on a trash can turned over for a year as part of a nonprofit because we just didn't have a lot of extra money to get shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's just fucking, I can't tell you what people in nonprofits, I know there's idiots. Believe me, I've met plenty of idiots in the nonprofit circle, but for the most part, people are taking lesser pay than they would in the private sector, okay? Because they care about what's happening in a particular issue or whatever. Or maybe it's just the job that they got. But the bottom line is when you've signed up for a nonprofit, you have signed up to not be a millionaire. So I really feel strongly that we need to stand up to people who are like, oh, you know, community organizations. Those people are fucking heroes. And they're our neighbors. Anyway, so I don't know. I really feel like, again, you're right. It's actually, people don't understand how elections work. They don't understand how, you know, whatever. Like here, to support nonpartisan Asian American and Pacific Islander civic engagement. I can imagine that what's part of that Victory Power Fund, what's part of the activities, it's either one organization or a bunch of organizations. It might be a grant that's given to multiple organizations. And, this, I can tell you, and reading it, I believe that this is probably an outreach program in areas of wherever this is, maybe just across the United States, where they're looking to do marketing messages, maybe in Tagalog or multiple languages from AAPI communities. Maybe there's like I live next to Koreatown. There's a large population of Korean Americans and Pacific Islanders and all kinds of folks. Well, there are good reasons to do outreach to those communities with community organizations that are in those communities to help them and make sure that they're represented in the voting process and that they have all the information they need. There are organizations probably on here who drive voters to the polls. You know what I mean? Like there's so much, and I know you guys know this. I really do. I don't mean to talk down at all. I'm really just saying it for the folks that may still have some kind of feeling about foundations and Soros and whatever. And maybe, you know, they just need to hear this as often as possible. So I don't know. It just makes me mad. It makes me mad. Look at that dumbass face.
As I can tell, shifting money into organizations to do the dirty.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't call that money laundering, but
it's not money laundering. It's grant making.
Lord Malik Brown has been tight with Soros for years. He's had all kinds of positions in Soros' hedge funds and Open Society already. No, he's been associated with the Open Society for years. He's been had a some
was
sort
he on
of,
the board?
Board, some sort of senior
was he on the
position
board
there for years?
No,
he's been
he wasn't the CEO.
For years.
I don't think
and
so.
There's another company
Again, I don't think George Soros even knows what's happening at the Open Society Foundation.
I shouldn't say front company. A fellow from that company, I think it's called FTI. I'm blocking on the name a little bit, and but that company has also gotten. Yeah, this is Soros cronies, Venezuelan cronies, and Chinese money. And there's three points in the system they had to steal, and they stole all three. The software, the Smartmatic software, is Venezuelan. The Dominion is now a Chinese firm, essentially. It's a Chinese bank. Took it over from the inside. And the SEC filings are public, that they got this huge $400 million capital infusion. It's not disclosed what they got for it, but I'm sure it's control of the company. And then they have the accounting systems, the CITL systems, is Soros and a guy linked to Venezuela. And those
How convenient.
Are the people running this U.S. election which had all kinds of enormous irregularities in it, such as we haven't seen in our lifetimes. When have you ever heard of a tabulation center being shut down for a water main break?
That wasn't true. It was debunked. Oh, wait, where's my lies?
The cities that you had to cheat in order to get, and while they were shut down,
that's right.
Everyone has stories of hundreds of thousands.
I think I need this. This is a good
sign.
I'm going to make this a permanent.
Suitcases out from under tables and running through, and they're 99.4% for one candidate. You know, you can look up Google Smartmatic and scandals, and you will discover that everywhere Smartmatic has been used, from Africa to the Philippines, Smartmatic is embroiled in these scandals because everywhere.
Well, I mean,
it's basically
Smartmatic
when you
does
have
have a
dirty politician
problem.
who wants to remain in power. He can bring in Smartmatic / Dominion and know that
They're
he
not
can
the
cheat
same company.
and keep
That's been
himself in power.
proven
So,
already.
Patrick, before we went on air, I spoke to you about something that I spoke about on our radio show this past Sunday. Right before I went on air live this past Sunday, it was announced that there was vote flipping
Yeah,
through
Smartmatic
the
suing too.
Smartmatic / Dominion machines.
They're not the same
in a
company.
small county
Oh my God.
in Georgia by the name of Ware, W-A-R-E, that the Trump votes were flipped to
I'm not doing this.
A memorandum that within 7 days, I believe, of the canvassing being finalized, the voting machine should be scrubbed.
How odd.
Dana Nessel is her name. So, I mean, you know, Pat, here's the deal. If I did that as Joe Public, scrubbed, if I scrubbed information that was potentially...
You mean
where
like
there was a
Conan Hayes?
potential litigation issue involved.
You mean like
that would
Conan
be,
Hayes?
Like I think I'd be held for obstruction of justice.
Do you mean
Well,
like
if you
Conan
did it
Hayes?
after you received a subpoena, you would be. And if you did it in anticipation of receiving a subpoena, I think that probably goes to guilty conscience or...
Does it, Pat? Guilty conscience?
levels of intent. Yeah, they're going full goon. They understand that they're caught red-handed. There's anyone who's telling you this is a myth or something or a fantasy. They're living under a rock. There's
Where's the
thousands
data?
of people who've come forward around the country.
Where's
with
the data? Affidavits
movies.
are bullshit.
All of it lines up with exactly what I'm saying about how.
No, I'm not. No. Giuliani affidavits. Here we go. Oops. God, I do have to remember to remove it, though. Okay. This is an AP story filed on July 26, 2023. Rudy Giuliani has conceded that he made public comments falsely about the two Georgia election workers who claiming two Georgia election workers committed ballot fraud during the 2020. Wait, that's not what I want. I want the fucking. I mean, I love that story, but I really want to. What does Rudy Giuliani's daughter say about him? When does his case with a lot of immigrants, even if it won't be, was dangerous. Yeah, I think it is really important. Outreach is super important for voting because people don't know. It's hard. You may not speak the language, like a million different reasons. Here we go. Maybe this is it. I really want to find a copy or like a sample of one of the affidavits just to show you how fucking stupid they are. The documents turned over by Carrick also connect him and other members of the Trump team. Okay. No, that's not it. Okay, but that's an interesting story. Na 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 na. Oh, here we go. Maybe this is it. Oh, poor Rudy Canfell. All right. Oh, no. Get away. Get away. Oh, I don't like you guys. And I don't even like your little, like... God, thank you. Let's see. One evening, I was approached by the second chemtrails. Okay. That's not it. Well, this is what, okay. According to the tale told by Giuliani and two other Trump lawyers, Sidney Powell and Jenna Ellis, who Jenna just flipped. It's true, Oren. A Russian woman who works for me didn't feel comfortable to vote until Ukraine happened, and then she registered. Oh, so nice. Democratic election officials across the country conspired to assure Joe Biden's victory through a massive fraud that initially involved tricky election software produced by Dominion voting systems. Quote, One of its most characteristic features is its ability to flip votes, Sidney Powell said. It can set and run an algorithm that probably ran all over the country to take a certain percentage of votes from President Trump and flip them to President Biden. But because so many people voted for Trump, I explained, it broke the algorithm that had been plugged into the system. Yeah. That's when Democrats resorted to Plan B, which involved hurriedly manufacturing phony absentee ballots. I know, Kursk, right? Kursk is hot. I'm way behind on Ukrainian news. Yes. A truck pulled up to the Detroit Center where they were. A truck pulled up to the Detroit Center where they were counting ballots, Giuliani said. The people thought it was food, so they all ran to the truck. Wasn't food. It was thousands and thousands of ballots. And the ballots were in garbage cans. They were in paper bags. They were in cardboard boxes. And they were taken into the center. It turned out that these ballots were for Biden. And only for Biden. Meaning the conspirators didn't even bother to mark votes in the other races. According to Giuliani, this sort of thing happened not only in Michigan, but also in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona. Flipping those battleground states of Biden while Republican poll watchers were kept at a distance so they could not see what was happening. But they really could. Anyway, yeah, this is my favorite. The people thought a truck pulled up to the Detroit Center, and it wasn't. And this was debunked along with every other piece of bullshit theory that they had. Let me close some windows here. Anyway. Yikes. I gotta take a minute. MAGAs are so gullible. I mean, the thing about it is that I think they want to be a little, like they want to keep it simple, right? There are voters in this country that just want to keep it simple. And if they're bigoted, then they really find comfort in the MAGA rhetoric, right? Because it's like, oh, my elected official also hates black people. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, that's great. Oh, my elected official also hates gay people. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, so they're reinforced by seemingly powerful people and influential people who share their similar bigotry. And so if I share your similar bigotry and you tell me that Dominion changed the vote so that my guy would lose, I'm going to probably, if I'm not, well, I wouldn't, but there are people apparently, about 25% of the country, who will say, give me more, right? And just give me enough so that I can have an argument with the fucking lefties and I can insult them and tell them they're trying to groom my children and then I can run away. I know they don't know they're bigoted. It's a huge part of the problem, SB. It is a huge part of the problem that people don't even realize that they're the drama. Like, you are the drama. You actually do have to change your worldview in order to be accepted into polite society now. That's my new rule. Yeah. And you can't say, hey, dude, you're a little racist because, Yeah, and you know what? Here's what I think. I think all of us grow, and if you're able, I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to give you a personal example. I remember years and years and years ago when there was a controversy, I think it was about like Kendall Jenner or someone, I don't remember who it was, who did like cornrow braids, right? And it was many years ago, so it was a long time ago, but there was a big like kerfuffle over appropriation, right? She was appropriating a culture from black culture and, et cetera, without acknowledging or any of that. And initially, I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't see anything wrong with her hairstyle. And I was like, well, why is it not okay for, I guess she's white person to wear cornrows? And my daughter actually was like, no, let me explain how this is appropriating a culture without acknowledging it. And, you know, and you're basically appropriating from a culture that has been suppressed. Yeah, Bo Derek and 10. You know, you're or oppressed, rather, oppressed culture. And yet you then are not only part of the oppression of that culture, but then you also take things from that culture and make them your own, and don't, you know, you're taking and not giving. You're taking and not acknowledging. So I learned at that point, I'm like, wow, my eyes were open to what can feel like what is appropriative, right? Or when appropriation happens. And I totally agree. Like, I agree with the fact that you should not appropriate things from cultures and act like, you know, oh, this headdress is cool, so I'm going to wear it. Well, no, you're not, because you're not Native American, you're not indigenous. You know what I mean? Like, so I guess what I'm saying is like, I think all of us have room to grow. I think all of us have room to grow. And I remain open to learning about things I say or things I do that might be hurtful to other people, because I don't ever intend to hurt other people unless I'm mad at you. You know, then take that out. But in the normal course of relationships, I would never set out to make someone feel uncomfortable, less than, you know, all that kind of stuff. But I also recognize that sometimes I could be that person and not realize it, or, you know what I mean? Like, I guess I just want us to be like, yeah, maybe I can do better. Right? It's just not, yeah. And it's how you handle the growth, I think. And it's okay. It's okay to be wrong. But let's move on. Like, let's get right with stuff. You know, white people don't use the N-word because it's racist. And if we use it, it's racist. I don't judge when rappers use it, or black people, or whatever. You know what I mean? It's not my place to judge that. I got my judgment that I can use for white people that says that is unacceptable, because traditionally white people are the oppressor. And that word is associated with oppressors when spoken by an oppressor. That's it. So no, you can't say it. And that's okay, because you know what? I'm willing to definitely make that effort so that I'm not making someone else uncomfortable. You know? Like, I don't want to make people uncomfortable. And I do think we have a responsibility not to make each other uncomfortable. So yeah, I don't think, you know, so I guess, I don't know where I was going with all this, but I think it's just important that, you know, I think this is one of the issues with MAGA that I have, is that I don't mind. I actually really am in support of people's ability to protest and to be angry and seek redress and whatever else you want to say. However, I'm not willing to accept that your worldview, that trans people are wrong, that LGBTQ is wrong, that saying the N-word if you're white is fine. You know what I mean? Like, all those little things. That is, to me, your worldview. I don't care who you vote for so much, because I'm not trying to control you or stop you from that per se. But your worldview is fucked up. Because your worldview includes denying people's existence or their rights. So yeah, that's a showstopper for me. So this isn't a two sides thing per se. It's not a red and blue thing. Certainly, we're past that. But I'll tell you right now, it is a worldview that is unacceptable. Full stop. And if you want to argue about tax cuts or debt policy or, I don't know, the military industrial complex, if you want to talk about any of those things, that's fine. But if you're talking about groomers and LGBTQ and trans people and mutilating children and all of that stuff, you are wrong. You are wrong. And actually, it's time for you to get right with the world, not for the world to get right with you. You have to do the heavy lifting. I'm already on the side of more people having rights. If you are on the side of less people having rights, you're wrong. Period. I hear so many fucking people on this app, YouTube, just act like they are the children that should be paid attention to and nobody else should matter and rights are pie and blah, blah, blah. Well, you're wrong. Like, get right. Disagree with me on economic policy. Disagree with me on, I don't even know what. Disagree with me on maybe immigration policy in the particulars. But if your views are based on the fact that someone is less than or someone is wrong for who they are, I'm not going to fuck with that. Like, you're wrong. You're done. You're done. How about the Christo-fascists and their damn shofars? Yeah, what's with the shofar? And it's such a process to get everyone to understand exactly. It's how you handle the growth. Yeah. Because we mind our own business. Yeah, Coach Walls. I'm liking that guy. He's pretty cool. We all make mistakes, and I'm actively working on doing better. I have a real big problem when my LGBTQIA family use racist terms, and I let them know that. Yeah, that's the thing. And people need to let me know, right? Like, it's so. If you come sincerely like, wow, I didn't realize that, or you know what, I can appreciate that. I need to really stop myself from doing that. Those are earnest, sincere responses. But, just saying, oh, you always call people racist. No, I don't. I call racist. I know. Don't be ignorant. It's true, Max, though. You're so right. You're so right. And I don't do a good job all the time, by the way. Okay? I cower sometimes, depending on the situation, to confront people. Right? I had a situation in my space where I didn't confront someone on the use of the R word, and she let me know she was not happy about it. And so it is okay to hold each other accountable. And, if there's a misunderstanding, there's a misunderstanding. But I think we, white people, straight people, I don't know how you want to put it, I think we need to do better. It's okay to do better. Try it out. Try letting go. Let go of the fact that you think children are being mutilated because they're growing up trans. Stop doing that. Stop doing that to children, first of all. Stop doing that to families who are going through that. Because I can guarantee you that, first of all, children are not being mutilated. That is a lie. Families with children who realize that they are trans need as much love and support to go through the very tricky process, which doesn't usually involve surgery on under 18. But hey, I trust that doctors who are entrusted and overseen with these responsibilities are being cautious about it. And I literally think we would, if there was a problem, I'm going to guarantee you we would see more about it. But it isn't a problem except for the people who like to yell about it. And TERFs. If you are a trans exclusionary radical female, you believe that only women who are born with vaginas are women, I guess. But trans women are women, and trans men are men, and trans men can give birth. So men can give birth, which is why sometimes you'll hear me to refer to people as birthing persons instead of men or women, because of the context that it might be that both, you know what I mean? So I'm just trying to say, it's a made-up problem. Stop. Let go of your bigotry for a day. Let go for an hour. What if you didn't care what other families did? What if you didn't care about drag queen reading hour, story hour? What if you didn't care? I know for some of you who make your life off of this.
The decision whether to testify, and there are two witnesses before me, so I'm asking that that you defer to after those. There's two questions though that I need your answer. I have a very limited things that I want to talk to the jury about.
No.
I want to be assured that the scope of the prosecution cross-examination is limited to the exact things that and areas that I testify about. My attorneys have told me that I'm not allowed to tell the jury that Conan Hayes has a government security clearance.
He does
Whether
not.
Whether or not this existed, I concealed his identity to protect his safety and effectiveness in current and future investigations. I discussed his background with him and my attorney to verify that he did not have a felony or an election-related offense. If this is excluded, then this will affect my decision whether or not to testify.
Oh, she's making threats now.
Exhibit. Please judge me approach.
No, not you. You can give it to your attorney.
Okay.
I have to show it to
Thank
prosecution.
You. Thank you.
Your Honor, they have a copy.
Okay, is this what I saw before, or is this something else?
It is something you've seen before, but I'm going to mark it ZZ for the special record.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
That was Tina. That's Tina Peters.
The unsworn declaration that I saw from earlier. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Okay.
So you had two questions.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
And so.
She's making demands.
What were the questions? The first one is if I'm not going to let you talk about whether I would let you talk about Conan Hayes being a government.
This is great. Case is a fucking
my first
train wreck.
Question is I have limited things that I want to discuss.
And the scope.
That I want to test, and I want to make sure that the scope, that the prosecution isn't going to come in and bully me around like I've seen them do with other witnesses.
Oh my God!
I can't give legal advice. I can't answer that question.
I just need to know that it's going to be in the scope of what my
Fuck off, you stupid cunt!
In that assurance.
Well, scope is
scope of what?
Not something that I can tell you. It's not perhaps as black and white as you may think it to be. That's something that your lawyer is just going to have to help you with. Scope, I can't give legal advice.
Yeah, so stop.
It's highly unusual in the circumstance that we're in right now. Defendants asking me questions and looking for answers. I just can't do that. I can just tell you that questions on direct.
Strongest country in the G7, Max.
Cross-examination is generally speaking driven by the scope of direct.
Okay.
That's the law.
That's what I would ask.
But I'm not going to tell you how far that
not
goes.
Promising that, you stupid cunt. This bitch is going to be amazing on the stand. I hope her ass gets right up there.
Thank you, Judge. I just ask that you restrain them and keep them in that scope, and that you rule in favor if my attorneys bring that up.
I'm going to follow the law.
What
Okay,
the
thank
fuck?
you. That's all I can ask. I appreciate that. And, I understand that I'm not allowed to tell the jury that Conan Hayes was, in fact, had a government security clearance. But the reason I
He
concealed
doesn't.
his
He
identity was
doesn't.
to protect his safety.
He
I made
doesn't.
a promise.
Oh my
and to
God,
protect
the
his effectiveness
lies.
for current and future investigations.
lies.
And I discussed his background with him extensively. My attorney verified it, that he did not have a felony or any election-related offenses. And if this is excluded, then this will make my affect
I can't
my
believe
decision
this.
Whether or not I'm
She's-
going to testify.
she's extorting the
today
judge.
or on Monday.
She's
So
extorting
I would
the
just
judge.
Like your ruling.
Your Honor, I've asked that to be considered an offer of proof, and if the court, if there's an objection, then we'd like to handle that now.
What?
Again, this is exceedingly.
What the fuck?
Can I have counsel approach so we can talk about this?
Oh my God. Tuck your fucking shirt in, you fat fucking slob. I used to be heavy, so I'm. Anyway, I don't know what's happening right now, but this fucking cunt thinks that she runs the fucking world. And she is shitting all over our democracy right now. Wait.
Shut up, Lolo.
Okay. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know what to say anymore. I don't know what to say anymore. I know he's in charge. You're right. Okay, I'm confident. I know. He's got this. You're right. I need to calm down. Calm down, lady. Calm down. I want to know what cases. God, I wish I was a lip reader. I want to be a lip reader. Can you learn that? Can you learn to lip read? Is there a course anywhere? Can we do that? I know. Kathy, I my neighbors hate me. I'm going to get a note on my door that says, "Could you please stop yelling?" I got one before. I got a note because I sit near the window and it's so hot. I have the window open. Excuses. I don't know what's happening right now. I am so like, I mean, I guess I have too strong my feelings about these people are too strong based on how watching them so often. So I definitely I'm in my feelings about this. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really think I have anything else to say. I don't really know what else to say. I don't really know what country we're in right now. Oh, improving their... Okay, let's do that. Well, I think that you have given me a piece of paper that is your grocery list and not the exhibit that you said you were going to give me. But I'd like to point out that soybeans are really bad for men. Oh, I don't know what you mean. I think soybeans are fine. I think that's a myth. No, I read it. I read it in Reader's Digest, and I'm not gonna back down. I really don't think you should get that soy product. Well, I don't know, Your Honor. I heard another study that said that soy was actually good and made your penis larger. What do you think? Well, I don't know. I have to look. I don't know. Okay. When I meet a woman these days, I have to interview them on their reality. He's yelled at them 1,000 times. I know. And they will not stop it. I just can't. Oh, he had opened his eyes really large. Oh, really? Oh, really? And then what did he say? Well, and then I said, I don't think I can actually poop in this cup, doctor. And the doctor needs you to, and I said, no, I can't poop in the cup. That's not how that happens. Wait, that's not what he said. What do you think? Well, I've pooped in many cups, and I just want to tell you. To protect me from the meanie prosecutor. Scope. Like she knows what the fuck scope means in that case. Jesus Christ. Well, yeah, that's me in my underwear. It sure is. God, I guess I really did take that picture. Next time, don't let me drink so much. I know I won't, but you know, you're a beast when you get that Malibu rum in you. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Get away from me. That was their exchange. I don't know why I have such a fascination with Malibu rum. I drank it in high school, I think. It just always seems like one of those alcohols that like Goldschlager, like a novelty alcohol. Well, I think he looks really good in his underwear in this, and I don't think you should be ashamed at all of all the drinks that you had that night, because frankly, we were just getting our drink on. Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree that maybe you shouldn't have kissed that waitress. I only want to talk to, and I'd like to talk to the jury about a limited amount of information. So, Your Honor, I just have a few requests. I would like to speak to the jury. I would like the prosecutors to only ask me questions about how I get my hair to stay like this. And I would like you to let me go. Okay, thanks. Bye. That was her. That was Tina. These guys are killing me, man. They're making me do much more. All these sidebars, man, make me work. The hell? What the hell? It's time for the little hands. That's what it's time for. It's time for the little hands. Wait, can you see? I don't want you to see my whole hand. I want... God dang it. Here. There we go. Okay. Whoops. It's hard for me to tell if you can see my finger. I guess you can't. Okay, good. Let me just pull up the microphone a little closer to me. I'm going to go and take a poop. Where'd she go? You're under arrest, lady. You know that? You're under arrest. Wait, are my fingers showing? I can't even tell. I love these hands so much. Oh, God, you can see my hands. Damn it. I wish if it weren't like 8,000 degrees, I could put on long sleeves, but I can't. Oh, don't itch your head like that. Don't. Look at, I wish I knew what they were saying. God damn it. I wish I knew what they were. She made a run for it. She's on the run. Go get her. Wait. Oh, I had a foot, but I don't have 2 feet. I don't think I have 2 feet over here. Do I have any feet? Oh, I might not have any feet. Oh, man. How do I not have any feet? Oh, here, I can do that too. Good. How do I not have any feet? Oh, God, I thought I had my little feet. Da-da. Oh, Tina, 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 why are you running? Tina, Tina, why are you so incredible? Oh, really, Grace? Oh, Tina, why did you open the machines, Tina? Why did you open the machines, Tina? Wait, I'll come closer. Why did you open the machines, Tina? Why did you open the machines? Why did you talk to Sherronna? Yeah, why did you turn off the cameras? And why did you lie to your staff? Yeah. When you were standing on the stage at Shamposium. Why didn't you say, hey, take that down? No, you didn't. You said, I'm a gold star mom and I care about elections. Yeah. But I'm Tina Peters. And I'm amazing. And here's my friend Sherronna Bishop. And I didn't know Conan the Surfer wasn't a government informant because he told me he was, so I believed him. Oh, yeah.
I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Oh.
Can I take this?
He is so mad. He's so mad. He's so mad. Yeah. Look, Your Honor, where are you going? God, rapture faster. They are kind of blurry. Yep. See? They made him have to poop. They made him have to poop. That's it. Everybody, look at everybody's going now. That's the other lawyer right there. Scary looking. Hey, Shapiro, don't fuck this up, okay? Do not fuck this up. You, Shapiro, there's Tina number 6, Tina number 4. I'm telling you, am I wrong about this? No, I'm not. That's not a Tina. Her hair's too dark. That's the woman with the really problematic dress. Yeah, choices, people. Dark clothes, dark colors if you're going to be on camera. Oh, hi. Did you bring one for me? Did you bring one for me? Did you bring one for everybody? So I can't tell. Is that the court reporter or is the dude? The dude's the court reporter, right? That's just I don't know what she is. Not the court reporter. He is so done with this shit. I mean, really, everybody's done with this shit. Oh, Tina, why did you open the machines? Why did you open the machines? Why did you open the machines? You know what? Here's my dream. This trial concludes. Tina is found guilty. And then the indictments start rolling in. First, Conan Hayes. Second, Mike Lindell. No, second, Doug Frank. Third, Kurt Olson. Fourth, Mike Lindell. Fifth, Brandon House. Oh, no, he wouldn't be involved in this. Oh, Phil Waldron. Sixth, Josh Merrick. You better flip, you little fucking piece of shit incel mother fucking fuckwad. Hey, if I don't think he's listening, but if David Hancock is listening, or Bergie, I guess Hancock actually, David Hancock, I need you to come on a show so that we can talk about all the people that you hung out with and all the shit that you know and where you can fill in the blanks. Please. Thank you. Oh, here, let's listen to the rest of me rail on Tina Peters' help little support group.
Watkins, aka Code Monkey Z, known child pornography purveyor on 8chan. If you didn't know, you might want to look that one up. He's a bit of a problematic young man, but
he's
nonetheless,
besties with Mark Fincham.
Questions. Why didn't she stop at some point and actually say, hey, you know, if I think of something, if this is really a problem, then I need to really talk. And I'm not going to buy the story of, oh, it's the deep state and I don't trust anybody. That's nonsense. Because she trusted people that she didn't know very well, and maybe they only had philosophical agreements. So I guess I disagree with a little bit of your characterization, because I've been listening very closely to the trial.
He had said the judge was biased.
And I think he's actually done a really excellent job of ensuring that both the due process is followed so that Tina gets the due process that she deserves, which she really does deserve it. And I believe that. I don't believe that just because I disagree with her motives and the way she conducted herself, that means that she's a bad person. I'm just saying legally and the facts and really not feelings, facts are what should lead this case, right? And that's, everyone should agree about that.
I
But
can't believe I
guess
said that.
I'm wondering why not, if you're going to stand up for her, I still have these really open questions about, if I elected someone to do that job, I do not want them hiding.
Thank you so much.
I'm almost done. I don't want them hiding the
Okay.
identity of the person who's entering the trusted build, like she did with Jerry Wood. And I know that he claims that he didn't know that they were using his identity, but I don't care. Tina knew, and that's why so I guess I'm just throwing this all out there.
Great question. Thank you for coming up. We appreciate, again,
Okay,
free speech.
thank you.
We
Free
believe,
speech.
Yeah. All right. Facts.
And then they cut me off.
Thank you for voicing your opinion on that.
Boone. I wish I could find my my Boone Cutler. Let me see if I can. You can't find that, huh? Why can't you search inside your thing anymore? Oh, there, Lolo, not Lori. Let's see. Where is it? Is it here? Oh man, what is this? What? Come on now. Damn. Oh man, I guess I can't find it. Ah, makes me mad. Anyway, oh well. Yeah, I had a Boone Cutler where I said, because Boone Cutler is Mike Flynn's little friend, and I told Boone Cutler, he co-wrote the book Mike Flynn has of Fifth Generation Warfare, which is the book where they tell you could go ahead and like kill your neighbor and it's okay. So I said, yeah, you should buy Boone's book. Also, look for his next title, How to Build Your Own DIY In-Home Rendition Black Site so that little Johnny will never leave his bike in the driveway again. And then I got banned. Wait, what's your question, Oomph? How do the young problematic dudes with tech savvy and questionable sexual peccadillos get to be best friends with influential conservative? Because they are those. I don't think they meet at CrossFit. They're not in very good shape. The man, Jason Ix, who spoke after Fincham after you left Low, is also America Project. Fun fact, he was represented by Dan Hartman. Holy shit. There's only it's like a limited population, right? Thank God. Yes, the gyms and laundromats and probably the GNC, the local GNC. That's probably where they meet. I'm just saying. Well, who knew? And you thought the D&D kids would be problematic? Oh no. It's the Minecraft. No. Oh no. Come on. Look at Tina making life difficult for everybody. She wants to be treated special. Literally, that's what we just heard. What you just witnessed was Tina Peters would like to be treated special. So all you maggots who think that your fucking heroes are just regular people, no. She wants to demand of the court in which she is the defendant that the judge make sure that the prosecutors aren't too mean to her because she's seen them be mean to people on the stand, which is not true. We've watched every day. They've been fine. In fact, they've been a little too nice sometimes. That is the most Karen moment I have ever seen in court. Thank you, Kathy. Indeed. Tina Karen Peters. Chitina Peters is what I call her. Listen, here's the bottom line. If you are in a position of responsibility, even if you believe that a vendor is somehow manipulating your data, it is not up to you to solve that. It's actually your job to escalate. And Tina had an escalation matrix. And being asked to do things like turn cameras off and fake the identity of someone and give burner phones to your staff and tell them that if they're going to talk about you, about what happened, they have to use the burner phone to communicate with you or their lawyers, which you have provided. If you then leave your staff on the day that you know your office is going to be raided by the Secretary of State to launch an investigation into how the passwords that you were responsible for got leaked on the internet, you leave your staff alone to go get on a stage and get lauded. You fly in a private jet. You then now have a show funded by the guy who flew you down there on a private jet. You are a piece of shit. You are an absolute trash garbage human. She threw all of her staff under the bus. That should be the most, actually, that should just make any person, any human being, hate this woman. And she did benefit from it. She has a fucking show. She is the darling of election deniers, and they pay her. How dare she put her staff at risk? How dare she? If you want to be fucking Don Quixote, buy your own horse, bitch. Take up the whatever that thing is that he used, whatever that is. Go knock yourself out. Sacrifice yourself. Go down with the ship. If you believe that you had to steal this data in order to save the Republic, then you are the one who needed to go down for it. Why you involved everyone else and lied to them? How shameful. You should be a fucking shamed of yourself, you stupid cunt. And I hope they throw the book at you, and I hope you fucking die in prison. Because I'm done. I'm done with these people who act like they walk around with impunity and just like, I can do anything I want.
You're having a conversation, and then you're going to tell me when you're ready. Is that right?
Your Honor, I just need 1 minute between Mr. Case and I, and then I'm going to go out and do the research, and he's going to do the next witness.
Okay. Just tell me when you're ready.
Yes, sir.
And then I'll get the jury.
I can't. I don't know what's going on up there. SB, literally, Tina asked the judge to protect her and to make all these concessions, which he's not going to make, would not make. And she wants time with the jury. I mean, there's a bunch of shit that she wants. I can't. I'm so glad this trial's happening. Let me tell you that. I mean, this really is something that meant a lot to me. When I was watching Lindell and the Shamposium and all of this stuff, and I mean, it was my obsession, this case. So I'm real happy to see it happening, but I'm so glad this is the judge. Oh my God, SB, can you imagine? Because we've seen other judges who just like, let everything in. Well, I'm willing to hear everything, so let's let everything in. No, you can't. What? I'm trying to listen to what they're saying. Come on, Case, speak up. Ask permission.
Okay, we're coming up.
Okay, we're coming up. Oh my God. These lawyers are so fucking ridiculous. Oh my God. I don't even know. You guys, this is. I mean, I am actually pretty happy with how the prosecution is presenting, I guess. Yeah. I guess I would really like. I wish we knew who the other witnesses were. I wonder if they've tried. No, I don't think so. I mean, I feel like he would be like, they did this. This is wrong. You know, like he'd announce that or something. But here's what I love. I love that Patrick Byrne and Mike Lindell and now Mike Flynn have all created platforms so that they... What? Oh, you know what? I did see that. Yeah, Jen. Yehuda Miller and the guy that I was talking to on the space and other America Project people were trying to dig up stuff on the judge and make it go viral. I just think that's gross humaning. Okay? That's like a gross human. Why would you try and I don't know. Okay. I mean, I guess if it's self-preservation, then fucking, whatever. I get it. I guess people do weird things for self-preservation. I just didn't expect this many people to not have any integrity. I guess I expect people to have some integrity. Oh, Mike Flynn said that? Well, he might know. I don't know. Is he bringing his bear cub? Or his bike? Just kidding. I don't know what this world... this world's so crazy. It's so crazy. I wish I didn't... Well, no, that's not true. I don't not wish I didn't care about politics or whatever this is. I don't know. Let's sing a song. I don't even have anything creative. I'm like, all the creativity has been sucked out of my body. I'm just waiting to see what it is actually being decided. And I'm like freaking out. Not freaking out. I just would like to know. And I guess we'll know. Case. Damn kids, get off my lawn. That's what I expect him to say. Get off my lawn. I need more weed. I need to pee and I need to smoke weed. Smoking weed. Now I'm going to go pee. I'll be right back.
Oh, are we ready? Okay, let's get the jury in.
I think this is all stalling, by the way, by the defense.
Can anyone give me an answer about the motion to quash the subpoena? Has everyone seen that?
Judge, I've seen it. I would ask the court not address it at this point. From my understanding, the defense is not planning on calling that witness anyways.
Yeah, so that's what I'm wondering. Can I just grant it so that way, do you intend to call that witness or do we need to wait a little bit?
Related to Bobby Daniel?
Yeah.
Yes, we concede it.
Okay, I'll go ahead and just issue that order.
What's he saying? What's he saying?
I didn't want to forget about it.
I wasn't aware it had been filed.
Yeah, it was filed over the lunch hour or sometime before, I think. It's done.
Pardon? Mr. Clay Reed.
Wait, did I miss something good, or was that just the more of the same? Hi, Teresa.
Go ahead and take a seat, everyone. Thank you.
What's
The
subpoena?
jury is,
What's
now
subpoena?
present. I know that was a long delay, but what I can tell you is it was not time wasted. Just trust me on that. It was very productive time, and I think you'll find that it was not wasted because of how quickly things are perhaps going to move along going forward.
What's going to happen now? What's the subpoena for?
But with that being said,
Oh,
does the
my
defense have an additional witness they'd like to call?
We do. We call Clay Parikh.
All right, Mr. Parikh, if you can come
Yeah!
there's a white strip of tape on the floor.
Fuck yeah! This guy's an idiot.
Raise your right hand.
Gal knows all about him.
Or firmer in the penalty of law that the statements and
I should have looked him up before, but he's an idiot.
the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Please take a seat.
Get
over
ready
there
for
in the black
major
chair.
objections, one
And
after
once
the
you're
other.
seated, if you could state your name and then spell your last.
My name is Clay Uday Parikh. That's P as in Paul, A-R-I-K-H.
All right, Mr. Case, he's your witness.
Mr. Parikh, what state do you reside in?
I reside in Alabama.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a cybersecurity professional.
No, you're not.
Who do you work for?
I work for Northrop Grumman.
Clay
How
Parikh.
much cybersecurity training have you had?
I had a lot of cybersecurity training. I held the CISSP, which is the Certified Information Systems Professional certification for over 17 years in good standing. I'm also a certified ethical hacker, and I'm also a certified hacking forensic investigator. And I've done everything in the information
Oh,
technology
I hate this.
business,
I
from
fucking hate
site
this.
design to accreditation.
Have you looked at the Code Monkey Z video that started this case?
Yes, I have.
And subject to pretrial ruling, that video will not be shown to the jury. So we're asking you to talk about just the BIOS passwords or whatever passwords.
He was
were
part of
shown
Carrie
on that
Lake's
video.
case, too, and lost.
I'll just do a short series of questions, and then would you let the jury know what you saw on the video means? First of all, was a full BIOS password visible on the video?
No, it wasn't.
All right. So would a partial BIOS password be of any benefit to a hacker unless he had the whole password?
Yeah, because the format.
Not really.
Because the format, bitch.
Because, especially specifically in this case, where they're following a Dominion build procedure, the BIOS that the county's given.
I'm going to object that this is calling for expert opinion, which is
Exactly.
witness has not been endorsed. Or
And would not be.
Yes, let's lay that. He hasn't been.
You are not an expert, Clay. Don't look like a fucking surprised bunny.
Got a little ahead of myself. Mr. Parikh, have you testified as a cybersecurity expert?
Do not let this happen. Do not.
I have.
Yeah, in the Carrie Lake thing, and it was, oh my God.
10 years.
In the last 10 years?
Yes.
Yeah, like last
Once
year.
in federal court and
I'm going to object. May we approach?
Can we, I would like to approach. I would, because this is wrong. Okay, listen, I can't fucking take this.
Being brought in for a limited purpose, which was not part of his disclosed expert opinion. The scope of the disclosed expert opinion is irrelevant. This topic is not part of any discovery made available to us. It is irrelevant that they try to qualify him as an expert.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and allow Mr. Case to continue. Go ahead, sir.
No.
So back to your experience, did you say once in federal
This is
court?
Carrie Lake,
Yes,
star witness, cybersecurity expert Clay Parikh testified that issues
5
with
or
ballot
6
on demand
times
printers
in
on
circuit
election day were
courts,
caused by
including
what
my
was
home state of
designed to be a
Alabama.
20-inch ballot being projected as a 19-inch image.
If I
This is
may
the
add,
19 versus
I have
20
been
guy.
qualified as an expert because I have 9
She
years
lost.
of testing experience in the voting system test labs.
Parikh acknowledged during his testimony that he spoke in August at the Moment of Truth Summit hosted by MyPillow CEO and Donald Trump supporter Mike Lindell. The summit focused on 2020 election conspiracy theories. Parikh said 14 out of 15 election day ballots rejected by tabulators were a 19-inch image. That was debunked.
Investigation, I guess, was the term he used.
He added that he believes this would mean those misprinted ballots would not be able to be read by the more sensitive tabulators, but elections officials previously said that tabulators at MTech could read the ballots and were rejected. The county has not explained. Actually, they did, and it's all. Parikh was at one point was admonished by the judge after he tried to explain something to the court instead of answering a question from Tom Liddy. Parikh said the way that Liddy had phrased the question was incorrect, but the judge told Parikh that, okay, well, that's just him being problematic. And then oh, God. I need to find the Clay Parikh part where he was, there's others. All right, hold on. Oh, you know what? I'm going to look for Gal's stuff because she has his number. Oh.
I think there was some confusion, ladies and gentlemen, so let's clarify the record. Mr. Shapiro, for the people, do you object to this?
We do not. No, Your Honor. We do not object to this witness's fundamental qualifications.
Okay, so he it will be accepted as an expert in cybersecurity and voting systems.
No. What?
Functioning. It's again up to the jury to decide
what
to afford to the testimony of this witness, as you do with all witnesses. So, Mr. Case, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you remember the question that I asked you before the objection?
Yes, about the partial BIOS password being usable.
Right.
And according to Dominion procedures and the way the procedures for installing the system work, the counties provided the password.
Your Honor, I am going to object regarding.
It's Clay Parikh, Gal.
I don't know who made
it's Clay fucking Parikh. It's Clay fucking Parikh. David Clement was the one who was rejected as a defense witness. Good, because he's an idiot.
I know you didn't make the sound.
He was a superstar at Carrie Lake's failed Arizona election trial. Yep, he was.
Dominion's policies, protocols.
I didn't think he was getting into that, and in any event,
no, this has to stop.
Overruled.
This has to stop.
We talked about this, so go ahead.
I can't do this.
And the
I
reason
don't know
refer
what to say.
The name of the vendor, Dominion, is because that's the system that's used. Because there's standard practices when you do an installation for any type of information system. And that's what voting systems are. They're just an information system that has special applications. And in their procedures and in the county's procedures, for Colorado specifically, when the procedure's done, the BIOS password is to be changed. That's part of the installation, the last part of the phase. And in the state of Colorado, if I remember everything correctly, that the Secretary of State assigns that BIOS passwords because it's to make sure that there's some integrity so no county official could abuse that.
Now,
that's funny.
In the video you
that's
saw
rich.
Was the partial BIOS password. The password
They're saying since it was blurred and partial, I mean, was it really a crime?
The trusted build was done.
Was it really a crime?
After the trusted build was done and the hard drive.
I mean, it's not really a crime, is it?
It would have to be before because it's in the installation process.
But did you die?
So therefore, whatever was seen at the beginning is irrelevant to the end result.
So, if a hacker looked at that video, let me give you the timeline. The password changed on May the 25th.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to leading. This is his.
Golly, what if this wasn't like?
I didn't hear the.
Oh my God.
You could certainly renew the objection. So let's hear the question.
May I ask you a hypothetical question, sir?
Yes.
Assume that on May the 25th, 2021, the trusted build was performed.
Oh God.
okay?
Gal has like the receipts
Now,
on Sherronna and Tina.
At that time, would the password visible in the Code Monkey Z video
Oh, here we go.
have been what was on?
Oh, I think I fought with Clay Parikh.
Password that was there before the
I argued with him on something.
If
That's
the-
why I
if the
recognize
trusted
the guy
build
that doesn't work at
was
Staples.
done in accordance with the procedures, it would not. And again, the BIOS password was not clearly visible in the video.
All right. Now, assume as a second fact that on August 2nd, the video went viral on the internet, okay? Could a hacker have used what you saw in the Code Monkey Z video to cause any harm, interruption of service, or any damage to the Mesa County voting system?
No, I can, and the reason I state this is, as a hacker and someone who's hacked for the federal government, those
Look at
videos
that.
would be the last place you
That's
would go.
this is Clay's
You don't pay
fucking
any
Twitter.
attention to that, and me personally, I would not use.
Let's see what
any
his
part of that
worldview
'cause
is.
I have a totally different technique.
Really? They have a totally different technique.
Thank you, Mr. Parikh.
Fucking bitch.
Mr. Shapiro, cross.
Yeah, do it.
Thank you. Mr. Parikh, apparently some human being had to blur out those passwords, correct?
I didn't.
Somebody had to blur out those BIOS passwords, correct?
The whole video looked blurry.
He's Twitter
to me, but
pals with
yes,
Tina.
It all depends on the technology used.
It's a simple
Because
question. Somebody had to blur out the passwords when they were posted.
yes, sir, but let me clarify. There are different ways for blurring technology. For example, in CRT cameras, I do have a master's in cybersecurity in that privacy portion. So
Stop
it could
answering.
not be a person; it could be an
Stop.
application.
When I am talking,
What?
we don't talk. And I'm
Oh,
sir.
Well, sir, I'm sorry. I'm retired Marine Artillery. and I
Oh,
do have
really?
hearing
Oh,
aids,
you
so I
can't hear?
apologize.
Okay.
Oh, fuck off. Well, then maybe you should have said something, you stupid shit.
We don't want to have to, but
Fucking hate this
I don't
guy.
want to. But now
You've
I'm
been
here
in
to
court
return, so
before, you
I have to
stupid
do this again. I'll be a
motherfucker.
little bit louder next time. Let's not talk over each other. The question was very straightforward. If we want to ask it again, so that way we can just get the answer, and thank you. Mr. Case will have a chance to redirect. Go ahead.
The bottom line is, what you observed were passwords that were blurred out, correct? Yes or no?
They were blurred out.
You
but
answered my question. My next question is going to be this. Presumably, given your expertise, a human being involved with the creation of the video blurred out those passwords, correct?
No, because I could not answer that question because there are different techniques, and a human would not necessarily have to blur out the video.
Technology could be used to blur out those videos, correct?
Correct?
Okay. So prior to the video being taken and the BIOS passwords being on the laptop, they were presumably not blurred correctly, correct?
That could be correct, but again, in those,
You answered my question.
Shh.
Thank you. Mr. Case, redirects here.
Hey, fuck you, Clay. You fucking. Oh my God. What is. Ugh.
Answer was, so prior to the video being taken and the BIOS passwords being on the laptop.
God, they're so fucking smug.
they were presumably not blurred correctly. Correct.
He's the one who claimed that the 19-inch ballots on 20-inch paper bullshit.
And then
Yeah, I bet he smells old, like must, like musty
when you were cut off,
cheese.
well,
when you said that could be correct, but again,
because it depends on how it is shown, right? And assuming the technology that was used is why I answered the way I did. The other thing is as I stated to your question earlier, that I am very familiar with the different BIOS screens, no matter what the system. And from those screenshots in the blurred, from what I could tell, the BIOS password screen was not actually up in any of the video that I saw.
all right. So To summarize.
So why are you even telling us
BIOS
anything?
password on the video was the password that was erased on May 25th before the trusted build was completed. True?
Yes, that would be true.
All right. So if the password was erased, it would be useless after May 25th.
Oh, it's the formatting, shithead.
That is correct.
Right. So anybody who
So I guess
got
it's
that
okay. So as long as I blur out everybody's personal information, I can go ahead and put it up on the net. I thought he didn't see it.
So I need to hear it before I can make a ruling.
I know.
would there be any value to having
No, they don't want to
the
focus on
BIOS
that.
password blurred that you saw on the video?
They're saying no blood, no
No.
foul, Lee. That's what they're doing.
That concludes my examination.
That's what they're saying. They're saying no blood, no foul. No matter if she took all the data, arranged for people to come in, lied, and did all this other stuff. It doesn't matter if she did that because basically they were blurred, so what's your drama? That's literally what they're saying. The passwords were blurred, so what is your drama? Well, I got a lot of drama because why were there even pictures taken of the fucking passwords in the first place? Why did she mail copies of both versions of the Dominion voting system before the trusted build and after the trusted build? Why did she think it was okay to take those drives and send them to an external party?
Can the blurred part over the code be removed with a form of tech?
Can the what part of the?
Sure. Can the blurred part over the code be removed with a form of tech?
It depends. It depends on the tech that was used to blur the code. There are so many multiple.
No, stop it, Clay.
Techniques to that and different styles of code because there's things that can define the motion. And
Oh, Montana, yeah.
It's a complicated technical question but
It's tonight, I think, right?
In general, yes, but it's dependent, sir.
Okay, thank you.
It's dependent.
Mr. Case.
Our next witness will be Dallas. I'm sorry.
Did you have any questions based on that question?
I do not have any further questions for Mr. Perrine.
Mr. Shapiro?
To the juror's question.
So yes, in general, depending on the technology, the blurred part can be unblurred. Yes? Depending on the technology.
Yes.
Available.
I know you don't want to say
Again,
it.
The password is irrelevant, though.
No, that's not the point. That wasn't the question, wasn't it? Non-responsive.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Get
Sir,
the
is he
fuck
released
out.
from his subpoena? I'll take that as a yes. And you have a good rest of your day, sir. Thank you.
That was dumb. That was dumb. Yeah, Clay's just another operative, and he lies in court. He did it in Carrie Lake. She lost twice because they lied.
The defense calls Dallas Schroeder.
All right, Mr.
Oh, my
Schroeder,
God.
Come on up here. There's a white strip of tape on the floor. I'll swear you in.
Who the hell is Dallas Schroeder?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear
Yeah, he
or
didn't
affirm
get to
under
spout
penalty
all
of
his
law,
nonsense. I know.
give the
Which
court may be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
he was the defense witness, so they had their chance, but he was objected.
Once you're seated, if you could state your name and spell your
Now,
last.
who are you, Dallas? I don't recognize your name. Ooh, but you look familiar, though.
Dallas Schroeder, Schroeder.
All right, he's your witness, Mr. Case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who are you?
Mr. Schroeder, in 2021, did you hold a political office?
I did.
What was your political office?
I was a clerk and recorder for Elbert County in Colorado.
How long had you served in that position in 2021?
I started as the clerk in September of 13 as an appointed position. I was elected in 2014 and re-elected in 2018.
My God, Ricky Schroeder has really let himself go, hasn't he?
As county clerk and recorder.
So it's another county clerk and
were you
recorder.
Aware of statutes that imposed legal duties on county clerks and recorders such as yourself?
Yes.
Relevance.
Legal duties? What are those? What are legal duties?
I'll overrule that objection at this time.
As county clerk and recorder, were you aware of Secretary of State rules that imposed legal duties on county clerks and recorders such as yourself?
Yes.
What are legal
Sep-
duties?
I'm sorry, on June 17, 2021, was there a change in Secretary of State rules that applied to you as the county clerk of Elbert County?
Objection, relevance.
Can I have counsel approach?
May 10th, 2022. Thank you, Gal. A second MAGA clerk in Colorado also breached voting machines. Oh, why look! Why, it's little Dallas Schroeder. After a months-long court battle, Colorado officials have finally retrieved hard drives containing data that was smuggled from a county's voting machine. But it's still unclear who accessed the data or what a conspiracy-promoting set of Coloradans hope to do with it. Following a court order last Wednesday in May, Dallas Schroeder, clerk of Elbert County, Colorado, returned 2 hard drives containing his county's election machine data. Schroeder previously testified that he copied the sensitive data last August with the help from a pair of Colorado conspiracy theorists linked to MyPillow CEO Mike Lindell. Schroeder says he initially gave one copy of the data to his attorney, who is right there talking to him, John Case, and to another unnamed attorney. Let's guess. Kurt Olson? Could it be? Could it be? Oh, wait. That unnamed lawyer's identity was revealed to a judge under seal last week. Meanwhile, conspiracy theorists claim to have reviewed Elbert County voting machine data, even citing it in court. Schroeder, who did not return a request for comment, well, he's right here, so we could ask him, is the second Colorado clerk, blah, 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 Tina Peters, blah, 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 stealing a local tech worker's identity, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's fine. We know all that. 2 weeks after the symposium, in August of 2021, Dallas made copies of similar elections data in his own county. He probably saw Tina at the fucking symposium, the Shamposium, and said, oh, I want to do what she did. Maybe Mike Lindell will fly me on a private fucking plane and give me a fucking show on Lindell Network, because that's what Tina got. 2 weeks after the symposium, Schroeder made copies of similar elections data in his own county. Surveillance footage, because he forgot to turn the cameras off. Womp womp. Oops. Wait. Oops, no. Yeah. Surveillance footage reported by Reuters, oh my God, shows Schroeder, quote, fiddling with cables. Bitch, come on now. I'm reading something. Sorry, Madam Vice President. You're not a bitch. Just the whatever. Anyway, fiddling with cables and typing on his phone as he copied computer drives containing sensitive voting information. I almost want to make unopposed districts my project, my pet project. Some of Schroeder's communications that day were with Sean Smith and Mark Cook, a pair of election deniers who have promoted their conspiracy theories on Lindell TV. Smith, who has previously stated that Colorado's, oh my Lord in heaven. This, who's that? Smith? Oh, Sean Smith, who has previously stated that Colorado's Secretary of State, quote, deserves to hang if involved in election fraud, also leads Cause of America. Oh my God. Hello. A Lindell-backed election denial group. Schroeder testified that he copied the voting machine data using a Logic Cube Forensic Falcon Neo device, a 4000 device that he borrowed from and subsequently returned to Cook. Schroeder also testified that on September 2nd, he returned to make a second copy of the data, which he gave to an attorney whom he so far has refused to publicly name. He was allowed to give that attorney's name to a judge under seal last week, preventing that person's name from entering the public record. That seems wrong. Although Schroeder testified that although it might be because Kurt Olson is already in big trouble, and I don't know why, but whatever. Also, although Schroeder testified that no one had accessed his own copy of the election data, the leaked information has nevertheless become fodder for conspiracy theorists who claim the breach might contain information that finally proves election fraud. Stop the Steal types in Colorado have called for breaches of voting machines on the basis of a conspiracy theory that accuses state officials of wiping those machines. Also cited the theory. Schroeder, along with a small group of fellow Republican clerks, invoked the conspiracy in their own lawsuit against state officials in November of 2022. Ironically, Schroeder's own affidavit in that case revealed that he had made unauthorized copies of his county's election machine data. Following the revelation of the Elbert County leak in January, fringe bloggers have implied without proof that figures in the conspiracy world had reviewed the data. But one such recent claim appeared in a less obscure source, a Lindell-backed lawsuit by a pair of Arizona political figures. Lindell is underwriting a lawsuit. Oh, Mark Fincham. Lindell is wait, what year was this? Because he's out of money, so he might not be underwriting shit now. When was the date of this? Oh, Justin Barragono. When was this? What year? 2022. Okay. This is from May of 2022, so this has probably already been disbanded. Yeah, it is. This one was already declined. Anyway, Lindell underwrote a lawsuit by Arizona State Representative fighting Mark Fincham and gubernatorial candidate and now senatorial candidate Carrie Lake Luza. The suit seeks to bar the use of electronic voting machines, which have become a fixation. An initial complaint in the case filed late last month claimed to cite data from both Mesa County and Elbert County voting machines as evidence that those machines were unreliable. Dominion Democracy Suite software was used to tabulate votes in 62 Colorado counties, including Mesa County and Elbert County during the 2020 election. The original, I don't think that's actually true. I think some of them don't use Dominion, but whatever. The original complaint read, subsequent examination of equipment from, it's not all of them use the same modules from Dominion. That's what it is. They don't all use Democracy Suite. And Elbert County showed the Democracy Suite software created unauthorized databases on the hard drive of the election management system servers. They didn't. Never mind that the Mesa County election data did not show foul play. The Elbert County data is not supposed to be public at all, and not even conspiracy theorists have made concrete claims about what it supposedly reveals. Nobody wants to comment on that. That's fine. No problem. This is Sean Smith, if you want to know. I kind of hope Sean Smith gets fucked up, too, because he's a dick. We saw him in our... citizen, patriot, veteran, supporter, and defender of the U.S. Constitution. Except for the fact that he doesn't. Here we go. February 26th. Oh, why isn't he posting recently? What happened? Oh, that's a pinned tweet. I see. Oh, okay, here we go. Wait, that's... Oh, Lone Raccoon. That's dumb. Mike, are you upset? What's the matter, Mikey? What's the matter? Well, he doesn't tweet anything himself. He just tweets everybody else's shit. Oh, wait, what's this? No. Oh, what's this? What's this? The Operation Heatwave 2024. The DVDs have all been mailed to those who have signed up to deliver to their representatives so far. They should arrive. Some people have received theirs already, and some have already been delivered to their intended recipients. What DVDs? Heatwave? Oh, no. I kind of want to see what it is. Oh, it's a data scraping site. Oh, well, how amazing. Okay, let's see what these guys are up to. This is Sean Smith. He'll probably come on the stand. I'll bet you they want to call Sean Smith. How much you want to bet they're going to call Sean Smith? He is way up Flynn's ass. Okay, this is their deck. Oh, they gave us their deck. How cool. Libertas a Veritas. Freedom is truth. Is that what that says? Operation Heatwave is a plan to distribute copy. Oh my God. Okay. Operation Heatwave is a plan to distribute copies of the Fingerprints of Fraud documentary to as many of our House representatives as possible during the month of August. Instead of a random email or even a mail to be circular filed, we will be hand delivering a DVD and a USB drive containing the Fingerprints of Fraud and Mesa County reports. I'm confused, okay? I'm just confused. I'm confused. I'm going to get emotional here, and I'm going to try not to. It is unbelievable to me. I don't know what we're waiting for. The fact that this guy's probably going to be under indictment because he fucking stole his own county's data? Maybe. I don't know. I can't wait for them to ask him about it. So the Mesa County reports, you know, the things we're talking about right here, like right now, they're in a DVD. They're not going to give up. They're not going to give up. When instructed, register at this thing to select your local representative. We only want one copy per representative, so representatives may have been chosen as soon as possible. Call the representative to get a short meeting. Tell them that you are a consultant and you need just 5 minutes to deliver some important information. If asked what the information concerns, tell them election integrity. Try not to give away your position, especially if the representative would probably not agree with it. Stress that it is time-sensitive information. I'm sorry, this should be bigger. You guys can't see it. Oh my God. No, why? Why? Why are you doing this? Sorry, you can't see it. If you get the meeting, respectfully give them the information and thank them for taking the time. I don't know. If you cannot, take a day in August and visit their local office during business hours. See if you can leave it with an aide as opposed to a receptionist. When you're at the office, take a picture of yourself in front, holding the package. These won't be public without your approval. It will be part of the chain of evidence to prove they were delivered. The media. Give your contact information to whoever you leave the package with and let them know if they have any questions to please contact you. If they do, let us know and we will follow up with them unless you feel able to do it yourself. If you can follow up in a week and if they agree, call them and ask them what they think. Report what they say back to us. Remember, you are a messenger on that day, not an agitator. Your actions reflect on all of us, so be calm and respectful. I really want to see this fingering
Now, we've heard from
fingering
two other
elections
witnesses,
movie.
Sandra Brown and a representative from the Secretary of State's
That's Sean
office.
Smith.
I'm sorry, from Dominion. So we heard from representative from the Secretary of State's office, from Sandra Brown, and from a Dominion representative named David Stahl about acceptance testing that's done after the trusted build.
Okay.
All right? And do you know what acceptance testing is?
I do.
And do you know Mr. David
Do you know what downloading
I know
is?
who he is, yes.
And is he the Dominion representative that was assigned to Elbert County while you were the clerk and recorder?
That is correct.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled? On that question, overruled.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury to help us understand what acceptance testing is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Is there a law that prohibits the tabulation of ballots and the availability of election results before the polls close?
Objection, relevance.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sustain that objection, and you're instructed whether or not there is a law that deals with the tabulation of ballots before a certain time is not relevant to any issue you have to decide in this case.
It sure isn't.
Can we approach Bijan?
Okay.
Yeah. Downloading is another word for pooping. I love it. Well, that's what he was doing. Downloading. I can't wait for the cross. I hope they address the fact that this guy broke the law too. I really hope so. I think I might send the judge a copy of Operation Raccoon's post about fingering democracy. Or whatever that movie's called. That says specifically that they have the Mesa County data inside their fucking little movie. I'll fly away. I'll fly away. Ooh, I think it's a new cup. Ooh, I'll fly away. I'll fly away, oh Lord, I'll fly away. Ooh, I'll fly away. Hey, you losing sleep there, Big Buster Brown? You throw away that legacy, did you? Did it feel good when you threw away your legacy? Did it hurt when you fell out of favor? I'll fly away. Oh, I'll fly away. I'll fly away, oh Lord, I'll fly away. I'll fly away. Oh my God, you got your hoodie? Sweet. That's such a cool picture. I saw it in Discord. That's such a cool picture. Ooh, yeah, it's too damn hot. I know. If I get one, I think I'm going to have to get a t-shirt. It's not going to be cold enough even in November to wear a sweatshirt. And then I'm going to feel stupid wearing it. No, I won't. I'm just kidding. I do like sweatshirts, though. Wow, wow, wow. Hey, how's your lawyering? You got a lawyer there, Delbert? Shitface? Shithead? You got that erection integrity, bitch? I'll fly away. I'll fly away, oh Lord, I'll fly away. I'll fly away. It's time to flip and cooperate. I'll fly away. Listen, honey, I would start talking. I'll fly away. It's in Discord. Well, the picture that was used, right? Easily. Was that the picture she actually put on, or was that? It's really pretty, like an inspiration. It was really nice. Oh, I'll fly away. I'll fly away, oh Lord, I'll fly away. Mm-hmm. That is amazing. Me and J Herb are getting the Pride Flag Harris in pantsuits. I fucking love that. I love it. I love it all. It's fun. I love to see the exuberance. I mean, I get worried about over exuberance of like the people but I do love seeing people happy at least and energized. It's nice. That energy feels good. Feels positive. It feels like creating something instead of like saving something or preserving. You know what I mean? It's like we might actually be in the mode of creating. Of course, it'll be up to us to hold people accountable. Oh, I'll fly away. Oh, Lord, I'll fly away. Wow, we are stuck. This is, the defense is not having a good day. The defense is not getting their witnesses through very quickly. Dallas reminds me of Governor McMaster's jaw. Oh, the dog who had like help written across his head. Or hers. What is she called? Ladybird or something? Or lady dog or doggy lady? I don't know. What is it? Lady. A lady dog. This is my lady dog. I can't stand Jim Justice. He's such a fucking... Oh, was it McMaster or Justice? Oh, crap. Now I forget who had the dog. Regardless, the dog was just like, I want out. Help me. Get me out of here. Bark once for yes. Well, let's go through the soundboard. Oh! No, that's special. We got to do
Warning.
that. Warning.
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 Certified badass.
Oh, well, you're not. That's not yours.
Huh?
Huh? Oh, that's a good one. Well, that one's kind of dumb. This is just dial up.
Mr. Schroeder, I have no more questions for you. Thank you.
Oh, my. Oh, my God.
Any questions?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Questions for this witness from
Oh, my God. Because you're under indictment yourself, Dallas, bitch. This is fantastic. This happens every fucking MAGA trial, by the way. Every fucking MAGA trial. Either their witnesses have to be disinvited, like David Clemens was disinvited from this trial, or the questioning goes nowhere. Okay? Because your client is guilty. Your client is guilty. She's guilty as sin. She's like super guilty. Like guilty, guilty, guilty. She filmed her crimes. She said, I'm not just going to do the crimes, bitch. I'm going to fucking take my camera out and I'm going to film them. And then I'm going to get on a private plane. And then I'm going to get on a stage. And I'm going to say, love me. Love me. And then they will. And I'll have a show on Lindell TV. And I will be famous. And people will think I'm good. I don't even know what to say anymore. I don't know what to say anymore. But every trial where we have finally gotten a maggot issue to be decided in a court of law, which has been few and far between because they fight at every, I mean, if nothing else, they know how to delay. They may not be good lawyers, but they certainly know how to delay. And I'm going to tell you right now, they need to get right with God and ask themselves, why am I constantly losing, being disbarred, censured, fined, cautioned, admonished, contemptified? Why? Indicted? Would you, I mean, I feel like all I need to say to maggots these days is ask John Eastman how this went for you. Ask Rudy Giuliani what, every single trial. And these are Republican judges, Democrat judges, either one. Doesn't matter. They lose. They lose. It does make me think about Stacey and what happened. I wish that her story would come out, kind of full-throated. I feel like it's really on Twitter, but it's nowhere else. And Stacey Burke was, I don't know all the stuff about Stacey, so I don't want to say too much, and I don't know what she wants to share with people. But I've been on a few spaces with her, and she basically was used by Flynn and Phil Waldron and all those guys. And she describes it as being quite a terrifying time in terms of how intimidated she was. And again, I won't go into details because I don't know what she wants to share, but she has pretty direct experience with the operatives in this case, Mike Flynn et al. And she was pressured to do something around an election official or something. To get data to try and assist with gathering election interference data, or something like that. And then she realized they don't have any data, and then they kind of strong-armed her. And apparently she's suing Mike Flynn, so I don't know how that's going to happen. But I'm going to be honest, and this is what I said to Stacey from the beginning. I don't understand why the police aren't involved in your case. That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, some of the things she described have to be illegal in terms of intimidation, physical threat, blah, blah, blah. Kidnapping. I mean, she was kept in her home, like she couldn't leave her house, she said. So I feel like those are things that are actual. Yeah, they did. They kidnapped her. So I guess what I'm saying is like, I don't know why her story isn't getting more like news media play. She's done a great job of like putting it out on Twitter is where I've really seen it. But I kind of scratch my head and go, why isn't that a bigger story? I mean, the police could be part of the security. Yeah, I get that. But there is a Department of Justice. I mean, this seems pretty straightforward. I'm sorry. I guess I could be wrong. And there could be just a whole deep state that I don't know about that is protecting Mike Flynn. I don't know. But my God, come on now. Like, that story has to be like, maybe I'll ask Stacey if she wants to come on and actually just tell her story kind of uninterrupted because I feel like that story should get so much more attention than it does, But I don't know. Obviously she's always invited, but it should be a huge story. I mean, it sounds like a huge story to me when I hear it. When I hear her talk about it, I'm like, oh my God, that's terrible. I mean, that's illegal. Yeah, you can't be intimidated. You can't be coerced. You can't be forced. You can't be held at a location, and monitor your movement. Come on now. I'm sure there's a few more. I don't know. Yeah, I know. I think she did. I mean, I don't begrudge anything. I'm my head scratch is more like, why isn't this a bigger story? Like, I don't get it. Anyway, well, they're now just discussing the fact that Dallas is about to be indicted for him stealing his own data, and they can't possibly. Why do they still have him there? What are they talking about? How many security guards and special agents if that was just for one election security person? I know there was a bunch of people at her house. I'll send a DM to Stacey. How do you save democracy? I don't know. You know how you do it? Media literacy. That's how you do it, Vinny.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know, as we've discussed before, sometimes you submit questions that
this is jury
able to be
questions.
asked by me, so please don't speculate as to what the answers might have been or why the questions were not asked. It's not a reflection either on the person who asked or submitted the questions. Mr. Schroeder, thank you very much for your testimony here today, sir. You're released from any of your subpoenas with the thanks of the court. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Do we have a next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense will be calling Mark Cook, please, Your Honor.
Okay, and he's on WebEx, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me...
Your Honor, to expedite things.
That's kind of why I didn't.
Yes, I was going to say.
Yeah, we have fair elections, Vinny. Get with God.
Agreed that this witness can testify.
Where's your data? Where's your fucking data, Vinny?
I think
Where's your fucking data?
him up on the screen
Which
in a
one?
moment.
Come on. Spit it out. Come on, Vinny. Hit us with your brilliance. We can't wait. We've been waiting. Every vote should be verified. They are, you stupid asshole. You can, you stupid asshole.
And can you
Ugh. Go do some research. Go sit on your toilet, take a big shit, and do some research.
if you need my help, I can.
Losers.
More to the middle? To the black, yeah. Give us just a moment, Mr. Cook.
Fucking Nimrods. Oh, shut up. You know what? Fuck you, Vinny. Fuck you. These goddamn idiots. Which fucking platform are you on? Because I'm going to knock you off. Might be on Twitch. Anyway. The point is, Vinny's an idiot. Oh, yeah. It was looked at. Oh, my God. Vinny, go fuck yourself. Wait, block. How do you block? There you go. Bye. Bye, you fucking incel. Why don't you go touch your fucking dick for a while and see if you can figure out about fucking elections. Jesus Christ. Maybe you'll get more out of pulling on your dick than you did in this fucking chat. My God. Idiots. You know, don't. Okay. So on the stand, gal, if you didn't know, is Dallas Schroeder, who stole his own data. After Tina stole her data, this Dallas, who was on the stand, now he's not. This is Mark Cook. I can't remember who Mark was in this. Yeah, don't even bother. I'll take care of all the idiotic trolls.
All right, Mr. Cook, can you
They
hear
all
me?
like to come in here and go all over their computer screen. It's fine.
The statements and testimony you'll give to the court today will be
So Vinny Lamborghini can,
Yes.
All right,
suck
please
my
state your
dick.
name and spell your last.
It's Mark Cook.
My big dick.
Last name spelled C-O-O-K.
All right, Mr. Hartman, he's your witness.
Your Honor, I'm going to briefly go through his credentials, but the prosecution and I have agreed that he's being called for a limited purpose and that he is qualified under 702.
Very well, but you may go through his credentials.
All right. Mr.
Yes.
Cook, what is your occupation?
IT systems consultant.
What
Really?
training and experience do you have in IT and systems
I
consulting?
need him not to be an expert.
I've been running an IT business for almost 4 decades.
And what is that IT business?
Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, go ahead.
Have
No
you ever
problem.
had occasion to work with a BIOS password?
Yes, since I was probably 10 years old on one of my first computers.
Are you qualified to offer opinions related to BIOS passwords?
By whom? The BIOS
Have
gods?
you had any training or experience related to security, passwords, or specifically cybersecurity
or securing computers?
I've been securing computers for almost 40 years. Part of my job.
Okay. Your Honor,
How fucking old are you?
taking note that
You
we
stupid bitch.
to his
I'm so sorry. I'm so done with these people. I've really lost my fucking marbles on this.
Mr. Cook, did you have an opportunity before today to review the Gateway Pundit publication of
Oh my
a
God.
Code Monkey Z video related to Mesa County?
No.
Did you have an opportunity to review
Acme Hacker
a video that was provided
Do
to
you
you
want
and marked as JJ7? We're not going to introduce the video, but you reviewed that video for court today, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Have you also reviewed a document which we're not introducing, but we're calling as Exhibit X, but it is the trusted build procedures for the May
Oh yeah, he's full of shit.
trusted build in Mesa
He works at
County,
Staples on the help
Colorado?
desk. No, I'm kidding.
Yes.
Okay. Based on those two documents and reviewing the video that we supplied to you, are you able to see the passwords that are present in that video?
No, I can't.
Yeah,
see any
right?
password
Thank you,
present in
Oren.
that video.
Is it clear that there is an area on a screen where a password would be entered, which is...
They are hanging their fucking hat on the fact that, well, if you couldn't see the password, was it really a
I
crime?
can't even tell by a field if a password would even be there in the first place because it's so blurry.
Right.
I doubt a password would be there, and there's absolutely no way to read any type of password.
Right.
Okay. Let me ask you, based
Really
upon the
cool.
procedures in the Mesa County Trusted Build Dominion Manual, whether or not at the beginning
Are you a Dominion
of those
expert, sir?
procedures, there is a requirement to enter a BIOS password.
Nice.
Yes, there is.
Okay, what is a BIOS? What does BIOS mean, by the way? Capital B, capital I, O, S, capital O, capital S. What does that mean?
It stands for Basic Input Output System, and what it is, it's the small program that is called firmware that is part of most computers that when you turn them on
Oh,
initially,
cool. Thank you,
the
Scott.
very first thing that's loaded by the processor is the program, which is the BIOS, Basic Input Output System. And what that does is it looks at the different devices that are attached to that computer, the hard drive, the keyboard, the mouse, any wireless cards, modems, etc. And it attaches those to the operating system as the operating system boots up. So the BIOS loads first. It determines what it's allowed to access based on the settings configured in the BIOS, and then it hands it off to the operating system for the operating system to boot up the computer.
Okay. So just so I understand, if a person has access to the BIOS, they can turn on or turn off wireless connectivity.
Yes, that is correct. They can enable and disable the ability for the operating system to connect to the integrated or connected wireless card.
Okay.
What?
I want to just be clear here. You can also turn on or turn off, like the ability to attach or remove an external drive. True? Through a BIOS
that's correct.
configuration.
He actually just sells computers. Little misunderstanding. I didn't mean to think I was an expert. I just
See that
sell
at
computers.
the end of each component that was updated for software, that the BIOS passwords were reset at the end.
Yes, there's instructions in there to set the BIOS password.
All right, so
The new BIOS password.
if the procedures followed, the BIOS passwords are reset, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Again, oops.
They're still focusing on the fact that if no one could use the passwords, was it really a crime?
An old password.
Yes.
No,
The answer
old
is yes.
Password, if a new password has been set,
Basic
the old
input
password
output
is
system or
unusable
something.
and provides no value to be able to get into the BIOS.
Is it a good
security process to reuse old passwords?
Oh, basic internal, sorry, word.
No. You never want to
I don't
reuse
know
old
what I said.
passwords, only set new passwords.
One last thing is.
Oh my
in the
God.
configuration
Yeah,
of
yes,
that
ma'am,
password
sure.
and the beginning, were you able to
Oh
look
my
at the
God.
video and see at what portion of the trusted build that the video was taken? In other words,
I liked yours better.
let me be very specific. Can you offer an opinion as to whether or not, according to the procedure, it would have been before or after the reset of the BIOS password?
Objection, that goes beyond the scope of what he has been.
Came here to testify on, yeah.
It goes to the value of the password. Your Honor.
I disagree.
I can answer that.
I
No!
know you might be able to answer it. Just give me a moment.
Stop.
I'm going to overrule the
Oh my
objection.
God.
I think that is in line with what we,
Oh boy.
with my pretrial ruling. So go ahead. You can answer if you know.
Okay. So based on what I see in the video, it looks like there's a couple snapshots, one outside the BIOS and one inside the BIOS. And the BIOS password could certainly be set at any time in this, but according to the procedures, it would be set after this work was done.
Okay. So just
That's
last
the last
question.
thing that's done in the instructions.
Last question. According, if the Secretary of State
Oh,
followed
boy.
that procedure, the password, if any, that is blurred and depicted in the video would have no value. True or false?
If that is a password that's blurred, it would have 0 value if a new password was set according to these.
Yeah, except for the fact that you then have the format. Hey, Robert, how are you? Google AI said BIOS or basic input-output system is a, oh, it is, type of firmware that's embedded in a computer. So it's just a type of firmware.
You said
Everything.
You have a cyber
No,
security
nothing.
company.
Everything and nothing. The defense has not yet put on a successful witness.
IT company. And do you work for Mr.
This guy
Lindell?
is
No.
Okay.
this guy is apparently a engine
As part of your
computer
effort
expert.
to understand what you are going to testify to today.
I reviewed this document.
What document?
Look at that, get the title for you here. It's the Colorado 2021 Upgrade Democracy Suite 5.11 to 5.13 in County Procedures, version 1.8. It's Discovery, I guess S-903. And I reviewed this video.
Which is unadmitted.
The evidence it shows.
Oh my fucking God.
I'm sorry, sir. There was a few other people talking. You said you reviewed the manual about the procedures, and then there was something else you reviewed?
And the video.
The video, and that's the Code Monkey Z video?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that
So,
one.
Have you ever observed a trusted build?
No.
Have you spoken to Conan Hayes about what he observed during the trusted build?
No.
You're under oath.
Am
Be
I correct
careful.
that the procedure in the video is to go computer by computer and enter the password, do the update, and then at the end of that, change the password, and then move to the next computer?
That's sort of what it appears. It doesn't specify which computer is which, although it goes over the workstations and the server separately. It just calls the computers the Windows 10 computers.
So as you go down the line, you enter the password, do the work,
that's the
and then
problem.
change the password.
Yeah, that's what the instructions show here.
And then you move to the next computer and you enter a password, do the work, and change the password.
Yeah, those are what the steps show here.
And you would agree that you were looking at a spreadsheet on a computer on that video. Is that correct?
That's part of the problem. They're on Windows
What
10.
is it that, how would you describe what you were looking at?
Well, it depends on what part of the video. Part of the video, I'm looking at a screen that shows welcome to EMS server. Another part of the video, I'm just fast forwarding here, so I'm looking down. I show actually inside the BIOS where it's showing where the wireless devices would be enabled.
So let me stop you there and ask you, is there a part of the video that you are looking at an image of a laptop computer that has a spreadsheet that has, if I'm looking at this right, 1, 2, 3, 4 different columns and a black bar that's blurring out about, estimating maybe a quarter of the last column.
Can we tell them the timestamp?
Yeah, if you can give me timestamp, that'd be great.
Unfortunately, Judge, I'm looking at a still shot of it. The entire video, I think, is only a few minutes. Sir, could you?
I show 1 minute, 20 seconds for my video length.
Could you mute your audio and watch the video that you have without showing it to us, so that would that refresh your memory as to whether or not there's a part of the video that has that?
Sure, not a problem. I'm hitting play right now, watching it.
God. We're never going to get this day done. Oh, boy. Yeah, we're going to get the document X in. The inadmissible video. The different video. Yeah, so what this afternoon has been the defense case, obviously. It started with Sherronna Bishop, who basically got real haughty and then left. And then they went to Clay Parikh, who basically was the same douchebag who was an expert witness. He wasn't, I don't think, actually, in Carrie Lake's election whining case. And he was debunked because his little thing was,
Well, some of the ballots were 20-inch ballots printed on 19-inch paper,
or vice versa. Oh, actually, it was vice versa.
some of them were 19-inch ballots printed on 20-inch paper, and that means that everything was naughty.
But the problem is all of those were counted, and that wasn't even the issue.
BIOS.
So
with a wireless card and Bluetooth.
Yeah, hold on one.
Stop.
second.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cook.
God, these
the
guys are
video
fucking
that you
idiots.
watched-
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
Okay, so the video that you were sent
God.
may be a different video than
Oh
a version
my
of the video
God.
that had the passwords on it. Is that correct?
I see no passwords in this video.
Okay. Well, thank you. I will move on to a different topic because it appears you did not necessarily see the video that launched the investigation. Let me ask you something.
Oops.
You came to the conclusion that the screenshot that had not passed. I'm sorry. Let me back up. Let me strike that. You did not see anything in your video that is potentially passwords at all.
That's correct. I watched this
Really?
video probably 20 times. I
Really?
don't see a single thing
That
could
is
be a password.
okay.
I'm not able to read any password in this. I
Oh,
don't
but
see
that's
anything
not
that
that's a
looks like
different
password in
answer.
this video.
That's a different
thank
answer.
So, you would not have any ability to tell on the video that does have passwords on it whether that was taken at the beginning or at the end.
I have no idea what video you're referring to. I've only seen
Oh
this
my
video,
God.
and I see no passwords in it.
So
Oh my
let's say
God.
hypothetically there was a video that was online that had passwords on it, which was partially blocked out with a black bar. Would having partial passwords of somebody be of value if they were active passwords?
Oh.
If there was hypothetically something with partial passwords, no, partial passwords don't let you in.
Oh, stop it.
Okay, so a cyber criminal.
You have to have the entire password.
So a cyber
Really?
criminal who's
They
trying to
can't
hack
figure it
into a
out?
system would never benefit at all from a partial password. They couldn't do things to try to figure out what the rest of the password was?
There may be things people could try, but without having the full password, you're not going to be able to get into that system.
And if it's blurred out enough that you could tell, for example, the length of the password, that might be useful.
It's hard to say. I don't break into
really?
systems, but I do know that
Oh, really?
if you don't have the password, even if you're one character off, a single character off, it
Mhm.
will not let you into the system.
Really?
But having
yeah.
the numbers, the number of numbers
Mhm.
versus letters,
Number of
that might be
characters.
useful.
Yep. And the formatting to some degree? Mm-hmm.
I couldn't speak to that. I don't
Really?
hack into networks.
Oh, so why are you even here?
Crack passwords.
Then why are you even here?
And you would agree that
Then
if
why
a
the fuck are you
video
even
is
here?
posted that does have passwords that are blurred out, it is likely that at some point that video was taken before the passwords were blurred out and somebody was in possession of the unblurred passwords, right?
This is not working
Okay,
out.
there's a lot of hypotheticals. Can you repeat that?
No, I think it's pretty
Yes,
clear,
you would
bitch.
agree that if there was a video posted that did have passwords that were blurred
He's
out,
lying.
it's likely that at some point prior to it being blurred out,
Whoa,
somebody
whoa,
was in
whoa.
possession
Wind,
of
come on now.
unblurred
What's
passwords.
going on over here? Los Angeles, come on.
If someone had blurred a video, then there's probably a time
Calm
that
down.
the video was not blurred. I could say that.
And
Yeah,
the
that's right.
passwords, well, I'll strike that. He's testified he didn't watch the video that has the passwords, so I'll withdraw that question.
Oop, I love it. I love that lawyer. He gets his shit in there. He's like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, he's
Did
not
you
watching
see
the right
any
video.
Still shots on the internet about this with this video or with this computer screen?
I looked today, and I saw a still shot of actually exactly where I stopped the video, which is it's some field that says "Welcome to EMS server," and that's the only still shots I've seen of this video ever.
Hey, Mark, this is your conscience speaking to you right
Thank you,
now.
sir. No further questions for you.
Mr. Hart?
And Mark, I'm going to remind
so I
you.
wanna follow up on a few things. Let's talk about the
Why do they want to do
procedure,
this?
Not the video. The procedure says that at the end, the BIOS passwords are reset, correct?
Okay, here's the thing.
Yes, that is correct.
Next thing, the video that
I
you
have a
given
comment.
was never represented to be all of the videos taken, but the one that was from the Gateway Pundit. Did you review JJ7 from the Gateway Pundit that was sent to you by counsel?
Is that the video, the Code Monkey Z evidence video?
Yes, it's called JJ7.
JJ7. Yes, I did review it many times.
Okay. Now, the fact that there is a list of other passwords that were in a screenshot, would that still hold true to your opinion that
Oh boy, this seems like a
defunct
bad
password
idea.
that has been changed at the end of a procedure would render that to have no value?
Judge, I'm going to object to that. He's unable to testify. He's unable to testify as to when this.
I hate
screenshot
this
was
day.
taken, so
Actually,
that's
I
assuming that
don't.
they're Old passwords that have
Okay,
been changed.
so the objection is what?
Is relevance and lack of foundation that he is qualified to testify to something that he doesn't
Okay.
have any basis
All
on.
right, give me a moment.
Your Honor, I may ask a hypothetical of a expert, which I did. He doesn't need to have a foundation, and I would indicate that the jury can.
Are you
make a conclusion
scratching your
from
ass?
Macias's testimony about the timing of that list of screenshots. So it's a hypothetical. He does not need to see the evidence.
Right. I'm aware. Give me a moment. Overruled. It's a hypothetical.
Ooh.
If you know, you know. I think he answered.
Oh boy.
It's already been answered, Your Honor.
Yeah, the answer.
All right. Could you repeat the question?
He answered in the.
You answered, stupid.
So the question's been answered.
You know, I actually think you guys, I'm pretty exhausted. I think I'm going to move the lounge tonight to Saturday night. Is that okay? I think I'm going to move the lounge to Saturday night. Actually, I think I want to move the lounge to Saturday nights in general.
I searched for Code Monkey Z.
What does everyone think of
Mesa
that? Is that a
video,
bad idea?
And I was never able to find.
What if I moved it?
I saw just a.
But what if it was
screenshot of
always
this
Saturdays? Would that be bad?
that I was given to look at today.
I mean, tonight I'm just exhausted, and I'd rather be a little more energetic, you know, and have some good times. But also, I wonder if Saturdays would be an okay day. for the lounge.
Is this witness released from your subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah,
Mr.
good.
Cook, thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you
sir.
so much, you
Your,
useless
obligations to the
boom.
court are complete. Have a good rest
Thanks.
of your day.
I just think I need to take a minute.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah,
You
I'll
always
use
welcome.
tomorrow as a test run, but I think I need to just like decompress. It's been a long week for everyone and just like really long days.
Yeah. Okay, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
know
we're gonna
they
take a very
actually
short
are,
break,
aren't they?
No more than 10 minutes.
You're right,
so we'll come
Max.
back,
It works for
no
me if
later
you
than
don't mind.
3:55. Keep in mind the
Impinge.
admonishment. All
Are you
rise for the
kidding
jury,
me?
please.
Oh my God. No, I just think it would be good to stretch it out because also I would like doing the 5 days a week that I've gotten into now doing wake and bake in the morning feels really good. Like it feels what a great way to
Okay,
do.
come on up.
Oh God.
What-
And I wonder if it's just not better to go ahead and say I'll do Friday mornings, right, a wake and bake, and then move the lounge permanently to Saturday night. I think I might do that. I think I might do that.
Okay.
Then there's something almost every day. It's actually, are you okay with me being impinging on your weekend? That's really the question. I don't know what else there is. Uh-oh. Is it bad? They're clearing the courtroom? Wait, what happened? Wait, what just happened? I was talking. What did I do? What did I miss? Are they taking a break? It's only 3:45. Oh, thank God. Okay, sorry. I talked all the way through it. I'm so sorry. What an idiot. Okay, anyway, yeah. Oh, it's poops. It's a poop break. Shut up, Lolo. Wait.
Correct. That was the name that was utilized on the.
Lolo, shut up.
You're right. Cookies. It's cookie time. Tina Peters, you're a fucking asshole. Tina Peters, you're a fucking asshole. Input, output, if you will. Yeah. Oh, yes, I know. Well, I think I left my car in the parking lot, and if you would just go get my car for me and maybe go get it washed, and then, yeah, then you could go fill it up with gas and maybe get it detailed. Okay, bye. I know, I almost missed it too. Oh, really? Kennedy 2024? Yeah, sure. Okay. All right. Rapture faster, you ridiculously disheveled person. Get the fuck out of here. It's a break. It's just a break, SB. I know. I'm not nice to these people. I've had it with this group. I've had it with the entire election disintegration team. That's what they are. They should call themselves the election disintegration team. I'm done with all these ugly, fucking disgusting, gross, especially the men. God. Imagine. Oh, hi, Investigator Cannon. You're awesome. He's cute too. I mean, he's like, and the thing is I find them cute because they're like smart. So I'm like, you're cute. Anyway, oh, there's a Tina Peters. That's one that let herself go a little bit. She's not. Whoa. Yeah, nice try. We saw it. We saw your nose hair. Don't worry about it. Get over it. Hey, how you doing? Oh, I'm fine. Wait, where is everybody? Oh my God, it's the blip. Everybody got Saturday's good? Excellent. I think I'll do that. Actually, that feels like the right thing to do. Because then it's like I'm energized and I'm not like, oh, I got to take a nap for 30 minutes because I'm so stupid and old. So, yeah, cool. That's good. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Yes, election disintegration. Oh, you know what the other thing is we need to do some movies and stuff like that. I definitely want to show, I want to do like a Q night, like do Jim's movie and then like well, I guess we would have to split it up because the Search for Q is 4 episodes. So we would have to split it up. How long is it if you watch it all together? I wonder. It's probably like 5 hours, 6 hours. It's probably 6 hours. What are you? Who are you? Who are you? You look like Jonah from Veep. Who are you? Who are you? Okay. He's gone. Does everybody share their iPads here? I don't get that. I don't really understand. I think there's more than 4 episodes, but don't remember. Yeah, I feel like they're like 4 or 5, maybe. I don't know. Well, you know what I could do, which I know that not many people might show up to, but we could do a marathon and just do a Sunday where, well, no, I guess not the Sunday. Oh, well, I should do some of this thinking in my head first, shouldn't I? God.
Because
Oops. Yeah,
Shut
I should.
up, Lolo.
Oops, yeah. That's what I meant to do. Oh, and there's the intern who's going, what am I doing here? Why aren't I just going skiing or something? Whatever we do in the summertime in Colorado. What do you do in summertime in Colorado? Ride a horse, ride a bike, punch some cattle. No, cow punching. Wait, was it cow punching or cow punching? Cow punching? Is that what it is? Are they cow punchers? Okay. I love the summer. I do love the summer intern. I kind of wish he would wake up and go, what am I doing here? And why am I with all these old boomers who want to destroy democracy and make me cut my hair? I mean, hello, they're going to make him cut their hair. Oh, good. I'm glad. I'm glad Saturday might work out for folks. I know the weekends are hard. It's just always hard, right? Like every night is hard. Cow tipping. No, there's this cow poke. It's cow poke. I'm sorry. I thought cow punch, but it's cow poke. It's the other P word. Cow poke. I guess I'm a little on edge today. Who are you? Who are you? Where are you going? Karen, what are you doing standing there? Yeah, please don't punch or tip cows. I know. What did a cow ever do to you? They only feed you. Jesus Christ. Ingrates. Punching cows. Cow punch. I'm like, God, that doesn't sound right. It's because it's cow poke. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm like, I should be finding something interesting for us to do, but I'm like losing my marbles at this point. 8.5 hours, I'm losing my marbles. Oh my God, she ran out of jokes. Oh no, don't worry. I'll think of something stupid to say. Don't worry. It'll happen. Insane situm, am I right? Do we know what cow tipping is? Isn't cow tipping like pushing over cows that are sleeping? Isn't that what cow tipping is? Give a recap. Oh, okay. I'll give you a recap. All right. Well, here's what a recap is. Today was the defense's day, but you know what? It really wasn't the defense's day because every time they tried to bring up a witness, something went wrong. First, there was Sherronna, and she got a little testy and probably didn't answer exactly right when she was trying to convince the jury that she didn't understand their questions. I think the jury questions to Sherronna were actually the moment where she failed and where they said, you know exactly what meeting we're talking about, you stupid cunt. Just like we said. So I think that moment was bad for Sherronna, bad for the defense. I think that David Clements being called as a witness and then all of a sudden today he's rejected as a witness is only more evidence of the fact that David Clements, who is a former law professor, I know he's former because I let his university know that he was engaged in this fuckery in August 2021. Okay? So then, after I reached out to New Mexico State University, letting them know what kind of fucking law professor they had. I don't know if I had anything to do with it, but he got fired. So David Clements today was supposed to be a witness, but they shit-canned him at the last minute. And this is kind of a theme with all these MAGA trials. In fact, John Eastman had to disinvite a bunch of witnesses, including, fun fact, Doug Frank. That's right. Doug Frank was scheduled to appear on behalf of John Eastman in his disbarment trial, but because all of the work had been so debunked and had been embarrassing, and other experts had been shit-canned by the judge, they didn't even call Doug Frank. They had to not call him because they knew it wouldn't work. So that's what happened to David Clements today. Then we had Clay Parikh, who sounds like he's got a bunch of fucking marbles in his mouth, and I think the FBI should probably check his hard drive. Clay Parikh is well known for his inability to measure, because he was famous for sitting in Carrie Lake's trials with her trying to make fetch happen. And he said, it's a 19-inch ballot on 20-inch paper. Well, that didn't matter. All of that was debunked. So he's just another hack like the rest of them. So he got up there and basically was disemboweled, like nothing he said really probably resonated because it was all nonsense. What the defense has been trying to do is focus on the fact that whatever passwords were released as part of the video / stills that Ron Watkins, known purveyor of child pornography via 8chan, that those passwords, that data, first of all, they knew they weren't supposed to have to they weren't supposed to film. They not only filmed, but then Ron Watkins put it on the internet. And so now this argument by the defense is that, well, okay, yeah, sure. But the passwords were blurred. You can't tell what they are. So is it really a crime? I mean, did you die? But did you die? Well, yeah, you can actually. Because these guys have such great cyber experts, you can also find people who will be able to unblur passwords. And to the point of the defense, or to the prosecutor, having the format of a password is actually bad. It can actually help super smart people figure out what those passwords might be. So Clay Parikh and then Mark Cook, the same guy, what they've been doing is bringing people in to try and say, but you couldn't see the passwords. That's literally their point today. That's their fucking mic drop today.
Decision to testify or not testify.
Oh, this is the testifying.
Are we ready for me to ask your client that question, Mr. Hartman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Peters, you don't have to tell me your decision. I'll ask that in a moment. But have you made a decision, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
And have you had enough time to talk to your lawyers about this decision?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And have they answered your questions to your satisfaction?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And what is your decision? Do you wish to testify or remain silent?
My counsel has advised me of the court's ruling and the DA's position regarding the scope of examination. I've reviewed the case, and the purpose of my testimony would be to offer evidence the court has excluded, and therefore I decline.
Stop it.
So you understand that while your counsel has told you that whatever it is that they may have told you, it is ultimately your decision to make. You understand that, correct?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. I just feel like that I've been prevented from providing a defense for myself. Thank you.
What?
All right.
What?
And,
what?
Is it your decision and your decision alone?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
What?
And are you thinking clearly today?
Yes, very much.
And are you now under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication that may negatively affect your ability to understand what's going on?
No, I don't do drugs and alcohol. Thank you.
Yeah, you will in prison. You make toilet wine.
Any further inquiry that you'd like for me to make, Mr. Rubenstein?
No, Your Honor.
Is the jury in the room? They're not,
I'll
right?
find the defendant is knowingly, intelligently, voluntarily exercised her right to remain
That's right. It's
silent.
not in front of the jury.
This is her decision and her decision alone after consultation with her counsel. So then is the defense going to rest?
Yes, Your Honor, we are, but we would ask the court to instruct the jury that she has the right to not testify.
Oh, fuck off. Don't tell me what to do.
Tell them that now? Because that is a jury instruction I will give them.
I understand, Your Honor, but obviously it's going to be big news this weekend. There's a lot of publicity.
Okay, no. Let me hear what the people have to say, and if they're not objecting to me telling the jury that right now, then we don't need to have an argument over it. Are you okay if I give the instruction about her right to remain silent?
I am okay with that, Judge. I've never done that before, but I see no issue with it.
Oh, boy.
So then I'll just read. Let me pull up that instruction so I have it at my fingertips. Is there going to be any rebuttal?
There is not, Your Honor, and so if I assume obviously we're going to need to bring the jury in and do all of that in front of them with the resting and not no.
And then we'll stick around and work on instructions. Hopefully we can get that done before 5 o'clock, so we don't have to keep people here late.
Good. I want to hear the instructions. God, this is maddening. I'm gonna decline because I can't present my evidence. Because you won't let me introduce my evidence.
Judge, if I can approach, I just have the paper copy of it.
Oh, I think I've got it here.
I don't want to testify, but I want you to tell the jury that I didn't have to. That you said I didn't have to, Judge. Tell the judge that you tell them that you said I didn't have to if I didn't want to. That's what I heard anyways. Yeah.
So I will ask you then, I don't know who's going to stand up, if there's any additional evidence you'd like to present.
It'll be me, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lol cow tipping.
That's funny. Lol cows. Screaming all day. Fuck you. Fuck you, Grandpa. Captain Cornflake. Oh my God. This guy, I hope she goes away for such a long time. And you know what? Because I want it, it's not going to happen. But that's not true. Do you ever feel that way, though, sometimes? Don't you ever feel like just because you want something to happen is why it doesn't happen? Do you ever feel that way? That could just be me.
Still on WebEx? Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, we're still on WebEx? That means you've been promoting all that shit out into the... Oh, Jesus Christ. Here we go. Well, I guess we're done. We're going to be on jury watch now for the next week.
I closed it. Go ahead and take a seat, everyone. Thank you. All right, we're back from our break. The jurors are back here as well. Mr. Case, any additional evidence for the defense?
No, Your Honor.
The defense rests.
Defense rests.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to remind you about a defendant's right to remain silent. A defendant is never compelled to testify in a criminal case, and the fact that a defendant chooses not to testify cannot be used as an inference of guilt. It cannot prejudice a defendant in any way.
I don't know.
With that being said, Mr. Rubenstein, is there any rebuttal from the people?
No, Your Honor, the people do not have a rebuttal case.
And the people rest again. So then that concludes the evidence in this case, ladies and gentlemen. What that means for you is the attorneys and I need to get to work some more.
I think he's going to bring him back Monday.
Behind the scenes, particularly jury instructions. We're going to get those hopefully buttoned up today. I can all but guarantee that that's what's going to happen tonight. So I should never say that, but that's
what?
Get it done and set up for you, so that when you come back on Monday, if you recall, a long time ago on I believe last Wednesday when I kind of told you the steps in the trial after the presentation.
Oh, Monday will be closing. Yes.
I'm then going to read
right.
the law.
I always forget about that part.
That will be the first thing we do on Monday. Once I give you those jury instructions, we'll then go into closing arguments.
Oh, okay. Phew.
As I've said before,
I was like, did we skip that part?
The prosecution bears the burden of proof. They'll get a chance to respond to any argument that's made by the defense. However, both sides have a equal amount of time, both between opening and rebuttal close for the prosecution. They have an equal amount of time that they can use. I think it's 50 minutes or 45 minutes. Whatever it is, they'll tell me what I told them some time ago.
I hope
then
it's
once
fast
closing
though,
arguments
Gal.
are done,
Man.
you'll get the chance to begin your deliberations. I'll let you know who the alternates are at that time as well. So there's still quite a bit more to come, but it looks like we've gained some ground and we're back on track in terms of timing. You should have the case sometime before noon on Monday.
Woo!
What does that mean? Can't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Can't discuss the case with
Don't
anyone else. We're
watch
not done yet, not close.
social media.
Don't engage in any research about this kind of case or this case. Don't look up anything about the things we've heard.
I know, I'm surprised.
Come into evidence.
They're not going to
laws
get
that
all the
we may have
rules
heard
done
about or
today
like
either.
Anything at all, the people involved.
The jury instructions, I
Don't
bet.
get on social media. If you have any concern at all that you may come across something about this case, don't get on the news media either. Because there's a chance it could be on there too. Just avoid it. I know it's hard, but we're almost there and we don't want to end up with any hiccups. But most importantly, I know it's been a long week. You've absorbed an awful lot of information. We'll get you out of here a bit early today, and we'll see you at 9 a.m. is when I'll need the jury back on Monday. Let me just double check. Right, I think we should be able to get going right around 9 for the final.
Yeah, that's
stages
true.
of
You're right,
this
Kathy.
Trial. Have a good weekend, everyone. All rise for the jury.
Bye. Don't smile. Did somebody fart? Did Captain Cornflake fart? Is that your wife or something? Who the hell are you smiling at like that? You guys need a room or something? You want to go give him a Hummer in the bathroom or something? What the hell? Monday is a must-watch here at Lolo's Lounge. Oh yeah, I'll be ready to rock, man. I'll have the coffee ready. I'm gonna have some weed. I might have a few jokes, maybe a song. It's gonna be
Go ahead and
great.
take a seat, everyone. So, what I would
You're
like
not
to
taking
do
a
is,
break.
if we can, just get into jury instructions.
Get into it.
May I do a Rule 29, Your Honor?
No.
I'm sure. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I'm going to incorporate by reference my arguments to all the issues except as to, I'm asking the court to
Oh,
reconsider
shit.
at this
So
point in
low.
the trial, the count 7 and count 8. And I want to just argue those two, if the court would.
Sure.
I would reincorporate all of my arguments as to the other ones, but these are the ones I want to discuss in detail.
Can anybody point their
Your Honor,
face
count
at the
7
fucking mic?
is identity theft. The requires that a false name cause the procurement of a thing of value. The case in this case is undisputed that Clerk Peters was acting as Clerk Peters at the time that the alleged thing of value was obtained. Before we get into a question of whether there was any value to the password list, she made the video. She was present. It is a question of fact as to whether Mr. Hayes was present with her due to the statement of Sandra Brown. However, Your Honor, Sandra Brown testified they arrived together, and that's a disputed fact. However, what I would say, Your Honor, is Clerk Peters has acknowledged from the beginning of the case that she made that video. The video that she made is the alleged capturing
She then
of
sent
the
it
thing of value without a
to
nexus or connection
Conan
to
Hayes.
the false identification of Conan Hayes. They cannot sustain the burden of proof.
Well,
And
I guess
therefore,
we'll
that
see.
charge for identity theft must be stricken.
Oh, bullshit.
Because
Fuck
there was
yourself.
no participation by Conan Hayes in procuring the thing of value, which was the capture of the passwords.
What?
Secondly, Your Honor, I asked the court to consider striking count 8. Count 8 was originally brought in the indictment as count 9. And count 8, as we have it now, is called official misconduct, first degree. That has a higher mens rea and an additional element
Oh, how about the
It
burner
requires
phones?
the
How about turning off the
culpable mens
cameras?
rea
I got your mens rea right
or
here,
the
bitch.
specific intent to both, there's two choices. To
And then
obtain
she was on
a
the
thing of
run.
value or personal value to the public official outside their office, if you look at the case law.
Have you seen
Or
her
secondly,
show that she
to cause
got for
malicious
doing
harm.
this? Like
Without
directly?
having to argue about our defense is that the clerk's position of using the ID was to protect the safety of Conan Hayes. The prosecution's argued a collateral effect to the other charges. That is not relevant to the question of the duty. The duty is that you use your office for public gain. This is under a section of the code that is under the jury instructions.
I'm blocked,
Part A,
otherwise I'd show
that
you
deals
Tina's
with bribery
Twitter.
and misconduct of officials. Public misconduct. And the reason I mention that, Your Honor, is because this misconduct in office charges, and I do recognize the court has already determined it's irrelevant to what the other people pled to, it would require the prosecution to meet its burden that this jury could find beyond a reasonable doubt that the actions, when taken, which are rule violations, which is the rule violation related to the decision that they are suggesting is the order that was submitted on August 9th, that affected her decision when she did not comply with that order on the 10th. They have suggested that this was to somehow procure notoriety or to obtain a plane ride for value to or from a conference. Those consequences occurred, but her communication that evening after the Secretary of State released its election order, which is how they have labeled it, they have
Live
to
now.
show her intent at that time, Your Honor. It would require the prosecution to meet.
Oh, she's streaming her own
At the time
trial.
she failed to comply with the order.
Okay.
Was to benefit her, to make her have a personal benefit or to cause harm. And that connection cannot be made with this record. Now, Your Honor, they will argue that she later derived benefit because of her opposition to the Secretary of State, she has people who support her. But the intent that is important is the intent when they breach the duty. I would remind the court to turn to the indictment, and the indictment is the scope of this case. The indictment is probably not real clear unless the court turned to grand jury day 5, but it is clear that they are relying upon her breach of a rule or an election order. So that's what the statute says. It says it has to be a rule or a statute. And none of these breaches of statutes were designed, there's no way you can make an argument they were designed to enrich her, which would be required, or to cause malicious harm. Your Honor, I do incorporate by reference my other arguments, and I don't believe the factual position has changed from the time the court has previously ruled, so I'm not going to waste the court's time by repeating the argument if the court would follow the same analysis it did in the previous Rule 29 as to the other counts.
Okay, thank you. Who's handling this for the prosecution? So I'd like for you to make argument on whatever you want to make argument on. But count 8, identity theft, is really what the court has more focus on, and perhaps it does make a difference, perhaps, but reading that charge on or about May 23rd to 25th, defendant unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly used the personal identifying information, financial identifying information, or financial device of Jerry Wood without permission or lawful authority with the intent to obtain cash, credit, property, service, anything of value. So it has been stipulated in the case that Ms. Peters is the one who took the video, not Jerry Wood. So help me understand, if you can, why I should bind that charge over.
Judge, simply the defense seems to think that the only option is taking the video, which is not. There's actually quite a few other benefits. I can immediately name 2 for the court. One is what really seemed to be the purpose of Mr. Hayes being there is he wanted to be an observer in the trusted build. He sat there and watched what was going on so that he could report back to a bunch of other people. That is a thing of value. That they did all of this just to get him in to watch it. That image didn't have to be taken the day that he was there. That image could have been taken the day Dr. Frank showed up, the before image. The after image could have been taken months later. They needed the trusted build to occur so that he could watch it.
All right, the record's been made, so I'm satisfied. I don't need to hear more. Your response to the rest of the argument, please.
Simply, it says committed an act related to her office on first-degree official misconduct, an act related to her office, but constituting an unauthorized exercise. That's from April 23rd to August 15th.
I don't know, Grace.
That is
I don't know.
a huge date range, and I can tell the court two of the benefits are the feather in her cap and all of the subsequent things that she was trying to do to
And she was on
get
Frank's
notoriety.
speech from
Dr.
the
Frank
jump.
said, you could be the one that does this. And then
She might have only
performed
gotten the
various
show in
acts
2023,
within
but
her capacity
she
to
had her
try to
own
do
stuff
things that
going
she
on
wasn't
Frank's speech in 2021. She
Your
got
Honor,
a benefit
Very
right
brief,
at the
Your Honor,
moment.
I believe that the court is constrained to the theory contained in the indictment. The prosecution has pivoted.
Well, what is, but I guess
The
this
theory of
is.
the thing of value was the confidential information.
Oh
which
my
was the password.
God.
That's what was presented to the grand jury. To now suggest that
What-
it is.
So where, I guess,
I'm dying here.
this is, the court doesn't deal with grand jury
This is why I
indictments very
could never
often, but
be-
I certainly have ample experience with charging documents and how charging decisions are made. And the court's understanding of the law is that this is a notice state, and the charge here is sufficient to put the defendant on notice as to the nature of the charge. The prosecution isn't required to spell out the factual allegations that underpin each charge, unless there's some distinction between the indictment protocol and simply filing a direct information.
Your Honor, I do respect that. But when they recited the facts, they did so in a document which we discussed on July
Right.
17th. And at that time, when you review the document, that is the scope of the case that we prepared to defend. And I said they could obviously introduce other proofs, but they can't change theories.
There's no theory
What they're
changing.
doing is they're changing the thing of value from a password that you can hold to the concept that an observer sees something.
No, it's the
it now
information
becomes-
that is the value.
The observation is not
I
a
can't
thing.
with this. This is fucking
And
stupid
then secondly,
law
Your
school
Honor, I do
bullshit.
agree that the date range related to count 8, which he spoke to, is the range that they put in there. But the predicate fact in the indictment, the written indictment and the grand jury testimony, was limited to the theory that she breached the election order. So that is the breach of the duty that has to enrich or cause malicious
Okay,
harm.
well,
Thank
bitch, you want to see? She's
let Mr.
restreaming it right now.
Judge, on page 6 of the indictment, below count 13, before summary of relevant facts, it says the essential
Yeah, thank
but
goodness all these maggots
non-exclusive
have a
facts
vigorous
presented,
defense.
by the Mesa County grand jury in support
'Cause they
of
would
counts
extend the
1 through
same to
13
you.
As follows, and I know this court on prior occasions has told the defense during our pretrial arguments that we are not limited to what is in the indictment, and that the facts are the facts. They've had all the evidence. They've had all the
I don't
discovery
know.
for quite some
I just
time.
was guessing.
They're not unaware that these were facts that we
Yeah,
were being
no, this
relying
is
on.
just
There's
the
other
rules.
facts such as
They're
him making
they're going to give jury
him
instruct. They're
using
going
the
to.
badge to get in, to
I'll shut
travel
up.
through the clerk and recorder's office, and then making a before and after image. I mean, there's quite a few things that he did that constitute the identity theft things of value that were clearly of value to other people because they're
Agreed,
paying
Oren,
money
agreed.
to send people here to do it.
Okay, just give me a few moments.
Okay, so what they're asking, the defense just asked for the judge to remove counts 8 and 9 or 7 and 8 or something. 1, the identity theft, and 2, the breach of official whatever responsibility or whatever. And the defense is arguing that the stolen identity has to have specific outcomes, and that it didn't have a specific outcome in this case, and they can't argue that. Now he's saying official misconduct. Now he's saying that the prosecutors are changing their their strategy, which then puts them at a disadvantage. They couldn't have prepared. They prepared for one case, but not another case. And they're claiming that the key difference is that the prosecution is focused for the official misconduct on the getting Conan in there to observe the trusted build, right?
On page
and
7, beginning in April 2021, in advance of May 25th, 26th, trusted build, defendant, and others, either as principal actors and/or acting as complicitors.
And they only prepared for the
devised and
password leak.
executed
That's what the
separate
defense
schemes
only
with
prepared for
design
the
to
password
influence
leak.
public servants, breach security protocols, exceed permissible access to voting equipment, and set in motion the eventual distribution of confidential information to unauthorized people. Furthermore, the defendants, without permission or lawful authorization, use the name and personal identifying information of Jerry Wood to further their criminal scheme. It also exposed Mr. Wood to various forms of liability. The summary of relevant facts also discusses the dissemination of the video here and the obscured in part or in whole BIOS passwords which occurred in August of 2021. I incorporate by reference all of my findings previously on the motion for judgment of acquittal. I am to view the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution at this stage too, which means that while the evidence may have different interpretations, I cannot accept the defendant's interpretation of the evidence over the prosecution's interpretation. Put differently, where they conflict, I am to resolve those conflicts in favor of the prosecution. That is what I am required to do by law. Here, as it relates to a violation of a duty, it is plain to the court that there is sufficient evidence for the reasons I stated previously when viewed in the light most favorable to the prosecution, sufficient evidence of both quantity and quality for that to be submitted to the jury. There are numerous acts that could constitute that particular charge.
Uh-oh.
Giving Mr.
Womp womp.
Hayes a key card, secreting him into the facility without a background check, among letting him be in the facility without a proper authorization, without a background check, among other things. But those are the two that come to mind immediately, at least the primary one, him having a key card.
Burner phones? No. I guess that's not really illegal.
Two, as it relates to identity theft, I'm satisfied with the people's representation as it relates to how that prosecution identity theft can move forward. It is, I think, a powerful argument that can be made by the defense that she's the one who took the video. That's what's not in dispute here.
No, jury is out for this. They've been sent home until Monday.
That it was more than just using the identity and getting the video that was of import. It was she used with Mr. Hayes, Gerald Wood's identity to get Mr. Hayes into the trusted build as alleged in order to get a video of what happened, whether she took it or not. He was there. He was part of the process to get the image, to get that information out in the public realm as well. It obviously had value because we're still talking about it here today, and it was something that ultimately led to her being a part of a cyber symposium where Mr. Wood at least was alleged to have been some type of hero. I'm very pleased with what happened. So it had value, but for Miss Peters's involvement in using Mr. Woods' identity for the benefit of Mr. Hayes so that they could get this information, this crime would not have occurred. It wouldn't have been out in the public realm. Thereby, the evidence is sufficient to support a conclusion beyond a reasonable doubt in both quantity and quality that she committed that crime as well, such that it's a jury question at this point. So the motion for judgment of acquittal is therefore denied. Let's get to the jury instructions. The way the court does this, I don't know who's handling instructions, if it's Mr. Hartman, okay. I know Mr. Rubenstein has done this in front of me, but it's been a while. I'm going to go through the instructions as the people have presented them, one by one. I'm just going to read the first few words of the instruction, and then Mr. Hartman, you can just, what I'm looking for you to do is say objection or not. Once I get through all of the people's instructions, then I'm going to go to the defense instructions and do somewhat of the same thing the other way. Does that make sense?
Yes, Your Honor. May I have 2 seconds to confirm that I'm looking at the same packet that they submitted?
Sure, I'll let you know that I'm looking at the packet, so we're all on the same page from July 12th of this year.
My packet's undated.
Should say revised.
Yeah, so if you go online,
That's not it.
Well, hold on.
do you want to get going, Mr. Case? Because I see it in your eye.
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't?
Judge Jones does.
But Judge, we were just gonna ask, could we have a few minutes so even Linda can pack up and?
If you can you do that while we're working?
We just didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, no, that won't. You're good. You're good to pack up and do what you like. Yeah. And whoever wants to leave.
He
from
does. He
the
does know what he's
prosecution or
dealing
defense
with.
teams is free
It's
to go.
true.
We'll get it in a minute.
He's good.
I don't want that, but
Mike?
He's good. He's good.
I
He's
think
good.
Mr. Starr was in here a minute ago. He
Patrick
had asked
Starr?
If I could raise with the
Can
court the
you
possibility
pull
of
up
marking
this?
their motion to quash.
It's on
the
ISIS. Can you pull that up?
July 12th.
Of Commissioner
July 12th.
Daniel.
I need that version.
Just didn't want it.
Patrick
public.
Starr's.
I don't know what his
Patrick
reasons
Starr's
were.
gonna.
Just
He's
out.
gonna
I don't know if the defense has
be a
any-
witness for the defense. Well, I've got news for you. He's gonna be a terrible witness. Patrick the lid.
Okay.
Patrick the
Mr.
lid.
Administrator?
We'll take it up in a second as soon as.
Yeah, let's let them get their noise out of the way. Get the fuck out. Take it out in the hallway, bitches. I want to punch that case guy. You know what I want? You know what I mean? I want to punch him. What is this? What are you doing, intern? What the fuck are you doing?
Any objection, Mr. Administrator?
I can't with
Okay,
this.
we'll go
I'm
ahead
all
and mark
done.
it as
I'm all
suppressed since
done.
there's no objection from anyone.
I'm all done. I'm all done with this bullshit.
I'll let everyone know that I just received word that the juror we've talked about who's got the ailing relative needs to leave on Tuesday to go to Wyoming. So we'll stick with him until we can't. And, or not.
Judge, if I may be heard on that.
What's that?
If I may be heard on that?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm bringing it up.
I know the court's typical procedure for that is to tell the alternates, you're not released now, but if something happens, we may have to call you back. And then if we do have to call them back, the jury has to start over essentially with the new juror there. Given the length of the case, seems to me to make sense to just excuse him now so that
Yeah.
it's more likely
Right?
that the actual jurors
That makes a lot
will be
more
there for the
fucking
entire
sense.
thing and not risk that we have to
Oh
start
my God. Thank you. Thank you.
What are your thoughts about that?
I tend to agree with Mr. Attorney that,
No.
Oh, there's a disagreement. You do not? Okay. Well, I don't know who's in charge over here, so.
Neither do I.
Do you, so no, okay. I'm gonna say no. I mean,
Really?
I agree with the
Really?
rationale of the people, but these are the alternates that we picked, and I'm not comfortable, you know, there may have been some strategy involved in who each side picked and why they left the alternates the way they did. I'm not comfortable just striking a juror before we have to. So if it comes to pass that that we need to tell the alternate that they're taking Mr. Thompson's place, it's going to be rough because I have to instruct the jury that they need to start all over. But like I said, I'm not going to cut them loose. I just don't think there's a good record for me to do that right now.
Your Honor, we'll confer as a team later, and if we decide, we'll communicate with the court, but there's decision maker that just left, Ms. Jones
Yeah,
is
no,
not
I think
here.
that's fair. That's fine.
So
Yeah.
if we decide as a team to do that, we'll
Yeah, shut up.
notify
We
the
know.
court.
We know what you're
Yeah,
going to do.
my ruling right now is I'm not going to do it unless there's a consensus.
Okay.
Because there's a fair chance that they could reach a verdict Monday night with him. There's probably an equally fair chance that they'll need to come back Tuesday, but until that comes to pass, I just don't want to look at it as an issue unless there's an agreement as to how to resolve it.
and we could revisit the issue before they begin to deliberate.
That's what I'm talking about. So let's get to instructions, okay? 4:30 at night on Friday. It's been a long.
Yeah. Everybody wants a margarita. Come on now.
So I'm going to ask one of the prosecution team to be the one who makes the edits to these, so that someone's in charge of it other than me.
Ms. Weimer will be.
Oh, voluntold, Ms. Weimer.
We'll send you the Word copy.
And Mr. Hartman, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor. May I ask a question before we get started?
Yeah, and everyone can stay seated. We can be a little bit less formal for this. Go ahead.
So Your Honor, my concern is that as I sit here, having worked in this case, read the grand jury transcript, and I have presented, I will just pick on count 7 here, the thing of value. I do recognize it's a notice state.
Yeah, but now I don't know who's
the
talking.
prosecution has to commit prior to our argument as to what the thing of value is.
Sure. So you want them to elect, is what it's referred to in Colorado, and I don't know that that's unreasonable. Let's talk about that when we get to the instruction. Okay.
Thank you.
So
There you go.
The court had thought about the same thing, so that way we.
But he'll be C, middle name,
it
whatever,
is
Esquire.
Typical for this court to require the prosecution to elect when there's a number.
The
when there's a
intern
number of
looks like a
different
topher,
things
doesn't he?
That could constitute a crime.
I think someone should let him sit down.
Even though we give a unanimity instruction, I sometimes feel more comfortable, and particularly in this case, might requiring the prosecution to identify those things that they believe constitute the act that forms the crime charge.
Girls,
We'll get there
strap
when we
in.
get there. So
I got a list.
Pulling up instruction number 1. It's actually not a numbered instruction at all. Members of the jury, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Defendant is charged, this would be instruction number 1. Defendant is charged with committing the following crimes. Okay.
Your Honor, we're having a technical difficulty.
I can print out a copy for you if you'd like it.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yes, if the court would, because,
I just want to get going,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you guys want to go home? No, the defense would like you to be exhausted.
Okay. Let me figure out where do we need the court reporter to do this? We typically don't. We have the FTR going in any event, but usually the court reporters don't do the.
If he has no other obligation, it's only going to be an hour. Can you stay?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I know work for you.
It's a PDF.
I need to find.
Go for it.
Can you print it, Miss? It's on July 12th, 4:17 p.m.
Here we go.
And now for something completely different.
I'd like him to have a written copy. I have a copy.
Oh my God, they're still talking about it.
Thank you, though. If you want to email it, it'll make it quicker.
Correct.
That's not the best one. Oh, I have new ones though. Wait, guard your ears.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
I fucking love that one. But it's not as good as.
Shut up, Lolo.
I mean, that's really the best. Oh my God. It never gets old. I'm sorry. I am basically a 5-year-old. It's only a flesh wound. Come back and fight like a man. What's my runaway? Oh, I have a runaway. Yeah, I did that. Yeah, you got your dignity in one of them boxes?
Can we get going and with some of these more straightforward?
Can we get going? Yeah.
Arguably straightforward, but can we?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
You can move all the way to the. I have no objection.
I need to make. I want to make a good record.
Yeah,
like
we're
I
not
said,
gonna
I just do it the
half-ass
same way
this.
every time. So just let me.
Sloppy ass.
Let me get back to where we were. The defendant is charged with
Tuck your
committing the
shirt
following
in.
crimes. Any objection? This will be instruction number 1.
No objection.
Every person charged with the crime is presumed innocent. Instruction number 2.
No objection.
In this case, a separate offense is charged. Any objection?
No, sir.
I do think. Okay. Instruction number 4. No, this would be. No, this would be 4. You may have to decide what testimony to believe. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Can you number these, Ms. Weimer, please? Thank you. Instruction number 5, credibility of a witness discredited by showing a felony. This has not happened.
Wait,
Ms.
what?
Brown may have been.
Miss Brown is currently on a deferred.
Right, I don't know
I
that we
don't think
brought it up.
I don't think it ever came into the record as to
As
the
a
classification of the offense.
I don't know that it did either.
Okay, Your Honor, I apologize, and I do know you're trying to move fast, but the DA emailed me the current script.
We're handing
and
it
they're
to you.
printing one, so thank you if I could have just a second to get up to speed.
Yeah,
Shut
sure.
up.
So we're at the credibility of a witness, may be discredited
Yes.
by showing that the witness has been convicted of a felony.
Your Honor, I do not, I don't think that instruction is necessary.
Very well.
Oh, really?
If the prosecution has no objection, it should leave.
It is
Okay.
removed, Ms. Weimer, please. This will then be instruction number 5. Defendant is never compelled to testify. Any objection?
He's a slob,
Your
both
Honor,
in
is
his
that the,
mind, in his
standard
heart, and in
instruction?
his
Is there any
pants.
additional language that is normally included?
I believe that's the stock instruction.
Very well then.
And then we have when a defendant takes the stand, his or her credibility is to be determined as any other witness's testimony, but this is inapplicable. So let's strike this.
Yes.
A fact may be
Oh,
proven
are
by
you
direct or
tired,
circumstantial
Tina?
evidence.
No
Are
objection.
you teepee? Are you eepy?
Permissible inferences allows, but does not require you. Where is a permissible inference in this case, Mr. Shapiro?
Are you eepy? Are you tired?
I don't believe I've given.
I don't believe the
Aw, are
court
you
has
tired?
given an instruction
Tina, do you
regarding
wanna go
permissible inference.
home?
We've used the word inference or
Go get
infer
ice
in terms of
cream.
questions and answers, but the court did not do that. So I'll defer to the court regarding whether this should be instructed.
Yeah,
Your
no.
Your Honor,
Wait a
may
minute.
we
Oh, Tina,
have this
listen.
because the instructions are
It's
prior
not gonna
to
be
argument.
okay, but it's
And
gonna be.
I have not,
What
there have
the?
been several fallacies
What are you taking
that
the table
because
for?
this
You can't
happened,
just
it
take
automatically
tables out
means
of a
something. I'll give
courtroom.
the court I'll give the court one quick example.
No, I don't need an
No.
example because this instruction is for something in the law, like a DWAI or a DUI, where someone there's a law that says you are entitled to a permissible inference because of, for example, in a alcohol-related driving offense, the blood alcohol level is shown to be above this amount. So that's where this
No
instruction.
objection, Your Honor. I
Yeah.
apologize.
Yeah, that's okay.
That's a Colorado unique thing. I'm
Yeah.
still learning.
That's okay. I
My
understand.
No,
That's
you're
why I
about
was-
to be
that's why I wanna
disbarred, so
cut to
don't
the
worry
chase,
about
because
it.
I just
Don't-
don't think there's
don't
any
worry.
statute or crime at play here that
Oh, Tina
requires
number
a permissible
6,
inference
Dawn.
instruction. So that one
Lost her.
is struck.
They gotta get to those pictures of
Court admitted
margaritas.
Evidence for a
2
limited
for 1.
purpose. Now, I did do that.
Happy hour.
We also need to add in some language.
I would
Ms.
do what he
Weimer,
says.
about the plea agreements.
I'd be like, yes, dear. Yes, dear.
So let me write
I'd want to
that
hear
down,
him
and
read
then
something to me
and
when he
then
came
we'll
home.
talk about what I've drafted, and then we'll.
Actually, I would want him to tell me about
Can
his
we
day.
also add, Your Honor, the fact that
I would
when
listen
the court
to
made
every word.
determinations about
Wrapped.
hearsay for the effect on the listener, the court was allowing it in for a limited purpose. And
I just wanna
believe
give him
that
a shoulder
should be
rub.
explained here if the court would put some language in.
Mr. Shapiro?
It's an interesting proposition posed by Mr. Hartman, but I would submit that this is more of a 400 series applicable instruction versus an 800 series hearsay exception. So I would ask the court not to add that
That
to this
is the brunette Tina.
instruction.
Actually. I know. Sorry. Every word. Exactly.
Give me a
I'm
moment
not.
and I'll let you
I
know my
cannot
ruling
deny.
is. This is not something we're going to go back and forth on. So,
Interesting, but no, I'll have to decline. I'll have to respectfully decline. Thank you very much. You left your. Did he just cross himself? What the fuck's going on here? What the hell? Judge chill as fuck. That's the best. Tina looks like one of those, what are the White Walkers? What are those things that are in Game of Thrones? The White Walkers? Where are those? Wait, I need one of those. Hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Wait. Wait. Oh, goddamn. Fucking wikis. You guys are weird. Images. Here we go. Here we go. Wait, I need one that looks really exactly like her. Well, okay, this is good enough. I'm sorry. I'm not the Night King. That's what it is. Yeah, she's the Night King. Check that out. Come on, tell me that's not her. Night King, Tina. Night King, Tina. I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of similarities. Just saying. I don't know. That's what she reminds me of. Wait, I need something for. Hold on.
During
Wait,
the trial,
wait.
you heard evidence of plea agreements and convictions related to certain witnesses. That evidence was offered for your
We're going to put this
consideration
on the
of
movie.
respective witnesses' credibility and for no other
They're
purpose.
watching this movie, The
Specifically,
Quiet
but not limited
Place.
to, the agreements
Actually,
do
this is a
not
movie
reflect
for
what the
Tina.
defendant may be guilty or not guilty of. Any objection?
No objection to adding
That fucking is perfect.
Any objection?
Can the court add one additional line? This should
Perhaps,
not be
but-
considered for any other purpose?
That evidence was offered for your consideration of the respective witnesses' credibility and for no other purpose. Specifically, but not limited to, the agreements do not reflect what the defendant may be guilty or not guilty of. I think I'm already.
It's like
Okay.
perfect. Looks like they're watching a movie.
Oh, got it. Okay. So I'll email that. I don't know if I have your email, Ms. Weimer, but I'll figure out how to get it to you here.
Love it.
Yeah, Judge, if you print it, we can get it in there.
I bet Ms. Weimer would appreciate it if I sent it to her in email because she could just copy and paste it.
Yeah.
I'm just here to help, so give me a second. Let me see. I may have Ms. Weimer's email.
That's a Tina Peters right there. I think it's number, I don't know, 17? I'm not really sure which number she is. She doesn't show up very
So
often.
let me try Mr. Rubenstein. I do have that. And then I don't know that I have any of defense counsel. Can I just get one of yours, the simplest one? Who's got a real simple one?
Dan?
You want to say it for the public?
No.
Oh, yeah.
May I approach?
Just forward it to.
Mike down at Administrative Law.
Okay. I'm going to have Mr. Rubenstein just forward it to you.
Thank you.
I'll forward it to everybody.
Yeah, because I don't have it. You all heard it. It's on the thing right here. Okay.
Huh?
So then the court admitted certain evidence for a limited purpose. At that time, you were instructed not to consider it for any purpose other than a limited purpose. You're again instructed, and then it's going to say below that what I sent you. I don't know what instruction number we're on. If you've heard testimony of experts, any objection to this?
Your Honor, did the court defer or not decide on the hearsay portion?
I don't want to put that in there because I'm worried it unduly emphasizes it, and I think it's straightforward. This is being offered for not the truth of the matter asserted, but for the effect on listener. I trust that the jury followed it at that time. I didn't use language about
That's
limited
right.
Purpose, so I'm not going to include that.
A lot of people are
Expert
ordering
witness
that camo
objection, or
hat.
not, objection
No, Your Honor.
instruction. Okay. Judicially noticed fact.
Popular.
I don't think I took one in front of the jury.
Not in front.
Yeah. And I'm not going to, so that instruction will be removed, Ms. Weimer. Crime is committed, so these are the definitions of intentionally and knowingly. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Number of witnesses testifying to, for or against does not approve or disprove. Any
Tina's on her
objection?
social
No,
media.
Your Honor.
And elements of the crime of attempt to influence a public servant. These are the SOC elements.
I'm just.
I'm asking Mr.
Yeah, I'm going to find a way to email a real significant email to the court this weekend. I know it's stupid and they don't pay attention to it,
Yeah,
but
I already
it'll
confirmed
make me
defense,
feel
Your Honor.
better.
No, because that's part of your packet. So
Yes, sir.
I want to get through this and then we'll come back to that.
Oh, I bet they will, Paul.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Gentlemen, I sent you the email that the judge sent
Yikes.
me. I did not have Judge.
Yeah, we need some Mountain Dews, Your Honor. I need a Mountain Dew, Your Honor.
Did you receive an email? Okay.
Oh, I should probably take a shower.
I have a little delay.
I'll probably do that.
Holds it before I send it, but you'll get what the judge wrote for the
Hi.
plea agreement stuff.
Do I have fire? Oh, yeah.
Okay. So we did the elements of identity theft, and then
it's in my pink thing over there, I think.
here's
On one
the
of
instruction
shelves?
about
Maybe not. Oh, actually,
as a principal or
it might be
compliciter.
in, oh, it's right here. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Yeah.
My only concern is there's some
Huh?
blanks.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, we got to fill in the numbers. So that'll be when we're done. We'll
Nice.
just
All right. Have
I'll
fun.
have the people.
I'll see you in a
just fill
minute.
the numbers.
Diet Mountain Dew. It's racist.
Your Honor, I didn't check that against the stock. I believe it is, though.
This looks stock to me. My standing order in this courtroom is that I don't get it. If it's not stock, then I get a citation at the bottom.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So if it's not, I don't know. I expect it to be stock. So here's complicity. This looks stock to me.
I actually never
Any
drink
objection?
I've never
No, Your
drunk Mountain Dew. I literally, it's one of those things like basically my daughter grew up on chicken nuggets, but I'd never let her have a Mountain Dew. What am I
Put an
thinking?
instruction number, and then that would be number 13. I just inadvertently did not. At the very top, it doesn't say instruction number.
Oh, it
one.
doesn't. Yeah, we'll need to add in. Yeah, Ms. Weimer,
Yeah.
you see that? Good catch.
Yeah, excellent.
Conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation. Elements of crime conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation.
Yeah, by arranging to get the fucking whatchamacallit.
Your Honor, subject to the affirmative defense, we,
But I let her have like chicken nuggets and like
Wait.
This is
whatever.
criminal impersonation. So I'll tell you, at least as to criminal impersonation, what are the affirmative defense? This one is a little bit easier because I've been studying it. Is your affirmative defense for this consent?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, consent isn't applicable because it's because this criminal impersonation charge. Actually.
Your Honor, the consent was argued as assumption of
No,
the risk.
I meant more for the attempt to influence a public servant. Is that where the consent is too?
No, Your Honor. That was where we're talking about execution of public duty. The only affirmative defense I'm asking for here, and because the prosecution has to prove lack of consent is not here, I believe it is not traverse and needs to have the affirmative defense that, I don't care if you call it lack of consent or assumption of the risk, if the jury believes Mr. Wood participated in this, he cannot object to the fact that he was imperiled. And that is
Wait, what?
as clear as a bell as my read of the Colorado law and looking at the cases. But because it doesn't say the word lack of consent, I do believe the consent, if Gerald Wood consented or assumed the risk, it is an absolute defense to this charge.
But he didn't. I know. I just make seltzer. I gave up all like diet sodas. I'm actually really happy about
Okay,
it.
so like I said,
and now I just drink
I don't know why I did
fizzy
that.
water.
That was foolish of me. I want to stick to my plan.
Yes, sir.
Bells are
We'll
generally
come back to the affirmative
okay.
defenses later. So you otherwise don't object to that. All right, criminal impersonation, the elements for count 5. Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh
Your
wow!
Honor,
I
the,
can't drink Gatorade.
Indictment in this case charged
True.
B1, and this is an instruction for B2. It's a change of theory from the indictment.
Oh
And
stop!
Okay, well, let me take a look then.
Yes, Your Honor.
These guys, I will give MAGA lawyers this. They try everything. It's all half-assed and it's not thought through, but they will try anything. The other thing there are these other, I don't know how they make them, but energy drinks. You know what it is? I can really taste the chemicals now in some of those drinks. And I feel like it just like leaves a taste in my mouth. And I know that's not everybody, but that's what it feels like. I also had to drink it after I had surgery like a few years ago. I had to drink Gatorade because I had a bariatric surgery. You know, I had a gastric sleeve put on. So you can't eat for like months. Like you literally cannot eat anything and you can hardly drink anything. And so I would have to sip like
Your Honor, under
that was
the
nasty.
actual statute that is charged with.
Yeah, the guarana that tastes
The-
nasty.
If
I'm
the
just
court-
looking at the language of the indictment.
I feel that
the
as to
charging
everything
document.
with flavored
Yeah, and I'm
systems.
I am too, Your
Yeah,
Honor. And
except salt.
What I would indicate,
Yeah,
Your Honor,
yeah,
is
sugar.
I'm not so concerned with what the language he used to persuade the grand jury as much as I am what the charge was. In the charge, B1, if the court could just
Yeah, it was
reference
nasty.
that.
I was really
I
sick
can
for a
pull it up
long
on
time.
Lexus here, I know the court can as well, to look
Judge,
at.
Yeah, we'll concede this. This is a typo. B1 is subjects a person to an action or special proceeding. B2 is which might subject the person. We did charge B1. This instruction does say B2, and I think the fix is to
A
just
typo?
change element number 6.
Oh,
Remove
pretty
the-
much,
So the
yeah, I
typo-
agree
the
with that,
typo
Max.
is the statute, but the language of the
No, this instruction is for B2. The difference between B1 and B2 is element number 6.
so yeah, I see what. So the typo is
But in the indictment, it does say might.
right. So the typo is
the B2. It should say
it should say B2. That's a Scrivener's error.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's a Scrivener's error, Mr. Hartman. Are you really going to argue that it tracks the language of the correct statute? I mean that.
And for the record, Your Honor, indictments cannot be amended as to substance.
Right.
But
That's right.
It can be amended for matters of form.
Well, we're also at the close of evidence.
Yeah, but this is a Scrivener's error because the charging language has been consistent throughout.
Okay, the
Right,
judge
that's
just
what my
said that.
bigger
Don't
concern
push
is
it.
that it's the citation is of little relevance when you spell out all of the elements of the crime in the charging document.
I know that,
I
Matt.
guess explain
Yes,
to me how
I
you're
remember
prejudiced
that.
by that.
So, Your Honor, a couple of things. The first thing is, I believe the DA started off by saying he conceded this, and is that not his position?
I think he conceded the errors as I understood it.
No, I think I can look back on this transcript here, Your Honor. I think he conceded that
Oh my
the
God.
language should be adjusted in the element number 6. So
Okay.
if that is still his position,
It is not, Judge.
Okay.
I was misunderstanding what the error was. I agree with Your Honor that
Okay.
the problem is in the indictment. The indictment has the language of B2, but the citation of B1, and I think we're bound by the language, not the Scrivener's error in the citation.
Right. I mean, if the opposite was true, if it had the language for B2 in there and then cited to B1, then I think the people would have a serious problem on their hands.
I think it has to inure to the benefit of the defendant, no matter how they made the error. We challenged the sufficiency and the legal basis in motions of this indictment.
Did you ever raise that? I don't remember ever having seen that issue raised before.
No, Your Honor, because it was pretty
Oh, my
clear to me
God.
that in the indictment, and I just want to, for the record, be clear on the pages. We start off with, on page 2, what informs the defendant, and this is actually, at that time, it is count 6. I know we've amended it because of the Belinda Nisley being dropped out. It indicates on page 2 that the charge on count 6 is CRS 18.5, 113, 1B1. There's no language later on. They do make argument. But when I look at the counts, Your Honor, it is there.
Oh
So
my
then
God,
they
sit the
start
fuck down, you
providing
motherfucking
their
piece of
proofs,
shit.
And then they argue a different rationale. And then we turn to the grand jury, day 5, and Your Honor, that's even a bigger and more confusing mess because of the different theories that we do need to now talk about. There's a choice that needs to be made here, and I would like to
You want to see pictures of me when I was younger? I found a book of pictures of me when I was
ask
younger.
the court to be clear here that there are three potential.
I can't show you my
dates of
daughter, though.
impersonation.
No,
I
we're
wonder.
talking
I don't
about
even think I only
the
have
first issue.
pictures
We're
of
not
me and
gonna
my
do this.
daughter.
Okay.
Damn.
Where
Oh,
we
okay. Here's me.
Start with one thing and then we
Here's me
suddenly
in Hawaii,
steamrolls into three
long
others.
time
I
ago.
can't do that tonight.
Colorado Rule
That's me kayaking in
6.8A,
Hawaii.
discusses the amendment of
I don't know when. Some year.
matters of form, time, place, and names. Again, subsection
Let's
A.
see.
At any time before or during trial, the court may, upon application of the people which we are, and with notice to the defendant, which
here.
we have,
I won't
and the
show you
opportunity for
the
defendant to be
baby, but I'll
heard,
show you
which is
me.
being heard now, order the amendment of an indictment.
I just
with
found
respect
this.
to
I was really
defects,
excited. Yeah, we're
errors,
saving our
or
own
variances from the proof relating to the matters of form,
There we go.
time,
You can see
place,
me. You can't
names
see
of
her.
persons, and
There
when
we go.
such amendment does not change the substance
Wait,
of the
where-
charge and does not prejudice the defendant on the merits.
There.
That's
There's
exactly
me.
6.8A.
Is
When
there
I
anything
was
that says that
younger-
it can't be done after the close of evidence?
When I was in my, I hope I don't
not
have
to my
dirty
knowledge,
nails.
Your Honor.
Oh, I do have dirty nails. Sorry, I
still-
didn't clean my nails.
It says
I
during
know,
trial.
aren't I cute?
Right.
So, Your Honor, the prejudice here is there's a big difference between
I'm so cute.
Section 1 and Section 2, which are charged.
Oh my God,
There is, but
this is crazy.
your objection is noted, sir. I don't want to hear the record.
I'm
I
so
don't. Your
sorry,
objection
but
is
I'm
noted.
going to
You're
show
not gonna
you.
change
I
my
had
mind about
glamour.
this.
I had
There's
this
zero
weird
prejudice.
boyfriend
There is
after I
zero
had my daughter.
prejudice.
It's a
And
long story.
it's-
Anyway,
The
He wanted
document
me to
speaks
get
for
glamour
itself. It
shots.
is abundantly clear to the court that that is a scrivener's error. It makes
And
no
this-
sense that it would put all of this law in there that
This
tracks
is
the
me.
language of 1B.
This is
Roman
me in
numeral
one of my
2,
glamour
and
shots.
then say Roman
My
numeral
nails
1.
are so dirty.
There
I'm
just could
so
be no
sorry.
confusion.
God,
And if
that's
that
so
was
disgusting.
actually
Well, I'll just
a
do this.
legitimate state of confusion that the defense had, either your team or the previous team, they would have raised it in their motions challenging the sufficiency of the indictment. They would have brought it up at some point in time.
can't believe
Maybe
I'm
not.
like,
Maybe
oh
wait
my
until the last minute to argue
the
prejudice.
hell?
But
What the hell?
I don't want to waste
That's
time on
funny.
something that is just not
Yeah.
persuasive to the court. It's and to the
My
extent
brown
that people
hair.
are moving to modify or to amend the indictment to correct that scrivener's error, your objection is what?
Your Honor, I just wanted to state that the rule
Yeah,
you cited is
he
talking
was
about
all right.
changing the dates or
was
names.
pretty
It's
hot.
not talking about changing the charge statute.
was
I'm
pretty
going to
hot.
abide by the court's ruling, and I would like to
Couple of 4-packs of the
now
THC.
address
Oh.
the second part of this.
Oh, nice,
instruction where I think
Jim.
an election has to be made.
Yeah, can you
I'll grant
explain
the
some of this to
people's request.
SCOTUS? I think that's a great idea. I think he should be on SCOTUS. How about that?
Amend the charging document to reflect Roman numeral 2 in 18.5, 113, 1B as in Bravo. But for the reasons I've stated, I don't even know that that's necessary because the defendant is on notice as to the exact charge that she's facing because of the language that's used in the charging document itself.
I get it. It's like not that.
Now, the election for criminal impersonation.
It's hard to see me. I'm kind of
ahead.
fuzzy.
Your Honor, the
I don't think I have any more of me.
dates
I think the rest of
range
them are
is
all my
May
daughter.
23rd through May 27th, which seems to imply that it would be the making of the image, the observation of the trusted build.
I agree,
And
yeah.
then the remaking of the image.
Okay.
However, it is clear from this record that the impersonation that they are alleging in the statement of facts and related to this versus the other ones relates to the introduction
All right, enough of that.
of
Memory
Conan
lane. I wonder what
Wood-
Sherrona's doing
I'm
right
sorry,
now.
Conan Hayes, and
wonder-
that
I
Tina
wonder how
participated
she's,
in that. That is the theory.
I wonder
That
what
is
she's drinking
limited
right now.
To the May
Aw,
25th
thanks.
date. That is what they told the grand jury.
I just think
That's
it's
what they
funny.
put us on notice to, and those are the facts. And so, Your Honor,
Baby,
I know that we
like a
can
baby.
play guess what they're trying to prove here, but the reality is, in this case, the facts they relied on to the grand jury that we are on notice on was when Clerk Recorder Peters is charged with introducing Gerald Wood at the trusted build on the 25th. So if
So
they're
you're
going
trying to
Whoa,
narrow it, you
what?
want to narrow it down to just that day?
That day?
Is that what you're
Stop
asking?
it.
that's what we were on notice to defend for this charge.
That's bullshit. You're
You're on
lying.
notice.
You're
The char-
lying.
Okay, Mr. Shapiro?
Well, exactly what the charging date range shows, Your Honor. On or about beginning May 23rd through the 27th of May. The evidence that has been presented shows that the card assigned to Gerald Wood that we believe the evidence will show was misappropriated by Conan Hayes with the direct aiding, abetting, encouragement of the defendant. was used on the 23rd of May in a facility in a location he had no business being in. That is why the date range starts the 23rd. They are clearly on
The
notice.
23rd or the 18th? Date range the 18th in the document.
Your Honor, on page 4, I have a date range of the 23rd.
Your Honor, I think, here's,
Oh my
I think
God.
we're, the substantive count,
Yeah, I do see that they're different. The conspiracy is the 18th. The substantive count is the 23rd.
yes, Your Honor, substantive count 5, which I think is the jury instruction we're on right now, is
Oh,
the
that's
May
cool.
23rd through the 27th. There are
That
two
sounds
separate
good. Actually, a big
conspiracies to
salad sounds
commit
great.
criminal impersonations. Count 3 is the first conspiracy with a date range of April 23rd through May 19th. And then the second conspiracy, May 18th through May 27th.
All right, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to direct that Ms. Weimer make a note to herself. In the verdict forms, these counts will reflect the dates that are charged in the complaint. So that way the jury knows that this conspiracy to commit criminal impersonation in count 4 relates to this time frame. In count 5, it relates to this time frame, and in count
And for the
I'm sorry,
record-
not count 5. Count 7, it relates to this time frame. Count 8, it relates to that time
And I
frame.
believe the verdict forms already have the dates.
I haven't checked. Yeah.
But we'll double check it.
May I be put on notice if I'm defending a impersonation because of the use of the card, which is their theory today, or am I defending the introduction of Gerald Wood at the trusted
Wow.
bill? Or is it all of the above?
Dang, everything,
Because
bitch.
They're switching theories here, Your Honor.
That is
and
not
It's not
true.
too late if you're
That
allowing
is the
them
case
to
that's been presented,
amend
you fucking
this
ass.
theory, which I object to. I just need to have them make an election as to what I'm defending in closing.
Yeah, I'm not. Do we have a unanimity instruction here?
No, Your Honor, I caught that, I talked to my counsel, we are recommending that we add a unanimity instruction, which for the benefit of counsel, in our Colgy instructions, that is E11, series of acts in a single count. That definitely is required, and we ask the court to add a unanimity instruction.
Yeah, so we're going to add the unanimity instruction, which I find resolves this issue.
Yeah, Michigan's
My
getting real
concern about
pissy. His
election
blood
is
sugar's
not
dropping.
Related. I mean, I would find, under the circumstances here, it can be any number of different things, and as long as there are allegations. I understand you're frustrated by that.
Can I just have on notice so I can defend my client of which choice he's going to argue to the jury, so I can at least
He can
prepare an
argue any
argument?
number of things as
Yeah.
long as the jury unanimously agrees on the act or acts upon which they are basing their conviction,
Is
which
it
is
too
the
mu-
law in Colorado.
Is it too much to have him list the acts now that we
He's
can
saying,
defend?
can you do that, Mr.? I mean,
Your Honor, I have to get
He needs a throat
my
punch.
closing argument organized. I believe we've been very clear in the presentation of our evidence
Exactly.
in the case in chief, which evidence that comes out in the defense case is still relevant and admissible to help prove my charges. So I believe we've been clear. I'm not prepared to basically do an
Good,
election.
don't.
We've been very clear as to what types of behaviors and acts
Oh,
occurring
Jim, that
within the
sounds so
date
good.
ranges subject the defendant to potential culpability.
yeah,
So
I
I'll
mean,
be
I-
clear on the criminal impersonation. It's pretty clear that, on the 23rd, the Sunday, the defendant, we believe, had the Gerald Wood badge, used it. If it had been used by Wood, he would have been in legitimate trouble. But since Conan Hayes was using it, he then subjects, if Wood used it himself, and he himself, Wood, is not an employee and not an administrative assistant and was not authorized, he would have some problems. But more importantly, on the 25th, the use of the Wood badge is a problem for Mr. Hayes. But more importantly is the physical introductions of Conan Hayes as Gerald Wood
Yeah, to
in
this
his
staff
capacity
who
to various
independently
people.
testified to that,
David
that she
Casillas,
introduced
David
him
Stahl,
as
the other
Gerald
two
Wood.
Dominion employees and any other people in the office. That pretty much tips my hand as to it. In terms of the conspiracy, I can go on for 30 minutes about the various acts that constitute the
Yeah.
conspiracies.
I think the dates are enough to narrow it down, and we've heard a lot about.
And maybe, counselor, you need to do a better
I don't-
job of
I don't know
preparing.
how- Yeah, I think there's an awful lot that doesn't
Why don't you
require an
prepare
election,
better?
One, and two, I think the defendant's amply on notice. I could spend several minutes talking
Get
about
mad.
what I understand the factual basis to be for these charges. So the unanimity instruction will accomplish the end. I think it's a little more discreet in terms of some of these other issues.
To get it the hell out
as
of
it
here.
relates to the election violations. I'm sorry, the duty violations where I'm likely to fall on Mr. Hartman's side, but we're not there yet. So identity theft, objection to these elements.
Judge, I have a question about paragraph 6. Is the word might going to be stricken?
Oh, are we back on criminal impersonation?
No, Your Honor. The court has ruled that it's as it stands.
Yeah, that's what the charging document says. The charging document reads word for word what that says.
And Your Honor, I believe
Catch up.
complementing the completed crime of criminal impersonation, we do have a complicity for criminal impersonation. That is the next instruction before we get to identity theft.
Oh, okay. I thought it was-
And I do have to acknowledge, I made another mistake. I did not write the words instruction and the blank. We will correct that on the complicity criminal impersonation instruction.
Okay, I'm going to need Shapiro to be a little more careful. Okay, I'm going to need Shapiro to measure twice and cut
So,
once. Okay.
We've moved on to we finished with the elements for count 5, and then the next instruction is complicity criminal impersonation, and they don't have they forgot to put a instruction number on that, so Ms. Weimer will add that in.
Yes. Yes. But did you want to say
Your Honor?
something, sweetie?
I know we've gone past this, and I don't want to move backward. The
I bet
DA
you're gonna, aren't
triggered me
you?
with a thought, and related to the charging documents, count 3 says conspiracy, and it has a date range. And then there is a second charge for conspiracy, has a different date range. And I don't believe he's entitled to 2 separate conspiracies. I believe
God.
that if his theory is held out by the
I
jury,
knew.
that there is one
the pill or
conspiracy
something.
that all people participated in throughout the entire range. I would ask the court, for brevity and simplicity, to consolidate those charges.
No.
Because I'm not certain that the prosecution can take one agreement with multiple overt acts and multiply the risk at trial.
Mr. Shapiro.
Your Honor, that was argued in great detail by Ms. Drake at the halftime motion, and I would stand on that record to distinguish the front-end conspiracy and the back-end conspiracy. They are
Exactly.
separate and distinct based on time and some of the players.
They're separated by dates.
They both reference the same impersonation plan,
Different
which
acts.
occurred between May 23rd and May 27th.
So this is an argument that we can take up. If the defendant is convicted of both counts, then we can argue about whether they merge. But at this point, I'm satisfied that the structure of the charging document is appropriate.
Your Honor, can they be required to identify who the other persons are that they are going to suggest? Because in count 4, I'm satisfied it says Belinda and Sandra Brown. If they are saying other persons, at this point, they're in a different place. Can they identify, so I'm on notice to defend, who else they're alleging was
Count
in the
7
agreement?
says Sandra Brown. Count 4 says Belinda Knisley.
And Your Honor, the other persons unknown would include, if it says Sandra Brown, then the other persons would be Belinda Knisley, Conan Hayes,
Right.
Sherronna Bishop. If it says Sandra Brown, then the other persons are going to be Belinda Knisley, Conan Hayes, Sherronna Bishop.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Your Honor.
And for
sorry.
example, the first one would be Dr. Frank for the first conspiracy. 'Cause Dr.
Yeah,
Frank's
baby.
April 23rd is the first date range. So Douglas
Okay.
Frank.
Okay, so thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
He's gonna
And then we're at
get
complicity.
trombone.
Is there any we need to add in the instruction number, but any objection to this
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Elements for identity theft.
Yes, Your Honor. I asked the prosecution to make an election. I would once again indicate that I was informed by the grand jury as well as the indictment that the underlying thing of value was the confidential information as identified. Confidential information was to be the property of somebody other than Clerk Peters. I do believe that we've created an issue of fact that the jury needs to be instructed on, that if they believe whatever information they're alleging was obtained as a thing of value, the jury needs to be apprised that they may consider that whether it, number one, was under the ownership or custody of Clerk Peters. And if so, we'll get to the issue of consent. But she cannot obtain a thing of value of something that belonged to her. We have argued in our defense that the BIOS passwords belong to Mesa County. We've cited the rule and the statute in CRS 1-5-107 that the clerk is the custodian of the system. And we've argued through questions that the Secretary of State did not have the right or ownership, we presented that to the jury, to abscond with the Mesa County clerk's passwords. So the jury needs to be informed that that is an issue of dispute. And if we have to modify this, I believe that an element has to be in here that if it is confidential information that is the thing of value, that there needs to be an element that it belonged to somebody or it was something that the clerk was not entitled to have possession or control of.
Okay, Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, again,
bullshit.
the court's unanimity instruction will be very helpful to cure any of the defendant's legal concerns. Plus, this is a Colgi instruction, and there is a statutory Colgi. There's a statutory and a Colgi definition of any other thing of value. I would submit that that is the law, and that should be sufficient. And I would ask the court to not modify it as requested by the defense.
I'm not gonna add in another element or anything like that. I will direct the people to include specifically on the verdict form just brackets that say these are the things we allege constitute the thing of value, property, services, whatever it is. And then the jury will have to, there'll be some language in there that says, as it relates to this charge, we, the jury, unanimously agree the following constitutes the item, whatever, I need some language relative to number 7, and then they check the box. So that way we know exactly what it is that the defense knows what it is that you're arguing, and we're gonna get that done by tomorrow so that they have time to work on it. And then, we know what the jury agreed upon unanimously.
It would be akin to a special verdict form where
Right.
there'll be 2 or more options, and then they would have.
It could be one, I don't know, but as long as it's based on the evidence, and then we can all make
smile
arguments.
now, Tina.
Thank you.
You're gonna go
Your
to
Honor,
prison,
would it be
bitch.
proper to inform the jury? I know the court is reluctant to add an element, but in this case, the dispute is the ownership of the thing of value. And if we're arguing that there was no value and we are defending this charge with the thing that they claimed she took through this complicit identity theft was something that she already owned. Be like if John stole my car and I went back to his house and stole it back. And I'm not going to be that flippant with the jury, but the jury should be instructed that the thing of value
She didn't own
must
it.
belong to somebody.
She was the custodian
or
of
be
it.
outside the clerk's control.
She doesn't own that
And if the
data.
court, would consider that.
She doesn't own those machines. They're under her custody.
Okay.
She is not the owner.
Is it a thing of value?
I need
A
the
thing of value
fucking
is that of
prosecution
another,
to
anyone
wake
other
up.
than the defendant
No, I'm
is
sorry.
statutory
Maybe
proprietary
I'm wrong.
interest. Like, Why is that of another not defined in here?
Your Honor,
Well, what's interesting, though, Your Honor, is element 5, without permission or lawful authority. I think that somewhat covers some of the defendant's concerns.
Well, the bottom, I was hoping to just make this easy.
There is a definition. I believe, Judge, I believe there is a definition.
There's a definition for thing of value, but I don't see of another.
Yeah, so.
Oh, there it is. No, that's not the right definition. Means
believe
that of a
in
natural person, living or dead.
101.
What's that?
I think 18.4.101 would have a definition of another.
Never going.
It's not that statute. Let me find it. I know it's in the property statute.
Smugness just gets me. The smug bitch. Smug bitch.
I think the criminal.
I hope she's crying at night. I do. I'm sorry. I hope she's really fucking scared. And I hope she knows that she built this house that's about to fall on her head.
Yeah, I guess that doesn't apply to identity theft?
Well, it's in Article 4, not Article 5. Let me see. Identity theft is 5.5.
I have no objection to adopting that language.
I just want to make sure it's the right language to have. I don't know why it wouldn't be in.
Do we?
Your Honor, F 249 in the
That's
COJA.
definition, COLG, yeah, that's the definition of another. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm just looking at that. That doesn't add any information.
So, Judge, I know there's sometimes disputes as to whether a definition applies only to the article. I think if we both agree that that definition applies, it's probably.
Okay, so let's add of another in.
Well, can we add the statutory language that he read I consent to?
Awesome. I'll go look.
Your Honor, may we approach with the book?
No, I don't need to see it. I mean, I got it. I mean, you just tell, I mean.
Under section 3 of 8 of, yes, would you read it into the record one more time?
Yeah, 18.4.101 subsection 3, property is that of, quote, another, if anyone other
Well,
than
that's
the
so
defendant is
cool,
a possessor or
Oren. That
proprietary
is so
interest
cool.
Yeah, what I said
Sorry, Your
somewhat
Honor.
from memory before.
And Your
I
Honor,
just
to
don't
be
know.
clear, COLG does require it. That's an oversight by me.
Okay.
COLG requires instruction.
Oh my God,
F249
Shapiro.
Of another.
Hey, Ron.
That.
It's
I may have
F290, I
actually
have
done that in-
F291.
That might be in the definitions.
It is, Your Honor. It's already in the definitions.
Of another is there, but it doesn't say, if I recall reading it on your document, it didn't make any sense to me.
Oh, property.
Right, it's missing property of another. No, so you
Oh.
have of another means that of a natural person living or dead. So
Dave Troy.
what I'm talking about is.
I'm going to turn them
that's
down a little bit because we know
is-
what they're talking about.
Is the F291.
Dave Troy, Joe Rogan, Tim. This is from Teresa Carter. I know you're here. Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, and Nick Fuentes have made public statements against Trump today. Something is afoot.
Yeah, because it's identity, because that's for theft and not.
What's going? Yeah, this is Badger. This is where they just. They're developing the jury instructions for Monday. The jury is not in the room. The jury is out, and this is just them talking through the jury instructions.
The more important part is the using of the PII, the FII, and then there's the other behaviors. That's what distinguishes this from theft.
It's a theft, it's identity theft. The theft is to take property of another. The identity is the mechanism.
I'm just not changing the legislature.
It doesn't have to have value.
I think he might be. Tim Pool says, okay, I'm voting for RFK Jr. now. And then RFK says, I'm so grateful to you, Tim, for your confidence in me, but most of all, for your steadfast defense of the Constitution and something. And relentless love for our country.
Yeah, let's go ahead and put F291 in there, please.
Judge, do you want it in?
But then, setback for the RFK campaign, right-wing YouTuber Tim Pool says he'll vote for him, and RFK thanks him. But now Pool, after facing criticism from Cat Turd and other prominent MAGA figures for abandoning Trump, says he was just kidding. and won't be voting for RFK at all.
I understand that, Your Honor. My concern is, and I appreciate it,
I
we're trying
understand.
not to confuse the jury.
Ooh, this is so funny.
Your argument is that
This is so funny.
take something unlawfully that she owned.
Or controlled.
Whatever. I got it. And I am trying to find a way to get.
What happened? Wait a minute. What the fuck? What'd you guys do? What? Why'd they just let me? What? Where? What? How is it? What? What? No! No. No. Why? What? What? Okay. What? Okay. All right. Well, there it is then. Sorry. Gosh, I guess we'll find out on Monday. Looks like we made it. All right. Well, gang, we've been kicked out of the courtroom. At the tone, the time will be 4:20. At the tone, the time will be 4:20. I should record that. That's a good one. Oh boy, what a week. What a week. Yikes. Well, and everybody, thank you for spending yet another day in the court of confusion with your host, Lolo. Gosh. I feel so cliffhung. I'm so cliffhung right now. All right. Well, okay, K-Rex, whatever. You do you. Okay. Well, that's interesting. All right. So, well, guess what? I won't see you tonight, but I guess what I'll see you tomorrow night. I sure hope you guys can come tomorrow. I really do. I think it'll be fun, and I know I'll be certainly more refreshed and hopefully more entertaining. Oh my gosh, I'm so grateful. I think that we nailed the live stream this week by creating such knowledge and sharing of knowledge and just amazing. I really feel so strongly about what we're doing here and what we're creating. So yeah, hasta mañana. Have a wonderful Friday night. Go out there and trip the light fantastic, but don't trip. Don't fall. Trip the light fantastic, but don't fall. And I will see. Yes, I'm going to be doing the lounge tomorrow night. I'm moving it to Saturdays on a permanent basis now. Well, or as permanent as I am. And then we'll go from there. I think it'll be better anyway, because I really love to do the 5 days a week in the morning and the daytime, and then do Saturday night. I think that actually would be pretty good. So, but you won't get rid of me. Don't worry. I'll probably end up doing both. Anyway, all right. I love you guys. Thank you again. Fucking amazing. You are a gift to me and a gift to my life. Seriously. This is what I really enjoy doing this. I have to tell you, I really fucking enjoy doing this. Thank you for today. So have a great night. I'll see you later. And don't let the turkeys get you down. And fuck MAGA. Harris Walls 2024.